My House of Horrors Chapter 1221 to 1245. I have never treated them as my enemy, actually I know very well that my only enemy is the hospital. Chen Ge was definitely not putting up an act, he had not forgotten the things that he had experienced at the hospital. On the surface, the hospital used the banner of salvation and healing, but in reality it was the hospital that continued to create despair and pain in this city. After a normal person entered the hospital and went through treatment, their worldview would be twisted, the seed of sickness would germinate in their heart and finally they would turn into a monster. Until now Chen Ge still did not understand why the hospital would do these things. They seem to be very passionate about creating different kinds of patients. Other than the 3 scariest ghosts, there are many other ghosts hiding in the dark corners of this city. I have asked around, there were not so many strange existences in this city before this. About 2 months ago, the order was broken, various kinds of ghosts and dead people with lingering spirits started to appear. That time coincided with the time you woke up at the hospital, so I believe most of the ghosts in this city are related to you. The author appeared to be a detective writer, he had a very strong sense of logic and observation. How did you know the time I woke up at the hospital? At the time, there were only the doctors and nurses around me. Chen Ge was confused. It was Zhang Wenyu who told me. The author did not look like he was lying. You have over 10,000 people with the name Zhang Wenyu, that answer is too general. Even though all of us are called Zhang Wenyu, there is only one real Zhang Wenyu. His power is no weaker than Single Eye and the Cursed Lady, in fact he is even stronger than Scarlet, but he is hiding among the crowd. There was an almost undetectable smile on the author's face. When he sensed the danger, he immediately transferred his memory to all the lingering spirits that he was carrying. That was how he managed to escape. He did not forget the promise he made to you, but he is temporarily unable to show himself. Quote, he transferred his memory to the lingering spirits that he was carrying. Chen Ge felt this reason was not convincing enough. After all, every human and ghost had lost their memory, only Zhang Wenyu was an exception. Not only Chen Ge, even the hospital could not understand this. The people that you have helped will one day save you. The author scanned the tenants around him. Slowly you will understand. Chen Ge arranged the author's words. Now he could confirm that Zhang Wenyu was protecting him in the dark. The ghosts in this city could be traded for their help. You have chosen Ping an apartment, misfortune will soon descend upon you. Hopefully you can control yourself and try to buy as much time as possible. The author called the few leaders of Ping an apartments together. To Chen Ge's surprise, the manager of Ping an apartments was not the man with the surname Zhou who looked more mature, but the boy who had been following behind Chen Ge. Meng Nan is the smartest tenant among us, and his own power is very scary. The author's words received the agreement of the other tenants, and the way Chen Ge looked at Meng Nan changed. Honestly, he did not sense any threat from the boy, he merely thought the boy was a naughty child. As if sensing the confusion in Chen Ge's eyes, Meng Nan did not explain, it was as if he did not want to argue about who was stronger or weaker. Let us discuss our future plan. Since we have decided to resist, then we have to give it our all. Only then will we have a chance of survival. The author said with sincerity. He had retained part of his memory, so he was very familiar with the horror of the hospital. Compared to that giant, the people at Ping an apartment were nothing. Next, we will use Ping an apartment as the center and keep searching for those friends hiding in the shadows and invite them to join us. Even though Meng Nan looked very young, the way he talked and acted was similar to an adult. He was experienced, and with his despicable and unscrupulous ways to deal with his enemies, he had saved everyone from danger many times. Therefore, he had a very high status in Ping an apartments. Sometimes the people at the apartment would wonder where the boy had learned to be so bad at such a young age. Other than the ghosts hiding in the shadows of the city, some of the patients at the hospital can also be recruited. Meng Nan walked to the innermost part of the 3rd floor. He looked at Zhang Jingju who was lying on the ground. That hospital has a large number of patients. If we can get all of them to join us, things will be much easier for us. After all, even the sturdiest fortress can be easily taken down from the inside. Meng Nan, the patient on the ground is my friend from the hospital, why would he appear here? Chen Ge was very concerned about Zhang Jingzhou's condition. Currently, Zhang Jingzhou's limbs were fixed by wooden planks. The broken bones had been corrected. Earlier, Lao Zhou was holding the saw to make a splint for Zhang Jingzhou. This patient by the name of Zhang Jingzhou seems to have lost all his value. The doctor abandoned him like trash, but he was discovered by Zuo Han, who was hiding inside the trash tunnel at the time. He stole Zhang Jingzhu out. Meng Nan inspected Zhang Jingzhu's injuries. Ever since he left the hospital, this patient has been unconscious. To save his life, we came up with a way to ambush a doctor, but unfortunately this doctor does not know anything. Chen Ge realized he might have underestimated the power of Ping an apartment. Under the leadership of Meng Nan, they were able to capture a doctor alive and not be discovered by the hospital. That was already very impressive. Then what do you plan to do with this doctor? If we keep him alive, perhaps the hospital will come after us. Quote, for the time being, we will use him as an experiment. The cursed lady is very interested in the black threads on the doctors. If we gift this doctor to her, perhaps she will be able to do us a favor. Meng Nan was calculating in his mind. He planned to squeeze all the value out of this unlucky doctor. The two parties chatted for a long time, but even when the sun was about to rise, Zuo Han still did not return. Both Lao Zhou and the author had a bad feeling about this. They told Chen Ge to leave as soon as possible, and then they made a promise to meet up at Li Wan Street at the eastern countryside of Xinhai after midnight. Using the cover of the night, Chen Ge left Ping an apartment. He did not know that after he left, the ghosts on the third floor were all staring at his back. Are we really going to place our bet on him? Meng Nan glanced at the author. Don't tell me you are in cahoots with him. Let me ask you a very simple question. When you appeared behind him, you had enough time and opportunity to kill him, but did that thought cross your mind? The author asked Meng Nan in return. Then he turned to look at the other tenants. No one spoke. In the end, it was Lao Zhou who stood out. He gave me a very unique feeling. It was a strange feeling. From the first time I saw him, I thought he was very trustworthy. I have the same feeling, the bespectacled female teacher said. The woman next to her, who was hugging her own head, also raised her hands and nodded. If there is nothing we can do, then we will trust him this once. Seeing that everyone shared the same feeling, Meng Nan also sighed in relief. After leaving Ping an apartment, Chen Ge's mind was filled with many questions. There are really ghosts in this city. Dr. Gao's answer is completely different from the author's. Regarding the question of whether there were ghosts in this world, Chen Ge had asked Dr. Gao before. The people at the hospital wanted to create a normal world, but it was too difficult for them to trick Chen Ge. For Chen Ge, the challenge was not to see through the trap, but how to avoid being discovered by the doctors at the hospital after seeing through the trap. Zhang Ya's dream might be real as well. Why has she been dreaming ever since she met me? But I have not had any dreams at all. Could it be that my ability to dream has been taken away by Zhang Ya? Quote, before he could come up with an answer to the previous question, the next question popped up. The tenants at Ping an apartment are all ghosts, but how come I feel more comfortable with ghosts than with living humans? They should be trustworthy. Exiting the abandoned village, Chen Ge took a long detour before he returned to the restaurant. He did not run into any taxis along the way, and the sky started to rain again. Chen Ge had no choice but to run to the entrance of the restaurant to hide from the rain. The lights inside the restaurant were not on and it was pitch black. Chen Ge did not plan to disturb the owner. He planned to leave after the rain stopped, but once he got close to the restaurant, a light scent of blood hit him. As the owner hunting for wild animals, Chen Ge tried to push the door with the back of his hand, but to his surprise, the door was not closed. He saw the tables and chairs inside the restaurant were toppled over and there was blood everywhere. There was a broken arm lying on the ground at the entrance to the kitchen. Dragon Head Eater. Chen Ge's heart raced. He carefully avoided the blood stains on the ground. He took out the mallet from his backpack and slowly moved toward the kitchen. There's too much blood. If I try to get there, I'll definitely leave behind footprints. Chen Ge did not move forward. He found an angle and turned his head to look at the kitchen. The fatty Dragon Head Eater was stuffed inside the jar, only his head was sticking out. He was about 1.9 meters tall and very fat. His body couldn't have been stuffed inside the jar in one piece. He's been dismembered. If the man was still breathing, Chen Ge might have taken the risk to rush in and call the police for help, but now that the man was dead, he would only bring trouble to himself. In the middle of nowhere, there was no one around. He might be treated as the killer. The man who was talking to him a few hours ago had now become a dead body. Chen Ge felt a chill run down his spine. Is this the tragedy that the author talked about? He retreated step by step. His eyes stared at the ground to make sure that he did not leave behind any footprints. When he left the restaurant, Chen Ge looked at the door that he had touched. Thankfully, I used the back of my hand to push the door open, so there won't be any fingerprints left. But for the sake of safety, I'd better clean it up. After wiping the small piece of door that he had touched, Chen Ge quickly left the scene after giving it a close inspection. Chen Ge did not show too much shock when he saw Dragon Head Eater's body, but that did not mean that he was cold-blooded. In reality, it was the opposite. Dragon Head Eater's death had greatly stimulated him. If he did not escape from this city as soon as possible, the next person to be soaked in the sauce jar might be the people around him. To clear his suspicion, Chen Ge took a long detour to avoid most of the surveillance cameras. Then he hailed a cab from another location to return to Xinhai Theme Park. After entering the haunted house and taking a cold shower, Chen Ge cleaned up everything. He opened the gates and prepared to start the day's business. At 8 a.m., Zhang Ya and her parents arrived at the haunted house. The few of them immediately got to work. Everyone's makeup was done. At 8:30 a.m., the management of the theme park suddenly came to the entrance of the haunted house to inform Zhang Ya's parents that the haunted house would be closed for the day. The haunted house's business had only been booming for a few days. Now was the time to earn the most money. Zhang Ya's parents were very confused. They went to find the management of the theme park to reason with them. The reason they gave was that the haunted house had not passed the safety inspection and some of the equipment had safety issues. The haunted house was closed just like that. Zhang Ya and her parents had no choice but to investigate. The theme park opened at 9 a.m., but the door to the haunted house was tightly shut. Many visitors expressed their confusion. Some of them purposely came to visit the haunted house. Zhang Ya and her father patiently explained to the visitors while Chen Ge squatted on the first floor and observed everything silently. This is also part of the tragedy. Zhang Ya's mother noticed that Chen Ge was not in a good state. She walked over silently. "Are you not feeling well?" Chen Ge shook his head. "I am afraid that our haunted house will not be able to operate normally in the future." "It'll be fine. The theme park will conduct regular inspections. We will be able to reopen in 2 days." Zhang Ya's mother was a kind person. Even though she was worried, she ran over to comfort Chen Ge. "Everything will be fine." "Okay." Chen Ge entered the scenario. As he arranged the props, he considered the next step of his plan. "I cannot do anything too abnormal. I cannot let the hospital find out that I still retain part of my previous memory." The haunted house was forced to close for renovation. The actual reopening date was still to be determined. However, Zhang Ya's family was not too pessimistic. They had been through something like this before. The theme park was bustling with activity. Visitors came and went, but the haunted house became quiet again. The fast-paced life suddenly slowed down. With the closure of the haunted house, there was temporarily no income. However, this meant that Zhang Ya and Chen Ge had more time to spend together. Even though most of the time, it was Chen Ge silently making the equipment while Zhang Ya helped beside him, even that was enough for the two of them. At night, Zhang Ya's mother passed the key to the haunted house to Chen Ge. After they left, only Chen Ge was left in the large haunted house. Theoretically speaking, being alone in a haunted house should be scary, but Chen Ge realized that only when he was inside the haunted house would he feel safe. At around 9 p.m., Chen Ge packed his backpack and prepared to go to Liwan Street. However, to his surprise, Zuo Han jumped into the haunted house from the toilet window. When they met again, Zuo Han's appearance was even more pitiful than before. There were several more ghastly scars on his body. "Chen Ge, I need you to do me a favor. Let me bandage your wounds first. I'm afraid you won't last long in this state." Chen Ge wanted to grab the first aid box, but his hand was grabbed by Zuo Han. "There's no time. You have to come with me now." "Where are you going?" "Xinhai Western Countryside's private academy." Zuo Han gritted his teeth. He seemed to be resisting the pain on his body. "I used my heart to make a deal with Single Eye. If I die accidentally, I hope you can take my soul with you to complete what I'm about to do. Use your life as a bet. Have you lost your mind?" Chen Ge stood where he was without moving. "At least I can still use my life as a bet. If this drags on, I'm afraid I won't even have the freedom to die." Zuo Han's eyes were pleading. "Help me this time, and I will bring you to see the truth of the world." Zuo Han looked desperate, like he was being chased by something. "I went to Ping an apartment last night, you weren't there." It was not that Chen Ge did not want to help Zuo Han, he just thought that Zuo Han was still too young, it was too much of a waste to risk his life like this. After I left your haunted house that day, I was targeted by the doctors from the hospital. To shake them off, I had to go to Western Zhujiang's private academy and borrow Single Eye's power to stop the doctors. Zuo Han touched the wound on his face. The pain seemed to be able to keep him awake. She helped you stop the doctors and you gave up your body parts as the price. It is a very fair trade. Zuo Han sighed softly. The tenants at Ping'an apartment are people like us, they are trustworthy but they are too weak. This world is not as simple as you think. All of my suspicions have been proven one step at a time. We need Single Eye's help. Her presence is a kind of deterrence and it will allow us to understand this city more directly. Quote, okay, I will go with you. Chen Ge looked at his watch. But I have to leave before midnight because I have a meeting with the tenants at Ping'an apartment at Li Wan Street after midnight. Thank you. Chen Ge wanted to leave the white cat behind but to his surprise, the cat jumped onto his backpack and refused to leave. It was as if it had made up its mind to stay with Chen Ge. Left with no choice, Chen Ge placed the white cat and the mallet together and hugged the backpack as he left. Zuo Han did not quite understand Chen Ge's action but he did not say anything. After leaving the haunted house, Chen Ge planned to hail a taxi but he was stopped by Zuo Han. They walked through the alleys of the city on foot until they saw a van at the end of a back alley. The driver's name is Tang Jun, he is also a tenant at Ping'an apartment. He has lost most of his memory but based on what he said, he used to be a racing driver. Tang Jun's driving skill was very good. He drove the minivan on the smaller roads that were less crowded. Before 11 p.m., he sent Zuo Han and Chen Ge to Xinhai's Western Countryside Private Academy. For some reason, this place had been abandoned for a long time. As soon as they entered the campus, they could feel gusts of chilly wind. The temperature inside the walls was much lower than outside. Follow me. This was not Zuo Han's first time entering the abandoned school. He led Chen Ge away from the education block and directly into the multi-purpose laboratory building behind the abandoned school. Chairs were placed everywhere in the building, and under each chair was a student's name. Originally, the students wrote their names under their chairs, probably because they were afraid of losing their chairs during a gathering. However, after the school was abandoned, the chairs with names written on them were like tombstones. One Eye is in the laboratory building. Yes, but she doesn't know why she likes to stay here. All the doors of the laboratory building were locked. Various kinds of strange and cruel graffiti were painted on the doors. This private academy appeared to have experienced many bad things in the past. The school's abandonment had something to do with those things. There was a steel door that led from the 3rd floor to the 4th floor of the laboratory building. Before the door was a pile of broken chairs. It looked like they were piled up with various broken limbs. Zuo Han found a path among the pile of chairs. He led Chen Ge into it. We're here. This is the place. After we enter the room, do not say a word. One Eye has a strange temper, she might do you harm. Zuo Han stopped at the door of the dance studio on the 4th floor. After giving Chen Ge a few instructions, he pushed open the door of the dance studio. A bone-chilling air rushed at them. When Chen Ge saw the interior of the dance studio, his shoulders started to shake uncontrollably. His heart was pounding. It was as if he had been here before and this place was very important to him. The walls of the spacious dance studio were pasted with pictures of people with their faces gouged out. At the end of the room stood a large full-length mirror. All the windows were boarded up and there were several chairs placed in the middle of the dance studio. The enclosed room appeared dark and depressing. There was also a light sadness lingering in the air. Zuo Han took out a small knife from his pocket and slid it across the wound on his cheek. Blood started to seep out from the hole in his left eye. The fresh blood dripped to the ground. Zuo Han grabbed the knife and sat down on the chair. I'm here to fulfill my promise with you. The temperature in the dance studio dropped again. The wooden boards on the windows creaked noisily. The mirror at the end of the dance studio also started to crack. Moments later, nothing changed in the dance studio, but if one looked at the large mirror, they would see a one-eyed woman in a school uniform appear inside the dance studio. In the mirror, she ignored Zuo Han who was bleeding. She was standing behind Chen Ge. His back felt like it was frozen. Chen Ge could not even turn his head around. It is me who is here to make the deal with you. Zuo Han used his remaining eye to stare at the mirror. He was confused. Single Eye had never shown so much interest in someone before. What was it about Chen Ge that attracted her so much? Perhaps she heard Zuo Han's voice because the bloody words started to appear on the mirror. Give me 7 lives, and I will enter the hospital to help you retrieve your patient's record. 7 lives in exchange for Single Eye's help. Seeing this, Chen Ge frowned slightly. Single Eye, who hid inside the abandoned school, fit his image of a ghost perfectly. Cruel, cold, scary, and toying with human nature. 7 lives. Didn't we agree yesterday that I will offer my life to you and you will enter the hospital to help me steal patient one's patient's record? Zuo Han stood up. Blood leaked out from the wound on his left eye. His whole face was covered in blood, and it looked quite scary. The woman in the mirror had been standing behind Chen Ge. She waved her hand, and new words appeared on the mirror. Perhaps you have another choice. You. Seeing Single Eye's choice of words, Zuo Han had a bad feeling. What choice? The cracks on the mirror increased, and several ghastly words appeared silently. Give me Chen Ge's left eye. Seeing the bleeding words on the mirror, both Chen Ge and Zuo Han had a bad feeling. How did she know my name is Chen Ge? Chen Ge was confused. Zuo Han was confused as well. Single Eye's desire for Chen Ge far exceeded his own. One of Chen Ge's eyeballs is equivalent to 7 lives. This bloody bargaining chip caused Zuo Han to fall into deep thought. His eyes moved between the mirror and Chen Ge. No one in the dance studio spoke. Everyone was weighing the pros and cons. Honestly, Chen Ge also wanted to see patient one's medical record. He had a feeling that patient 1 was related to the child who was placed inside the 7 jars. He was the key to solving this situation. If I give you my left eye, can you guarantee that you can bring out patient 1's medical record from the hospital? Chen Ge had no idea how powerful Single Eye was. From how he saw it, the power of the hospital was immeasurable. No one would be able to go up against them alone. Moments later, a line of bloody words appeared on the mirror. No, but this is your last chance. Even if he gave up his left eye, there was no guarantee that he would be able to get the medical record. Chen Ge hesitated. Chen Ge, the deal is cancelled. We're leaving. Zuo Han seemed to realize something. His eyes stared closely at Chen Ge. He gave Chen Ge a look and then stood up to leave. Once the two moved, the door of the dance studio was slammed shut. There was nothing inside the room, but for some reason, Chen Ge and Zuo Han felt like they were about to be crushed. Leave behind something before you can leave. The single-eyed woman stood in the middle of the bloody words. Her pale arm that was covered in scars slowly raised. Chen Ge's body started to move uncontrollably towards the mirror. Chen Ge. Zuo Han grabbed Chen Ge's shoulders, but he was powerless to stop Chen Ge. He was dragged to stand before the mirror. Looking at the single-eyed woman in the mirror, Chen Ge's heart felt both familiar and strange at the same time. The familiar was the scene, but the strange was the person before him. The single-eyed woman's raised arm reached forward and touched the surface of the mirror. The blood washed away. The pale arm that was covered in scars pierced through the mirror and reached for Chen Ge. Narrowing his eyes, the single-eyed woman slowly overlapped with another figure in Chen Ge's eyes. Almost subconsciously, he uttered a name, Zhang Ya. Hearing this name, the single-eyed woman's hand that was reaching out stopped. Her hand that was reaching for Chen Ge's heart stopped in midair. In the end, she only managed to grab a strand of Chen Ge's hair. All the bloody words on the mirror disappeared. The single-eyed woman gave Chen Ge a deep look before walking into the world inside the mirror. The temperature in the dance studio returned to normal. Zuo Han stood beside Chen Ge. His face was covered in blood. He could not believe that the cruel single-eyed woman would let him and Chen Ge go just like that. Did you know the single-eyed woman before? Why do I feel that for a moment, she was afraid? Quote, we need to leave this place first. The scene that the single-eyed woman appeared in the mirror triggered Chen Ge's memory. When Zhang Ya's figure overlapped with the single-eyed woman's, it was like he was struck by lightning. A feeling that he had not felt for a long time surged into his heart. He was certain that Zhang Ya had appeared in this way before. There must be some truth hidden in Zhang Ya's dreams. When the single-eyed woman heard Zhang Ya's name, her demeanor changed. Just the name Zhang Ya was enough to shake her. This proves that Zhang Ya is probably a ghost that is scarier than the single-eyed woman. Since Zhang Ya was someone close to him, Chen Ge's previous intention was to protect Zhang Ya and protect Zhang Ya from harm, but now he realized that was not the case. I need to have a good chat with her. Compared to the single-eyed woman's promise, Chen Ge now had a new direction. After exiting Xinhai Private Academy, Tang Jun's van was waiting outside. After getting into the car, Zuo Han and Chen Ge finally sighed in relief. Is that a baleful ghost? That's so scary. When Chen Ge interacted with the tenants at Ping'an Apartments, he did not feel that bad. However, after this encounter with the single-eyed woman, he finally understood how scary a baleful ghost could be. Chen Ge, I am confused. How did the single-eyed woman know your name? This should be the first time you've met each other. Zuo Han was still trying to figure out this problem. I have lost my previous memory. Perhaps the single-eyed woman was once my friend. This was the most reasonable explanation that Chen Ge could come up with. One of your eyes is equivalent to 7 human lives. A baleful ghost would not lie about the value of a trade. Looks like I need to reconsider. Zuo Han scratched his chin. When you were at the hospital, you were the most unique patient. The doctors treated the other patients as medicine to cure you. Now that you've left the hospital, even the baleful ghosts feel that you are very special. Sometimes, I also feel like this city is purposely built to cure me. All the traces have been wiped away, and only the things that the hospital wants me to see are left. Along the way, Zuo Han and Chen Ge communicated with each other. After leaving the hospital, they could finally talk freely. At midnight, Tang Jun drove Chen Ge and Zuo Han to Liwan Street. This old street was located in Xinhai Eastern Zhujiang. It was the final stop for the bus on Route 104. It was very secluded, and normally, not many people would come here. The tenants should have arrived already. Do you know how to contact them? Chen Ge turned to Zuo Han and Tang Jun. Both of them shook their heads. This is my first time at Liwan Street as well. After Zuo Han got out of the car, he looked around. The streetlights on the sides of the street flickered, and there was no one there. Have you noticed that the shadows of everything on this street are crooked? Tang Jun, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. He tried to think for a while. Ever since I came to this place, I've felt a sense of familiarity. It feels like I used to come here to race cars. Shadows. Chen Ge lowered his head to look, and he noticed something even weirder. The shadows of all the objects and people on this street were crooked. Only his shadow was normal. Something is not right. The three entered the street. The doors and windows of the buildings and shops were closed, and there was no sign of life. Crossing the whole street, they arrived at a residential area at the deepest part of Liwan Street. Once they stepped through the door, they were enveloped by a chill. This residential area appeared to be a different world from the outside world. Sensing something, Chen Ge lifted his head to look. He saw a girl in a red dress staring at him from the 4th-floor window of one of the buildings. That is Scarlet. The door was pushed open, and the middle-aged man with the surname Zhou appeared at the door. Stop wasting time, come over here. The three entered the building, and with Lao Zhou leading the way, they met Scarlet. Lao Zhou and Meng Nan wanted to introduce Chen Ge, but before they could, the girl called Scarlet walked to stand before Chen Ge. Then she did something very strange. The child in the red dress squatted down beside Chen Ge, and her palm lightly touched Chen Ge's shadow. Moments later, she raised her head, and ghastly bloody words appeared next to the girl. After I followed my instinct to come to this old street, there was a man with a normal shadow waiting for me here. He said he was patient number 2, and he needed my help. Looking at the bloody words on the ground, everyone in the room was stunned. Everyone's shadow was crooked, but only Chen Ge and patient number 2's shadow were normal. What does he want you to do for him? Chen Ge asked subconsciously. His instinct told him that the answer to this question was very important to him. He wants me to be your shadow. The girl called Scarlet's eyes were red, she seemed to have recovered part of her memory. No one in the room could understand the girl's words. To make a specter become a living person's shadow, the person who made this request had to be seriously ill. Including Chen Ge, everyone found this hard to accept. Is this some kind of alternative trade? You become his shadow, and he becomes your puppet. Meng Nan's speculation was darker. He was thinking from the perspective of a normal specter. When the girl in red heard this, she shook her head. The blood vessels intertwined behind her and instantly covered the whole room, completely isolating the place from the outside world. Scarlet was very powerful. Even if all the people there worked together, they would not be her match. However, Scarlet did not seem to mean them any harm. After isolating her room from the outside world, she walked to stand beside Chen Ge's shadow. Her hands morphed into blood vessels and surged into Chen Ge's shadow like she was searching for something. After searching for a whole half an hour, Scarlet frowned. Lines of bloody words appeared on the wall around Chen Ge. I remember there was a ghost living in your shadow. Where did she go? Why can't I find her? Have you lost her? Quote. Facing the consecutive questions from Scarlet, Chen Ge was confused. There was a ghost living in my shadow. Yes. Scarlet used the blood vessels to weave the words to communicate with Chen Ge. Those without shadows do not live long, that is what patient number 2 said. But isn't my shadow following me? Chen Ge was confused. The shadows of all the people and things on Li Wan Street are crooked, only your and patient number 2's shadows are normal. This means that both of your shadows are made up by the world and do not exist. Both of you are people without shadows. The bloody words appeared quickly. Scarlet's emotions started to fluctuate when she saw Chen Ge. You are very similar to patient number 2, he helped me recover the memory about my mother. To repay him, I can help you once, but temporarily, I cannot be your shadow. Quote. Seeing Scarlet offer to help him once, Chen Ge was very happy, but then he thought about it and felt that something was wrong. Scarlet, what does that patient number 2 look like? Why do I feel like he knows me? Quote. Based on Scarlet's description, Chen Ge had a feeling that patient number 2 seemed to be very familiar with him, they should be old friends. He didn't say his name. It seems like all information about him is a taboo in this city. Anyone who goes to investigate will be met with accidents and misfortune. He knows this, so he didn't tell me anything. The bloody words appeared on the ground and then disappeared, wiping away all traces of their existence. If you are really curious, you can go to the underground of the hospital to find him. His real body seems to be locked deep under the hospital. The thing that came to find me that day was only a remnant of his will. Deep underground of the hospital. Chen Ge had just come out of the hospital, he did not know that the hospital had an underground building. The most dangerous part of the hospital is all underground. Patient number 2 seems to be locked in the 17th floor underground. Of course, I don't recommend you go to him now. It's too dangerous under the hospital. The world described by Scarlet was different from Chen Ge's imagination. If the hospital had a large underground building, then he would have to reevaluate the hospital's power. But thinking about it from another angle, Chen Ge felt that it was quite impressive that he was able to make such a scary hospital slip up. The more he thought about it, the more he wanted to recover his memory. The blood around him started to fade. The words that were weaved by blood all disappeared like nothing had happened. After Scarlet gave Chen Ge her promise, she disappeared from the building. She and Single Eye could be considered as the scariest ghosts, but normally, they did not dare show themselves. They always hid in some hidden corner. You are indeed a unique person. I thought it would be difficult to convince Scarlet, but it was so easy. In fact, I feel like she is throwing herself at you. Meng Nan spoke in the tone of an oily middle-aged man. After he had his fill, he realized that he was still at Li Wan Street. As if worried that Scarlet would hear him, he quickly looked around. There are more and more people who are willing to come with us. When the tragedy comes, perhaps we will really have a chance to fight for our lives. Zhuo Han was not as optimistic as Meng Nan and the rest. From his perspective, even if everyone gave everything they had, they would only be able to fight for a chance to fight for their lives. Chen Ge, you need to stay at the theme park for the next few days. Paralyze the hospital and buy us some time. Do not let the hospital realize that you have been working with us. Zhuo Han's mind was very clear, he knew Chen Ge was the key. Just leave the task of finding helpers to us. Tomorrow night we will go together to meet the cursed lady. After the 3 strongest specters in this city have agreed to help us, I will temporarily stop contacting you. Chen Ge had his own concerns. The cursed lady is the scariest and most mysterious presence among the 3 specters, no one knows her exact location. But I once heard from the author that a Zhang Wenyu once saw her inside an abandoned hospital. Lao Zhou had a serious expression on his face. She is very dangerous. If possible, I hope we can bring Scarlet with us. No way. Scarlet only promised to help us once and that was for the sake of patient No. 2. We cannot waste such a precious opportunity. Chen Ge rejected him without hesitation. He repeated the name Cursed Lady repeatedly in his heart. There seemed to be a black and red thread connecting the two of them. Cursed Lady, I will try to convince her. The few of them agreed to meet at the entrance of an abandoned hospital in eastern Zhujiang tomorrow night. Then they left in different directions. Even if someone wanted to track them down, it would be very difficult. When the sun was almost up, Chen Ge returned to the haunted house. Even though the haunted house at Xinhai Theme Park had temporarily stopped operating, he still carried on with his usual routine. He tidied up the props, cleaned the place and was ready to open for business at any moment. These things appeared to have been carved into his bones. Even though he had lost his memory, his body would still follow its natural instinct. At 8:30 a.m., Zhang Ya arrived at the theme park with breakfast. Her parents did not appear to have come to work that day. How come uncle and auntie are not here? Chen Ge was eating the hot breakfast. Zhang Ya was sitting next to him. My father's stomach problem is acting up. My mother is taking care of him. Is it serious? It's just an old problem. Zhang Ya tried to make a relaxed expression, but her eyes were filled with worry and anxiety. Zhang Ya, did you have another dream last night? Chen Ge put down the chopsticks. He looked directly into Zhang Ya's eyes. He did not allow Zhang Ya to avoid his gaze. Yes, Zhang Ya said with some pain in her voice. It was that dream again. I dreamt my parents got into a car accident. The present that they prepared for me was soaked in blood. I also dreamt that I was wearing a red dress. I held the bloody present that they gave me and stood alone at the junction in the middle of the night. Chen Ge did not know how to console Zhang Ya. Based on his speculation, he slowly understood something very cruel. Perhaps the things that Zhang Ya dreamt were real. In other words, when they shattered the dream, Zhang Ya would lose her parents again. Despair would surround the girl again and drag her down a bottomless abyss. Chen Ge knew that Zhang Ya liked him, but the person that she liked the most was going to personally tear apart a beautiful dream. That was cruel to anyone. Chen Ge, sometimes I am very confused. Zhang Ya's hands were hidden under the table. Her fingers were twisted until they were white. She had trouble breathing when she spoke. In the dream, when I looked into the mirror, the person in the mirror said something. She said that I have taken away Chen Ge's life, and I am experiencing the happiness that you once had. Don't mind that, live in the moment and cherish the present. Chen Ge held Zhang Ya's hand lightly. He realized that Zhang Ya's hand was very cold. Initially, when he held Zhang Ya's hand, he could feel the warmth that only a living person could have, but now, Zhang Ya's body temperature appeared to be dropping. I have a very bad feeling. I am afraid that I will be separated from them. It was unknown whether it was because of the dream or the pressure in real life, but Zhang Ya's condition was very poor. Only when she was beside Chen Ge would she feel a trace of peace. The theme park opened at 9 a.m. Many visitors came to ask about the haunted house. Some of them had seen the video about the haunted house on the internet and purposely came from far away. However, when they realized that the haunted house was not open for business, they all showed a very disappointed expression. The popularity and visitors that the haunted house had accumulated slowly disappeared. Reality was like cold water splashing on Chen Ge's body. At 3 p.m., the people from the theme park forced their way into the haunted house. They inspected the 3 scenarios and did not find any problems. However, when Chen Ge asked them when they would be able to open the haunted house again, their answer was still to be decided. After sending the inspection team away, Zhang Ya called her parents with the suggestion while Chen Ge stood beside her. He could hear the voice of Zhang Ya's mother on the other end of the phone. She sounded very tired, and the voice of Zhang Ya's father was also very weak. Today is the theme park's second inspection, but as the owner of the haunted house, Zhang Ya's parents did not show up. Perhaps the illness of Zhang Ya's father is not as simple as a simple stomach problem. Tragedy had arrived, and it was slowly destroying everything that belonged to Chen Ge. Now it's Zhang Ya's parents. Will it be Zhang Ya's turn next? He had once owned something, so when he lost it, it would be even more painful. Chen Ge did not know what the hospital's treatment plan was. All he could do was endure it silently and gather his strength. After the sun set, Chen Ge wanted to accompany Zhang Ya to visit Zhang Ya's parents, but it did not seem like it was convenient for them, so Chen Ge did not force them. After he sent Zhang Ya away, he locked himself inside the staff break room. After meeting the cursed lady tonight, I will not go anywhere else. I will stay inside the haunted house, hopefully that will be able to delay the arrival of tragedy. At around 10 p.m., just as Chen Ge was preparing to leave the haunted house, there was a strange noise coming from the toilet on the first floor. Chen Ge grabbed the mallet. He initially thought it was Zuo Han, but when he saw the person before him, his expression was one of shock. Dr. Sun. His neck and face were covered in scars, his original face was almost disfigured. This doctor, who did not even like the doctors at the hospital, had come to Chen Ge's haunted house. I only have 1 minute, after that you just need to listen to what I have to say. Dr. Sun knocked on the toilet door and dragged Chen Ge into his brain maze. Unless it is absolutely necessary, I will not leave the hospital. Now the situation has reached a very dangerous stage. After entering the brain maze, Dr. Sun then dared to continue. The hospital knows about your visit to Ping'an apartment. It was because of this that Kai Long's soul was destroyed. Since they already know about this, then why didn't they stop me? Chen Ge was confused. I will cut the long story short. Before you entered the hospital had already conducted an investigation on you, but due to certain reasons, they made a serious mistake in their judgment of you. They thought you were using ghosts to run the haunted house and you relied on using living humans as bait. You did not completely gain the trust of the ghosts, and that was why they allowed you to leave the hospital. The ghosts themselves are entangled by resentment, and coupled with the fact that they have lost their memory, the first thing they would do when they saw you would be to consume you. If you were harmed by your former friends, that would only push you deeper into despair, and that was what the doctors wanted to see. Therefore, after they knew you had gone to Ping'an apartment, not only did they not stop you, they purposely allowed you to witness the tenants torturing the doctors. Assuming there is no trust between you and the ghosts, then when you saw the tenants torturing the doctors, would you think they are good people or bad people? After you have broken up with your former friends, you will be easily manipulated. At that time, the whole world will be your enemy, no one will help you. The hospital's setup is perfect, but they do not know the relationship between you and the ghosts is not as simple as just using each other. Even if they have forgotten their past, they are still willing to stand with you. Both parties have lost their memory, but the ghosts still chose to trust you, and you are determined to walk with the ghosts. If the hospital knew the real relationship between you and the ghosts, they would never have let you leave the hospital. But now the hospital has realized they have made a mistake. Next, the hospital will conduct various tests on you. They will push you to your limit. I hope you can remain calm. Misfortune has arrived. The hospital will also make their move on Ping'an apartment. You need to inform them to leave Ping'an apartment immediately. Do not let them gather together. Dr. Sun spoke very fast. He did not give Chen Ge the chance to interrupt. Tonight is your last chance. After you inform them, do not contact them anymore. Every time you come into contact with them, it will only increase the hospital's murderous intent. But if we continue to hide like this... Before Chen Ge finished, Dr. Sun cut him off. The longer you can drag this out, the higher the chance of success for certain things. Certain things. Remember my words, do not linger on the false happiness and do not be deceived by the fabricated memories. Dr. Sun grabbed Chen Ge's shoulders. You are carrying the lives of countless people on your shoulders. Every choice you make can drag them all down into the bottomless abyss. I know what to do. Chen Ge's eyes were calm, but his gaze was deep. I do not have much time left here. I will tell you one last thing. The hospital has already discovered that Zhangya has been replaced. Dr. Sun's expression was unprecedentedly serious. When the name Zhangya was mentioned, even his body was shaking. Zhangya has been replaced. Chen Ge was confused. What do you mean by that? The Zhangya beside me is someone from the hospital. Quote, the female boss of the haunted house, Zhangya, was initially created by the hospital using your own dream to confuse you. The purpose of her existence was to make you lose yourself in the beauty of the world, to make you believe in the reality of this world and refuse to leave. But no one expected this Zhangya that was created from your memory to possess her own consciousness. Not only did she not follow the hospital's request to make you lose yourself in the false beauty of the life, she kept pointing out the loopholes in the world. The hospital found traces of the real Zhangya on her body, and this kind of trace is increasing. Dr. Sun's words were hurried. In other words, this Zhangya beside me is the Zhangya in my memory. Chen Ge's heart started to race. Since the first time he met Zhangya, there was already a tacit understanding between them. She is slowly losing control. No one knows why this is happening. The scar on Dr. Sun's face was ghastly. The hospital might not do anything to you in the short term, but now all the night doctors have taken an interest in Zhangya's condition. They will definitely target Zhangya. None of the night doctors at the hospital were good people. Chen Ge could still remember how Dr. Gao treated him. To drive him crazy, he even came up with the idea of changing the medication and making him kill his roommates. A group of people like this had taken an interest in Zhangya. When Chen Ge heard what Dr. Sun said, the veins on the back of his hands popped. After I interacted with the tenants at Ping'an Apartments, I realized their attitude towards Zhangya is very unique. What does this name represent? Chen Ge forced himself to remain calm. She represents a ghost that is very important to you. Without her resistance, you wouldn't have had the chance to wake up. Dr. Sun's words were cruel, but the truth was often cruel. In other words, she fought for a chance of survival for you at the cost of her own soul. The walls around them started to twist. Dr. Sun knocked on the door. That is all I can tell you. You have to survive. The door was knocked 7 times. Dr. Sun pushed the door open on the 7th knock. Chen Ge left the brain maze at the same time. Opening his eyes, Chen Ge saw that the window of the bathroom was open, but Dr. Sun had already disappeared. It was as if he had never been to the haunted house. Taking a deep breath, Chen Ge looked at himself in the mirror and slowly clenched his fists. I've just experienced beauty, but I'm told that all beauty is an illusion. I've finally found happiness, but I'm about to lose everything. Chen Ge's eyes slowly narrowed. His eyes were bloodshot, but he had been holding it in. I need to go and inform the tenants at Ping'an Apartments that there is a change of plan. Without wasting any time, Chen Ge grabbed his backpack and left the haunted house. Their original plan was to meet at the abandoned hospital at the countryside, but due to Dr. Sun's warning, Chen Ge could not wait any longer. He hailed a cab to arrive at Ping'an Apartments. Chen Ge raced all the way and finally found the tenants before the hospital made their move. He told the tenants part of what Dr. Sun had told him. After they confirmed the contact details, they decided to split up and hide in the corner of the city to wait for their chance. When midnight arrived, most of the tenants had left. Tang Jun drove the van and led Chen Ge, Zuo Han, Meng Nan and Lao Zhou to the abandoned hospital at the countryside. The hospital seems to have a special meaning in this city. Xinhai covers a large area, but the only hospital that is open is Xinhai Central Hospital. Don't you think that is very strange? Zuo Han always had the ability to notice things that normal people would not notice. He had a heart that was always suspicious of everything. From a certain perspective, he did suffer from paranoia. These scariest specters retain part of their instincts. There is a reason why Single Eye chose the abandoned school and Scarlet chose Li Wan Street. If we follow this logic, the cursed lady might be related to the hospital. Perhaps she is a patient that escaped from the hospital. You have a point. They did not use the main entrance. Instead, they climbed over the wall and moved through the hospital. How come this place feels so familiar to me? Meng Nan walked at the front. He looked at the pillows that littered the corridor and the human faces that were drawn on the pillows. His expression slowly changed. I believe I have been to this mental hospital before. You have been here before? Yes. Meng Nan nodded. He did not stop at the first 2 buildings but ran directly to the 3rd sick hall. The interior of the 3rd sick hall, which was located at the deepest part of the hospital, was very strange. Various curses were written on the walls and steel cages were placed inside the rooms. This did not look like a hospital at all, but more like a prison used to imprison criminals. Door, window, relying on the fragmented memory in his mind, Meng Nan arrived at the 3rd floor of the 3rd sick hall. There was not a trace of light in the dark corridor. It was chilling like the esophagus of a giant deep-sea fish. Don't make me lead the way. I am just a child. Meng Nan, who had been walking at the front of the group, suddenly stopped. He grabbed Lao Zhou and Chen Ge's hands and an innocent expression appeared on his face. Let's go in together. Chen Ge did not reject him. Every nerve in his body was pulled taut. Entering the corridor, time seemed to slow down. Endless screams and wails seeped out from the walls. This place gave Chen Ge a feeling that it was more dangerous than the abandoned school in Li Wan Street. After who knew how long, Meng Nan stopped before a door that was carved with curses. He sensed something and raised his hand to push the door lightly. However, the moment his finger touched the door, the black words on the door seemed to come alive, and they rushed toward Meng Nan. Meng Nan, who was so weak that he could not even stand up to a gust of wind, displayed extraordinary decisiveness. He used a blood thread to cut off his finger. The broken finger was consumed by the black words when it fell to the ground. Meng Nan looked at this with a pale face. He waved his hand, and the blood vessels weaved together to form a new finger. She is slightly stronger than I am. Holding his hand, Meng Nan retreated to stand behind Lao Zhou and Chen Ge. The door had been pushed open a gap by Meng Nan earlier. Chen Ge picked up the pillow that had a human face drawn on it and used it to push the door open. As the door slowly slid open, the curses in the corridor all boiled. They morphed into black and red threads. Like a web weaved by a giant spider, they surrounded the entire 3rd sick hall. All the doors and windows were sealed, and the escape route was completely cut off. Just as the few of them were panicking, all the screams and wails inside the sick hall disappeared. In the dead silence, suddenly there was the sound of footsteps. That was the sound of high heels stepping on the ground. The sharp high heels stepped on the floor that was covered in blood. Stepping on the faces that were twisted by the curses, she arrived before the few of them. The cursed lady, looking at the red high heels before them, the few of them did not dare move. The presence that the woman gave off was far stronger than Single Eye and Scarlet. Aren't they on the same level? Why is the cursed lady so scary? Quote, Chen Ge dared to move around freely before Single Eye, he dared to communicate with Scarlet, but beside the cursed lady, he did not even dare to breathe too loudly. It was an indescribable pressure. It was as if she willed it, she could kill every single person and baleful specter here in the blink of an eye. The pressure in the corridor increased. Chen Ge felt like his body was about to collapse. Just as everyone was about to give in, Meng Nan, who had been hiding at the back, walked out. The smallest and thinnest Meng Nan stood before the few adults. His current performance made Chen Ge look at him in a different light. No wonder he was one of the strongest baleful specters at Ping An apartment. Lao Zhou wanted to stop him, but it was already too late. Meng Nan appeared to have made up his mind. The blood vessels behind him floated. Suppressing the anxiety in his heart, he walked to stand before the red high heels. His bright eyes stared at the pair of shoes that were covered in blood. Meng Nan used all the energy in his body to ask, "Are you my mother?" The third sick hall gave Meng Nan the feeling of home. Most of his memory had disappeared. He could only vaguely remember that he and his mother had once stayed here. With anticipation, Meng Nan wished for the red high heels' response, but the next moment, he was tossed aside by the threads weaved by the curses. The dangerous-looking words imprinted themselves on Lao Zhou, Tang Jun and Zuo Han. The few of them collapsed to the ground. Only Chen Ge was still standing where he was. Moving forward step by step, the pair of red high heels appeared to only care about Chen Ge. The bone-chilling hand touched Chen Ge's heart. His heart almost stopped beating instantly. The red high heels appeared to be trying to confirm something. After she touched Chen Ge's heart, the cursed threads in the whole sick hall started to boil. It was as if she had finally found what she was looking for. Unable to resist, when Chen Ge regained his consciousness, he saw a woman in a red dress standing before him. The woman's dress was filled with human names weaved from the curses. The pale skin that was exposed was wrapped in black and red bandages. She was wearing a pair of high heels that had some kind of unique pattern carved on them. Cursed Lady, Chen Ge could not help himself from uttering this most horrifying name. But the next moment, the blood vessels on his arms started to twist. The dense black threads formed many ghastly words on the surface of his skin. That is not my name. The words that the cursed lady wanted to say were like a curse that could not be shaken off. They appeared on Chen Ge's body. He had no idea how the woman managed to do this. Forcing himself to remain calm, Chen Ge looked at the black threads on his arms. Enduring the intense pain, he said, "I have lost my previous memory, but I have a feeling that we should have known each other. I have also lost part of my memory, like my name." The black threads wiggled on Chen Ge's flesh. They kept forming new words. The scene looked very strange. Through the curse that I placed on myself, I found out that I lost my memory at the hospital. I have searched through all the abandoned hospitals and captured many patients and hospital workers, but I was unable to retrieve my memory. The culprit that caused you to lose your memory is Xinhai Central Hospital. Both of our memories were lost there. It is our common enemy. Chen Ge had gotten used to the pain, so his tone did not change that much. If you wish to retrieve your memory, you will need to enter the deepest part of the hospital. Other than the method that you mentioned, I have another method that can help me retrieve my memory. The cursed lady stood before Chen Ge. The bandages on her face peeled off layer by layer. Scary black threads leaked out from her entire body. Do you know what a curse is? The black and red threads were filled with crying human faces. The specter before him had cursed who knew how many people. Her power was magnified infinitely inside this city. It had reached a ridiculous level. Paying a painful cause, as the price, reaping a bloody effect, that is the curse, and it is also my only power. The cursed lady's pale hand strangled Chen Ge's neck. My memory is hidden inside your heart. With your heart as the price, I will be able to retrieve my memory. Even at that moment, Chen Ge still maintained a surprisingly calm demeanor. I bet that you will not do that. A curse is very difficult to reverse. Since I have your memory inside my heart, then I must be one of the people who is very important to you. On the surface, Chen Ge's expression did not change, but he was actually panicking inside his heart. Other than Scarlet, these specters were too scary. The single eye wanted Chen Ge's left eye, and now the cursed lady wanted Chen Ge's heart. With my life as the price, after you have obtained your memory, you realize that the important person in your memory is already dead. Is that really the memory that you want? Chen Ge spoke faster and faster. He did not want to give the cursed lady too much time to think. Even if I pluck your heart, you will not necessarily die. Even if I do not do that now, you will beg me to do that in the future. Every single word that the cursed lady left on Chen Ge's arm was filled with complicated emotions. She appeared to know something, but she did not say it out loud. I will voluntarily seek death. Chen Ge did not quite understand. Everything that he was doing now was for the sake of survival. Why would he seek death? All the specters in this city, including myself, not only have their memory been stolen, they have also had most of their power taken away. In order to recover these, the only way is to go to that hospital. But the paradox is that they who have lost their memory and power are no match for the hospital. The cursed lady had no reason to lie to Chen Ge. If she was willing, she could directly pluck Chen Ge's heart out now and not stay here to communicate with Chen Ge. Even if everyone in this city joins forces, they are still no match for the hospital. Chen Ge felt a trace of despair. Unless I can recover my lost memory and power, then there is no possibility. The cursed lady's blood-red eyes stared at Chen Ge. Not only my memory is hidden in your heart, there are other people's memories as well. Let me use everything that belongs to you to curse you, in exchange for everyone's memory and power other than yours. The cursed lady did not force Chen Ge, she merely gave Chen Ge a choice. Just now you said that even if I pluck out my heart, I will not necessarily die. Chen Ge was seriously considering the cursed lady's words. In this false beauty, as long as you still retain your real memory, you will not die. Let me think about it. Tragedy has arrived, I will wait here for your answer. The black and red threads retreated like the receding tide. The cursed lady pulled away from Chen Ge. The cursed lady's eyes moved away from Chen Ge's face and glanced at the back of his hand. When the man and ghost approached, the wound on the back of Chen Ge's hand that had not healed started to bleed again, like it was triggered by something. Was it you who left the wound on the back of my hand? Chen Ge raised his arm, but the cursed lady only nodded. 10 minutes later, the third sick hall returned to normal and all the black threads had disappeared. Lao Zhou and Tang Jun climbed up from the ground. After making sure everyone was fine, Meng Nan also woke up from his coma. We have underestimated the cursed lady's power, she should be the strongest ghost in this city. Meng Nan sucked in a cold breath. It is not embarrassing to lose to her, but I'm afraid we will need to give her a lot of thought before we can ask for her help. We have already met the 3 scariest specters in this city. The remaining specters will be dealt with by the tenants at Ping'an Apartments. Chen Ge, you just stay inside the haunted house and do not get involved with us anymore. Zhuo Han's mind was clear and his mind was clear. After we have prepared everything, we will go to the haunted house to find you. After Zhuo Han said that, he realized Chen Ge had not said anything. He patted Chen Ge lightly on his shoulder. Do not take what the cursed lady said to heart. Without a heart, can a person still be a complete person? Actually, she has a point. Do not overthink things, you are the key to all of our escape. Before Zhuo Han could finish, he saw Chen Ge's bloodshot eyes. Honestly, among all of them, Zhuo Han was the one who could understand Chen Ge the most. He had once considered exchanging his life with the single eye, only when he was forced to that stage would he understand that kind of feeling. Zhuo Han knew that Chen Ge, who was the focus of all the chaos, must be suffering 10 times more despair and pain than him. He wanted to comfort Chen Ge, but all his words seemed pale and powerless in the face of true despair. We will recover our memory. Zhuo Han did not disturb Chen Ge, who was deep in thought, and they left the third sick hall together. After discussing the new contact method, Chen Ge parted ways with the tenants at Ping'an Apartments. He took a long detour back to the haunted house at the theme park. He lay on the bed in the staff lounge. In the past, he only felt that the rising sun of this world was very warm, but now he was a little afraid of the sun rising. He didn't know what would happen tomorrow, but he knew it would be worse than now. As misfortune approached, Chen Ge lay on the bed, unable to sleep for the entire night. The next morning, at 8 a.m., Chen Ge woke up out of habit to start cleaning. Even though the haunted house was not open for business, he still went to inspect the scenarios and props every day. At 8:10 a.m., Zhang Ya appeared at the entrance of the haunted house. Her face was tired, and she seemed to have lost a lot of weight in just a few days. She had another nightmare last night. She woke up at 2 a.m. Once she closed her eyes, the nightmare would appear in her mind. Her father's condition was worsening, and her mother was taking care of him alone. Zhang Ya did not want to add more pressure to them, so she did not dare tell her parents. Instead, she turned to Chen Ge as the person she could confide in. At 3 a.m., I couldn't sleep no matter what. I woke up to take a sip of water. When I walked past the window, I saw someone downstairs. He kept staring at my window and smiling. Zhang Ya leaned against Chen Ge. The nightmare is slowly turning into reality. Now I can't tell them apart anymore. At this point, Chen Ge knew that the hospital had started to make their move on Zhang Ya. This was the hospital's usual style. First, they would drive a normal person crazy and then they would intervene and cure them. Chen Ge was very worried about Zhang Ya's mental breakdown, and then she would be sent to Xinhai Central Hospital. Once she was sent to that hospital, it would be too difficult for her to leave. At one point, he even had the thought of taking Zhang Ya and running away from this place, but where could they run to? This was a city without hope. All the memories and happiness were fake. Even if they wanted to run, they could not find the direction to run. Looking at the exhausted Zhang Ya, Chen Ge's fingers slowly tightened. Why don't you go back to the room and take a nap? I will take care of everything here. The words that he wanted to say could not be said. The cruel truth was squeezed in his heart. In this beautiful life that was slowly crumbling, Chen Ge carefully protected Zhang Ya. That was the only thing that he could do now. Opening the door to the staff break room, Chen Ge looked at the sleeping Zhang Ya and memorized her appearance in his heart. It feels like I owe her too much. Leaning against the side of the bed, Chen Ge did not move an inch away because he knew this was probably the last time he had left. When it was almost noon, the park's management and a few security guards entered the haunted house. They did not even greet Chen Ge before they barged in. When Chen Ge arrived, the park's management came up with the renovation plan that they had decided on their own. The haunted house's most popular murder by midnight scenario was given 3 days to be dismantled. They believed that this scenario had scared the visitors until they fainted and had caused a negative impact on the haunted house, so it had to be dismantled. A few amateurs walked around the scenario and commented on the props and traps that Chen Ge had carefully designed. Anything that they did not like had to be dismantled. Without waking Zhang Ya, Chen Ge followed behind the few managers with pen and paper. He carefully recorded down all the changes that needed to be made. This was not his haunted house, this was Zhang Ya's haunted house. He wanted to try his best to protect the haunted house so that it could reopen for business. As long as the haunted house could be reopened, they would have a chance to overcome this obstacle. That was already a very small request. There were more than 70 changes that needed to be made in one scenario that needed to be dismantled. They only gave Chen Ge 3 days to do all that. After the park's management left, Chen Ge's hand that was gripping the paper so tightly that it had crumpled. As long as the haunted house can reopen, life will have something to look forward to. After Zhang Ya woke up, Chen Ge took the paper and found her. Seeing the content on the paper, Zhang Ya also felt very sad. Chen Ge stood beside her and tried to console her. In the afternoon, the two started to modify the haunted house. They closed down Murder by Midnight and removed most of the scary props. They were busy all the way until 6 in the evening. The two of them were about to go out for dinner when Zhang Ya suddenly received a call from her family. Zhang Ya's father had been moved to another sick room and her mother had to stay to take care of him. After receiving the call, Zhang Ya immediately rushed to Xinhai Central Hospital. Chen Ge dropped her off at the entrance of the hospital. When the two parted, Chen Ge grabbed Zhang Ya's hand and told her that if she was afraid at night, she should go to the haunted house to find him and try not to stay home alone. Seeing Zhang Ya walk into the inner part of Xinhai Central Hospital, Chen Ge's heart slowly squeezed. He was afraid that this would be the last time the two of them would see each other. After returning to the haunted house, Chen Ge could not calm down. He kept pacing down the corridor. When it was around 9 p.m., he wanted to numb himself with work like he usually did. But when he entered the haunted house with the modification proposal, his whole person became lost. All of his talent and power was to make the visitors enjoy the haunted house more and to give them a better experience. He had never done a job that would actively destroy a haunted house before. Gripping the mallet tightly, Chen Ge looked at the haunted house that he had personally created and silently entered it. In one night, Chen Ge destroyed the murder by midnight scenario and modified all the scare points. The sun shone into the dark haunted house through the window, but Chen Ge did not feel any warmth. The light appeared to be hiding a bone-chilling chill. It's morning. Sitting at the entrance of the haunted house, Chen Ge, who had not slept for the whole night, did not feel sleepy. He patted the white cat on its head. The man and the cat looked into the distance quietly, waiting for Zhang Ya's arrival. At 10:30 a.m., long after the theme park opened for business, Zhang Ya finally arrived at the haunted house. Seeing Zhang Ya appear, Chen Ge sighed in relief. He was really worried that last night would be their last goodbye. Zhang Ya, take a good rest. Leave the haunted house to me. Chen Ge, who had not slept for the whole night, hoped that Zhang Ya would be able to take a good rest. He stood beside Zhang Ya and his eyes were filled with complicated emotions. The two entered the scenario. Zhang Ya was shocked to realize that Chen Ge had completed the modifications requested by the theme park's management. You didn't sleep at all last night. Zhang Ya was reminded of what Chen Ge had said earlier and her heart ached. At noon, Chen Ge found the manager of the theme park. After they gave the haunted house a thorough inspection, he and Zhang Ya thought that they could open the haunted house as usual, but to their surprise, the manager only told them to wait for further notice. There was no hope for the future, but Chen Ge and Zhang Ya did not give up. In the afternoon, Zhang Ya went to the hospital while Chen Ge stayed alone inside the haunted house. He looked at the scenario that had been modified beyond recognition and bit on his cracked lips. At around 11 p.m., the gate of the haunted house was knocked on. Chen Ge, who was inside the scenario, rushed out in a hurry. He saw Zhang Ya leaning against the gate. Her face was as white as paper and her gait was unsteady. What's going on? Chen Ge quickly helped Zhang Ya into the room. After I left the hospital at around 8 p.m., I kept feeling agitated. The scary memories from the nightmares felt like they were trying to crawl into my brain. Zhang Ya closed her eyes in pain. The world in my eyes will bleed for no reason. The strange man downstairs is getting closer and closer to me. I can feel him waiting for me in the stairwell. Zhang Ya's mental state was extremely unstable. The nightmares kept colliding with reality and it twisted the world in her eyes. She was in a dangerous situation and could not afford any more stimulation. Zhang Ya, you will sleep in the staff break room tonight. I will stay by your side and not let anyone disturb you. Chen Ge made a mattress on the floor and had Zhang Ya sleep on the bed. The staff break room was not big. After the lights were switched off, they could hear each other's breathing. The moonlight shone into the room through the gap. Zhang Ya, who was facing away from Chen Ge, suddenly whispered, Chen Ge, am I sick? No, it is the world that is sick. But why am I the one suffering? With the tip of her toes on the ground, Zhang Ya sat up in bed. The moonlight slid down her black hair. Hearing the sound, Chen Ge turned back to look. Zhang Ya was lying next to him like an injured cat. It is the world that is sick, but why are we the ones suffering? Her head leaned lightly against Chen Ge's back, hiding herself behind Chen Ge. It will be fine. Chen Ge did not turn around. The despair in his eyes could not be hidden. His natural acting seemed to have lost its effect before Zhang Ya. It will be fine. Listening to each other's heartbeat, neither of them fell asleep. They leaned on each other and waited for the next morning. At around 4 a.m., Zhang Ya received a call from her mother. She rushed to the hospital. Chen Ge wanted to stop her, but he did not have a good reason. At 8 a.m., Chen Ge tidied up the bed and started to clean the haunted house. After everything was done, he sat at the door. There was only one person and one cat inside the haunted house. There were no visitors or other employees. After the park opened for business, Chen Ge went to the management many times, hoping that they would give him some leeway. His efforts did not get any response. If anything, they advised him not to waste his time at the same place. After being rejected again and again, Chen Ge still insisted on going to the park's manager, hoping that they would give his haunted house a visit. He had already changed the rules. But even when the park closed for the night, Chen Ge still did not get the answer that he wanted. The manager left the park, and the other managers ignored Chen Ge. After having some food, Chen Ge still sat at the door and occasionally glanced at the park's clock. He kept waiting for Zhang Ya, but this time, Zhang Ya did not return to the haunted house. The bad feeling in his heart grew stronger. Chen Ge left the haunted house at midnight. He called Zhang Ya's number at the convenience store, but there was no answer. At 1 a.m., Chen Ge went to the hospital. He looked at the brightly lit Xinhai Central Hospital, but in the end, he did not enter it. He tossed and turned that night. Chen Ge would wake up to check if he heard any movement, but the entrance to the haunted house was empty, there was no one there. The next morning, after cleaning the place, Chen Ge hurried to the entrance of the haunted house. But even when the park opened for business, Zhang Ya still did not come. The whole day, Zhang Ya did not show up. Why is she not back yet? When night fell, Chen Ge kept moving around the haunted house. He had not done this before. On the third morning, there was still no news from Zhang Ya and her parents. Chen Ge and the haunted house seemed to have been forgotten by them. The fourth day, the fifth day. On the morning of the seventh day, Chen Ge, whose eyes were bloodshot, was cleaning the haunted house when several workers in security uniform suddenly rushed into the haunted house. What are you doing? Chen Ge stood at the door with a broom in his hand and did not move an inch. We are following the contract. This haunted house has been losing money for years and has failed several inspections. The management had a meeting and decided to demolish this place and prepare to build a new entertainment facility. The haunted house's boss is hospitalized. Don't you think it is too cold-blooded to close down the haunted house now? Chen Ge's eyes were red as he guarded the haunted house's door. Before you think we are cold-blooded, you'd better think about your unpaid salary first. Move aside. The few guards rushed forward. Chen Ge tossed the broom away and took out the mallet from the prop room. Bang! The mallet that was painted red smashed through the wooden boards. Chen Ge's scary strength made everyone stop moving. This is my discharge certificate. While I am still trying to reason with you, leave immediately. Chen Ge tossed the certificate on the ground. After the haunted house's boss recovers, you can do whatever you want, but you have to get his permission first. Even if Chen Ge gave up his life, he would protect the haunted house. The few guards seemed to have received the order from the management. They did not confront Chen Ge directly. Instead, they found wooden boards and nails to seal up the haunted house's front door. Now, even if Chen Ge had the key, he would not be able to open the door. Let's go. After the guards left, Chen Ge, who held the mallet, leaned against the wall and slowly sat on the ground. He was the only person left in the haunted house. Hugging his head silently, Chen Ge gritted his teeth. He did not eat and stayed there until the afternoon. When the sun was about to set, Chen Ge came to the top floor of the haunted house alone. In his mind, he remembered that he had found something here before, something that had changed his life. He searched everywhere but found nothing. The exhausted Chen Ge sat by the window. At the moment of fate, Chen Ge saw the most despairing scene of his life. Xinhai Central Hospital across the street, in the third sick hall that he once stayed in, at the window that he once stood at, Chen Ge saw Zhang Ya in the patient's garb. With empty eyes, Zhang Ya stood inside the room in the patient's garb. She lowered her head to look at the white pill in her palm. Zhang Ya, his hands gripped the window frame tightly. Chen Ge's voice was loud but Zhang Ya did not seem to hear anything. His palm was cut open by the window glass. Blood slid down his arm and dripped to the ground but Chen Ge did not seem to feel the pain at all. His eyes kept staring at the sick room that was not far away. The sun slowly sank below the horizon and the night enveloped Xinhai. The sickroom window was closed by the doctors and the thick curtains blocked everything. With blood dripping from his palm, Chen Ge stood at the top floor of the haunted house. He looked at the endless cluster of buildings. You guys are not even willing to give me the fake happiness anymore. Picking up his backpack, Chen Ge went downstairs and entered the haunted house's bathroom. He first glanced at the cubicle door that had been closed for some time and then he used his strength to smash the cubicle door in the bathroom window. Jumping out from the haunted house, Chen Ge did not leave immediately but he turned back to look inside the haunted house. A white cat was squatting obediently by the window. When it saw Chen Ge looking at it, it immediately ran over. Rubbing the white cat's head, Chen Ge said softly, "Tragedy has befallen me. The closer you are to me, the more dangerous it will be, so do not come back to find me." The white cat did not seem to understand what Chen Ge was saying. It just followed every step that Chen Ge took. When Chen Ge got into the taxi, it called out anxiously. When he arrived at the third sick hall, Chen Ge knocked on the door that was carved with curses. The cursed lady in a red dress appeared silently. She seemed to have known that Chen Ge would come. "I can give you the heart but before that, I want to give my left eye to another ghost." Chen Ge's tone was so calm that it was scary. I will use everything I have to help you recover your memory, but I hope that you can promise me one thing. You really want to use everything you have. The dark black words appeared silently. That was not the cursed lady's initial plan. Yes, the left eye, the heart, the head, the body, you can take everything. I only hope that you can leave my shadow behind so that I can stand guard behind her. As he said that, Chen Ge took out a sharp knife from his backpack. The sharp blade reflected on his face and the remaining memory flashed across his mind. This time I will be her shadow. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. The curse morphed into a black knife. Cursed lady personally handed the knife to Chen Ge. The hardest lie to distinguish is made up of 9 truths and 1 falsehood. The hardest illusion to escape is made up of 90% truth and 10% nightmare. I have plucked out your heart and I can use the curse to help you maintain your life and memory, but if you give up everything and only a shadow is left of you, I am afraid even I will not be able to help you. Quote, losing everything, changing beyond recognition. Are you willing to use that as the price to become the shadow behind her that cannot speak and will never be able to touch each other? The ghastly words were carved on Chen Ge's wound. He accepted the knife from Cursed Lady. Without any hesitation, he plunged the knife that was covered in curses into his chest. The blade sank into his body. Every bit of life that was lost was replaced by curses and despair. With his own flesh and blood as the price, Chen Ge used the curse to help Cursed Lady find out everything that he had experienced with Cursed Lady in this body. The memory bloomed inside the deepest part of the curse. The knife only managed to plunge halfway before it was stopped by countless black threads. Cursed Lady, who was wearing a red dress, had a complicated and painful expression in her eyes. She was reminded of her own past. The black threads intertwined to form a mysterious pattern on the bloody dress. The scary presence that Cursed Lady gave off continued to climb. It enveloped the whole of western Shanghai. The names of the wailing people were crushed. All the curses that Cursed Lady had consumed merged together to form a brand new name. In order to curse a person, one must know the other party's name. The Cursed Lady's name was her only flaw and biggest secret. At that moment, the name appeared before Chen Ge's eyes. Then it slowly disappeared. It was hidden inside the deepest part of the black and red dress. The pale hand gripped the knife that was stuck in Chen Ge's chest, but the curse was already flowing inside Chen Ge's body. Cursed Lady was unable to pull the knife out. Looks like you have recovered your memory. Can you tell me what kind of person I was in the past? Cursed Lady did not answer Chen Ge's question. She controlled the curse threads to seep into Chen Ge's wound. She wanted to prevent the wound from spreading further, but no matter how hard she tried, the wound continued to expand. The curse had already taken effect and was irreversible. The Cursed Lady placed her hand on Chen Ge's chest. The black thread weaved into 3 words before Chen Ge's eyes. Is it worth it? Of course it's worth it. Although I've lost most of my memories, I still vaguely remember that you once saved my life. A life for a life, that's fair. Quote, the pale hands gripped the cursed knife. No one had ever said something like that to a baleful ghost before. Many ghosts in this city have helped me before. They risked their lives to stand by my side. How can I possibly cower behind them just because I'm afraid of death? Chen Ge held the blade that was formed from the curse in his heart. This time, I will stand before them. The presence that enveloped the western countryside of Shanghai was getting more and more chilling. The Cursed Lady followed behind Chen Ge. I'll go with you. Inside the dance studio at Shanghai Private Academy, the mirror that was several meters long was shattered instantly. The sharp pieces of the mirror sliced through Chen Ge's face. Blood splattered everywhere. He was standing face to face with a single-eyed woman wearing a red school uniform. Is my left eye the only thing that you want? A brazen laughter pierced through the night. A never-before-seen aura of violence swept through Western Zhejiang's private academy. The sound of footsteps echoed down the deserted Liwan street. Chen Ge looked at the girl in the red dress who had been waiting for him at the corner of the street. His bloodied fingers lightly grabbed Scarlett's hand. There was an indescribable gentleness in Chen Ge's voice. You do not need to be anyone's shadow, you exist only for yourself. The blood from his heart flowed into Scarlett's heart. The originally dark street was covered in endless blood. Behind Scarlett, the shadow of many blood-red buildings appeared. Pingan apartments, the underground morgue, the abandoned village, the abandoned dam. Waves of scary presence surged, tearing through the heavy and dark night. Blood descended and dyed the whole starry sky red. Countless streaks of blood spread throughout the city. and all the despair and calamity were trampled under their feet. On the empty street, the streetlights flickered. An extremely oppressive and chilling presence appeared. The city at midnight appeared to be frozen. Everyone who was awakened turned to look at the end of the street. A young man carrying a backpack walked alone in the dark. He did not fit in with the whole city. Every step he took left behind a bloody footprint. Behind this man, there were many evil, violent, and vengeful shadows following closely behind him. Night of 100 ghosts. Terror and despair swallowed the whole city. The man's red eyes stared at the hospital in the middle of the city. The night sky was torn apart. Half of it was as black as ink and the other half was as red as blood. Xinhai Central Hospital also noticed this. All the lights in the hospital were switched off. There is only a thin line between salvation and destruction. Sometimes, destruction is also a kind of salvation. The young man stopped at the entrance of the hospital. The 7 night doctors stood in the middle of the road. Chen Ge, the moment the leader, Dr. Gao, opened his mouth, his head was already decapitated. A single-eyed woman tore off Dr. Gao's face. The head in her hands instantly morphed into black threads that wiggled like worms. Dr. Gao's body collapsed heavily to the ground. Blood dyed his white coat red. When his coat was completely dyed red, Dr. Gao stood up from the pool of blood again. The black threads and blood vessels weaved together to form an ugly face that was filled with scars. This was the real appearance of the fake Dr. Gao. Since we've fallen out, there's no need to waste any more time. Chen Ge did not go to negotiate with the hospital. He was not that naive to think that the hospital would let Zhang Ya go. Therefore, the safest solution was to destroy everything. He tore away all the despair, pain, beauty, and memory and buried this fake city alive. The night doctors revealed their true faces. Their white coats were dyed red. 7 red specters with special powers stood guard at the door. They stood where they were. The doors of the 7 sick rooms were all opened. The patients that they had treated rushed out like a flood. These patients appeared to have been fed black drugs. Their eyes were mixed with pain and madness. They all charged at Chen Ge. There were too many of them. There appeared to be no end to the patients at the deepest part of the hospital. Chen Ge, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind him. Chen Ge turned to look. The author was dragging a theme park worker in a Doraemon costume over. Behind them, there were countless people rushing over from all corners of the city. The people that you have once saved will one day become your salvation. A man in a red shirt walked out from the crowd. The presence that radiated from his body was scarier than the single-eyed man. The red specter walked past, and the black threads that wrapped around the patient slowly disappeared. The red specter's talent was a mystery. I told you that I will protect you, be it inside or outside the door. The eyes blinked, and the legs of the patients were amputated one after another. Within 100 meters, no one stood before him. Blood flowed like a river. The red specter moved forward silently like no one could stop him. Compared to the red specter, Single Eye was on the other end of the spectrum. She had lost control of her madness, and she kept on killing. All the patients that got close to her were pierced through by the blood threads. The despairing faces were sent into the empty left eye. The single-eye red specter not only went on a killing spree but also absorbed the souls and resentment of all the patients. The presence around her became scarier, and her hysterical laughter caused the few night doctors to shiver. The patients who had consumed the black medicine slowed down their steps as if Single-Eye's terror was stronger than the medicine's effect. Cruel, violent, bloodthirsty, and murderous eyes. She enjoyed the pleasure of being dominated by negative emotions. This was the real red specter. The front door of the hospital was flattened. The 7 night doctors could not understand how the amnesiac Chen Ge managed to gather all the specters together. All the specters in the city had gathered there, so why would these evil and bloodthirsty specters follow behind a living human? They had lost their memory, and they did not even know each other's names, so why would these specters follow Chen Ge without hesitation? Did they not know that attacking this hospital was like a moth flying into a flame? The 7 night doctors could not understand it, the patients who were being manipulated could not understand it, and the vice president, who was kneeling outside the president's office, could not understand it either. Countless specters and specters rushed toward the hospital, but Chen Ge maintained his speed and moved forward step by step. Blood dyed the road red, and the white walls of the hospital turned crimson. The 7 night doctors were scattered. They used their power to send as many specters into the brain maze as possible. These 7 red specters did not escape. It looks like they are purposely trying to buy time. There is a bigger building underneath the hospital, and I suspect they are trying to awaken something underground. Meng Nan followed closely behind Chen Ge. It seemed like he was trying to wash away some of his previous careless remarks. The curse spread through Chen Ge's body. The black blade that was stuck in his heart had almost completely sunk into his chest. The pain he endured grew more and more intense, but he showed no signs of stopping. His red eyes were about to bleed. When the red specters saw Chen Ge in his current state, they became even crazier. Scarlet, the one-eyed man, and the man in red were engaged in a fierce battle with the 7 night doctors. Without holding back, in just a few breaths, the fake Dr. Gao, who had been beheaded by one eye, was severely injured again. The balance of power was broken. Countless specters swarmed into the hospital, and the first sick hall was instantly bathed in blood. Chen Ge walked down the long corridor of the hospital. He held onto the wall and arrived at the first sick hall's director's office. Pushing open the door, countless black threads stabbed at Chen Ge's body, but the strange thing was that all the curses stopped 1 meter away from Chen Ge, unable to get any closer. The jars that were placed here have already been taken away. The room was empty. Other than the most vicious curse, there was nothing else. Chen Ge turned to the window and his eyes focused on the building that was not far away. Inside the third sick hall, the vice hospital director was handing the glass jars to 2 doctors before him. One of the doctors had the surname Sun, and the presence that radiated from the other doctor was no weaker than the one-eyed man. You 2 are the doctors that the hospital director values the most. One has a strange talent and the other is very powerful. Both of you, take the 7 jars and go underground immediately. The treatment has failed. Tell the hospital director to stop wasting time. We have to kill the evil spirit of patient number 1 as soon as possible. Quote. With every word, a face appeared on the vice hospital director's body, and the echo echoed inside the sickroom. By the time he was done, the originally gentle deputy dean had turned into a monster. His coat was covered with wailing faces of living people. In just a few words, when the vice hospital director walked out from the sickroom, Chen Ge's group had already dyed the 3 buildings red. The cursed blade morphed into thousands of blood threads and seeped into Chen Ge's body. Every time a specter tried to recall their own memory, the curse on Chen Ge's body would increase. The pain that he endured would increase, but the speed at which he walked would only increase. With a glimmer of hope, Chen Ge ran down the familiar corridor and pushed open the door of one of the sickrooms. From this sickroom's window, he could still see the haunted house at the theme park, but the woman in the patient's garb had disappeared from the window. Where has she gone? Outside the window, blood flowed like a river. Before Chen Ge arrived, he had already told all the specters that there were a few patients who were his companions, and he had them go and save these people first. When Chen Ge came down the stairs, of the 7 night doctors, 2 had already lost their souls, and the remaining 5 were not in good shape either. On Chen Ge's side, the only one who was injured was Single Eye. With her fighting style, it was hard for her not to be injured. In fact, she liked to trade injury for injury. In the blink of an eye, the 3 buildings were swept by the specters. When the vice hospital director arrived after giving his orders, the night sky was already dyed red. Where is Zhang Ya? Chen Ge's voice was calm and suppressed. When did you recover your memory? The faces on the vice hospital director's body opened and closed their mouths. I'm asking you, where is Zhang Ya? The roar came out from Chen Ge's throat. He, who had been struggling between life and death, exploded with a murderous intent that he had not felt before. Have you not recovered your memory? Looks like the problem is not with you but with her. In that case, there is still a chance to fix it. The faces released a grating laugh. The mouth on the vice hospital director's own face slowly opened. He used his own mouth to say the first thing that came out of his mouth after he saw Chen Ge. She was suppressed by the hospital director and, eating, but she still dared to split out a sliver of her lingering spirit to help you. Perhaps her soul has already dissipated by now. The moment the vice hospital director said that, a pale arm reached out from behind Chen Ge. The black threads that symbolized the curse weaved out from the vice hospital director's body. The cursed lady who was wearing a bloody dress reached her hand into the chest of the vice hospital director's mannequin. She gripped a heart that was solidified from the curse. Curse through voice. How did you possess the ghost fetus, talent? Quote. The mouths screamed shrilly. The cursed lady did not give the vice hospital director any more chances. She unleashed her full power. Everyone knew that the cursed lady was very scary, but no one knew just how scary she was. The cursed threads that covered the sky instantly enveloped the whole of Shanghai Central Hospital. She wanted to turn this hospital into a cursed hospital. She wanted to carve tragedy and despair into the hospital forever. The vice hospital director tried his best to stop her. The faces on his body were corroded by the curse. His beating heart was slowly dyed dark black. His body slowly weakened. The vice hospital director screamed at Chen Ge with despair in his eyes. Malevolent spirit, you will definitely be devoured by it. You will taste the deepest despair. Quote, malevolent spirit, are you talking about me? Seeing the vice hospital director being tortured by the curse, Chen Ge's eyes slowly drifted further away. At that moment Dr. Sun, who was holding the glass jar, was walking towards him. I am not some malevolent spirit. I have my own name. My name is Chen Ge. My name is Song of Song. Director. Quote, Dr. Sun, who had a face full of scars, was hugging 3 glass jars in his arms. He did not listen to the vice hospital director's order to leave but walked towards them quickly. Despair and pain filled his eyes. He looked at the dying vice hospital director. His eyes were bloodshot and he was about to cry tears of blood. Hearing the voice behind him, the vice hospital director slowly turned around. When he saw Dr. Sun was walking towards him regardless of the danger, his cold heart that was full of scars suddenly skipped a beat. But he soon returned to normal. The festering faces on his body screamed shrilly, don't come any closer. Leave now. Quote, the vice hospital director screamed at the top of his lungs, but Dr. Sun turned a deaf ear to him. He seemed to have lost his mind and wanted to fight with Chen Ge. Dr. La, take him away. The vice hospital director used his last bit of energy to scream. He knew that compared to his own life, the 7 jars were more important. He was already heavily injured and now he was distracted. The vice hospital director was almost torn apart by the cursed lady. He was barely hanging on to his last breath. But when he saw Dr. La stopped Dr. Sun and forcefully dragged Dr. Sun away, his heart that was hanging in his throat finally relaxed. Venomous light reappeared in his eyes. The vice hospital director stared at Chen Ge, evil thoughts. I will use everything that I have to curse you. I will make you suffer pain that is 10 times more than what I have suffered. I will make you, vice hospital director. The familiar voice came again. It forcefully interrupted the vice hospital director's words. He subconsciously turned around to look. Dr. La was holding the 7 glass jars alone. The organs inside the jars were madly knocking against the walls of the jars. Countless blood vessels gushed out from the jars. It was as if a giant mouth was biting Dr. La. Do not put the 7 jars together. The vice hospital director was worried sick, but then he saw something that he would never forget for the rest of his life. Dr. Sun's hand was placed behind Dr. La. Dr. La, who was trapped by the blood vessels in the 7 jars, was unable to move away. Dr. Sun, who had not even dried his tears, slowly exerted force on his arm. A sharp mirror shard pierced into Dr. Li's body from his back. The normal mirror shard reflected a child's face. The child looked very much like the young Chen Ge. The blood vessels suddenly squeezed into Dr. Li's body. Like a blood-sucking monster, they swallowed everything that belonged to Dr. La. The glass jar was gradually dyed red with blood, and fine cracks appeared on the sealed jar. After witnessing this, the associate hospital director lost his ability to speak, and Dr. La died with his eyes wide open. Dr. Sun, you. His head was removed. The vice hospital director's world turned upside down. His last sight was fixed on Dr. Sun. Dr. Sun, who was evil, crazy, full of the desire to destroy, the symbol of disaster and despair, was now standing next to Chen Ge like a child. Boss, I've found your past body, and I've gotten information about the Red Raincoat's child. I've also protected the living people who came in from outside the door. Dr. Sun sounded regretful. Unfortunately, Zhang Ya was taken away by the hospital director. I was unable to stop him. You've already done very well. When Chen Ge saw the 7 glass jars, there was a subtle resonance in his mind, as if the 7 jars contained himself. Holding the blade formed by the curse in his heart, Chen Ge carried the past of all the specters on his back. He bore the price for them to recover their memory and power as he silently walked to the 7 glass jars. Dr. La, who was as powerful as the single eye, had been sucked dry. The 7 glass jars had turned completely red. The power that keeps this city running comes from these 7 jars. Countless curses keep extracting power from the organs inside the jars. After so many years, the organs inside the jars still exist. That is a miracle. Dr. Sun's attitude had changed greatly compared to before. He had learned many things at the hospital, and the more he knew, the more respect he had for Chen Ge. How can I find Zhang Ya? How can I destroy this city? Chen Ge repeated these two sentences. The memory that belonged to a third party in his mind had been activated. Those cruel images kept reminding him that the organs inside the jars belonged to a third person, and that person had a different experience from him. Zhang Ya was taken away by the hospital director. The method to destroy this city is very simple, and that is to destroy these 7 glass jars. Dr. Sun did not give Chen Ge any perfunctory explanation just because he had not recovered his memory. Chen Ge slowly squatted down. In reality, Chen Ge had already reached his limit. Every single blood vessel in his body was flowing with curses. With each beat of his heart, the number of curses would increase exponentially. The vice hospital director said that I am an evil spirit, but I am who I am. Everything that I have experienced is definitely not a delusion. Every single person, every single ghost that follows behind me, they can prove my existence. Chen Ge's hand slowly touched the red jar. The memory that was sucked away by the jar surged back into his body like the tide. All the locks on those memories were unlocked. At the last moment of his life, Chen Ge found his own memory. He thought of everyone around him. He remembered all the things that they had been through. The game between life and death, the dance on the edge of a blade in every single night. Of course, he also remembered his first birthday at the haunted house. He remembered the birthday present that the baleful ghosts had prepared for him. He remembered how he had taught the ghosts how to scare people. He remembered how they had made a movie together and went to other people's theme park for team building. I have never thought of myself as an unfortunate person. To be able to meet them is already my greatest fortune. Chen Ge was the last to recover his memory. He had to bear the price that all his employees had to pay to recover their memory. This time, he stood before all his employees, just like how they had once stood before him to protect him. The memory that belonged to the third party in his mind did not disappear. The child who had taken away Shu Yin's heart appeared again. He wove the two different memories together. Chen Ge did not stop him. He did not have the power to stop him. When the memory slowly overlapped, the blood vessels that had pierced into Dr. Li's body all crawled into Chen Ge's body. The moment the blood from both parties intersected, the cracks on the glass jar started to increase. With every crack that appeared on the glass jar, a crack would appear on the starry sky that was dyed red above their heads. Chen Ge and his employees stared at the glass jar, but Dr. Sun appeared to know everything. It was as if the person who had helped him at the hospital was the ghost inside the glass jar. The dark and depressing city was dyed red by Chen Ge's group. The jar that was filled with black curses had also turned blood red. The starry sky that was originally dyed red started to crack, and the glass jar that contained the child's body also started to crack. The small glass jar appeared to be this city of despair. Time ticked by, and the end of the city started to collapse. The black fog that gave off the scent of foul odor and despair appeared out of nowhere. Xinhai behind the door was collapsing. Chen Ge had fulfilled his promise. If he could not find Zhang Ya, then he would bury this city alive. The curse spread inside his body, and the blood vessels inside the glass jar surged madly into Chen Ge's body. The child hidden in his mind guided the two forces to forcefully prolong Chen Ge's life. As the cracks on the glass jar increased, the child's power became stronger, but it was not enough to save Chen Ge's life. The curse seeped into his heart and spleen. The disease was incurable, and it seeped into his bones. Chen Ge's consciousness started to blur. As a living human, he had to bear the karma of countless malicious ghosts. In fact, it was already a miracle that he could last until now. We still have not found Zhang Ya. The specters stopped beside Chen Ge. In the middle of the broken city, the people from Haunted House stood together. The cursed lady was the first to place her hand on Chen Ge. She started to actively absorb the curse inside Chen Ge's body into her own body. Then Lao Zhou, Duan Yu and the other employees also placed their hands on Chen Ge's body. Blood dyed the whole city red. The starry sky and the glass jar next to Chen Ge shattered at the same time. Endless black fog poured down from above like a black ocean. The illusory city that the cursed hospital built behind the door had been destroyed. The twisted monsters inside the black fog consumed the lingering spirits that were running around. The spirits inside the city were turned into wailing ghosts. The buildings under their feet crumbled layer by layer. The natural disaster descended. The black fog swirled, and it was then that everyone saw the real world behind the door. This was a hospital that was built inside the sea of black fog. It was like an iceberg floating on the surface of the sea. The part that was exposed to the sea of black fog was only about 10% of the whole thing, and Chen Ge's group had been staying at the surface. Sensing something, Chen Ge looked down. His gaze pierced through the ground that was made up of curses. The woman in the red dress and the fluttering black hair was at the deepest part of the cursed hospital. Zhang Ya. Other than Zhang Ya, Chen Ge saw 3 other gods inside the hospital. A doctor in a white coat and a strange man who only had a mouth on his face had forced Zhang Ya into a corner. At the lowest level of the hospital, there was a monster whose lower body had merged with the black fog and whose upper body was carrying the whole hospital on its back. It was guarding the door at the deepest part of the hospital. If it joined the battle, it would be able to crush Zhang Ya, but it did not dare take even half a step away from the door. Bring all the night doctors here. Seeing Zhang Ya at the deepest part of the hospital, seeing the girl who was still fighting despite the wounds all over her body, Chen Ge's heart that had been pierced by the curse started to beat again. He felt like he could not die there. At least, he had to see her again. Forcing himself to stay awake, Chen Ge's determination was something that even the ghost workers could not do. The night doctors were placed in the middle of the 7 jars. The blood vessels kept extracting the negative emotions and power from their bodies. The organs inside the jars appeared to come alive. The resonance between them and Chen Ge grew stronger. This body that has been split apart does not have my memory, but it is from the same source as me. The memories that belong to 2 different people overlapped perfectly with the child's help. These 2 different memories were like the same person living their life in 2 different ways, good and evil. One of them believed in the goodness of the world, and he was sincere and kind. He was willing to atone for all the misfortune and bear all the pain and despair. The other showed his kindness. He did not mind viewing humanity from the worst angle. He was not a bad person, but he insisted on the absolute fairness of an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. Spirit sniff, yin-yang vision, ghost ear, calamity mouth, mortician's makeup, living doll, are all the talents that you've given me just for this day. Chen Ge's hands fiddled with the blood vessels. He looked at the body that had been split apart. The merging of the memory is to facilitate the merging of the body. Chen Ge had no way out. The curse had pierced through his heart. If he wanted to survive, he had to at least get a new heart. My heart contains the past and memory of all my employees. To complete the curse, I used my own heart as the price to help them find their sense of self. Now, my cursed heart is empty. Chen Ge, who had recovered his memory, did not need to think too deeply about many questions. He could guess the answer directly. He seemed to be talking to himself, but at the same time, it felt like he was talking to someone in his mind. Have you already predicted all of this? You were afraid that I would not let go of the memory in my heart, so you used this kind of method to empty my heart. Quote, the child in his mind was given a fright. He shook his head, but he soon realized that even if he shook his head, Chen Ge would not be able to see it. Chen Ge reached out to hold the beating heart. After absorbing the bodies of the few night doctors and the deputy hospital director, the heart was rejuvenated. I have no other choice. I have to survive. The red eyes stared deep into the hospital. Yin-yang vision saw through the endless curses. In the despair of death, Chen Ge revealed a smile. We promise to be inseparable for the rest of our lives. The 7 glass jars all exploded, and the seal on them was completely shattered. Chen Ge used the doll power on his own body. With the help of many specters, he controlled the blood vessels. Using his own flesh and blood as the raw material, he swapped out the cursed organs. The 7 glass jars were the foundation of the hospital. Now, not only were the jars broken, the body parts that had been cut apart were merging with Chen Ge. All the order was broken. The whole hospital started to shake, and the floors crumbled. Chen Ge and the rest were getting closer and closer to the bottom of the hospital. Underneath the hospital director and Eid were still unable to kill Zhang Ya. They had tried many different methods, but Zhang Ya would always find a way to survive at the edge of death. She had too many natural talents, and the more she was hurt, the stronger she would become. There was no limit to the growth of her power, and that was scary for a demon god. The hospital was on the verge of collapse. The monster who guarded the door at the bottom of the hospital slowly opened his eyes. He looked at the door that he had been guarding and said with complicated emotions, "Your child has come to find you. I will lock him behind this door with all of you." Once he said that, the surrounding black fog started to boil. This monster seemed to have absorbed too much of the impurities in the black fog. He sacrificed part of his body to gain the power to control the black fog. The demon god carrying the cursed hospital continued to grow in size. His lower body completely melted into the black fog, and he turned into a monster. He was like the past that Chen Ge saw behind the door of the ghost fetus. Both of them were absorbing the things inside the black fog, and part of their bodies were assimilated. But this demon god was crueler than the ghost fetus in that the ghost fetus only used part of his consciousness to absorb the black fog while the demon god used his main body. Chen Ge had no idea how the black fog was formed, and he had no idea what was contained inside the black fog, but he knew that if he absorbed a large amount of the black fog's energy, he would be met with tragedy and misfortune. The Black Sea surged upward. When the demon god controlled the black fog to attack Chen Ge's group, everyone realized that the hospital was not stationary. It was constantly moving inside the black fog. At that moment, the demon god carrying the hospital suddenly made his move, and the cursed hospital floated in the middle of the black fog like a floating island. The hospital is continuously absorbing the black fog, and they are injecting something from the black fog into the patients' bodies. Chen Ge was multitasking. His flesh and the organs of the children inside the jar kept merging, and his various talents were greatly enhanced. The most obvious example was that Chen Ge's yin-yang vision could not only see through the curse but also the black fog. Every floor of the hospital had a large number of patients trapped inside, and the black pills that they were given were made from something inside the black fog. Chen Ge himself had ingested the pills with the black threads before, so he knew how strange and scary they were. The hospital wants to make use of the black fog. All the patients are objects that they are using to test the black fog. The information in his mind slowly connected, and Chen Ge slowly realized the problem. The hospital drove normal people crazy and used various methods to train the patients. Different patients were used for different purposes. The lowest level patients were merely vessels to purify the black fog. They were fed a large amount of black pills, and when they exploded, they would create a strong resentment and curse. Negative emotions lingered around the hospital, and it could make this island more stable. At the same time, the curse and resentment were the source of power for the night doctors and the demon god. Unique patients would receive unique treatment. The hospital was like raising a venomous insect. Their ultimate goal appeared to be to cultivate an existence similar to patient number 1. After retrieving his memories, Chen Ge became calmer. Going through fire and water again and again had given him a strong heart that surpassed the limits of humans. Do not touch the thing in the black fog. Gather everyone below the red specter to my side. The cursed hospital was very similar to the residential area behind the ghost fetus door. Perhaps the ghost fetus was inspired by the cursed hospital and used the curse to open the door in the black fog. Having learned his lesson, Chen Ge knew how lethal the black fog was against normal ghosts and lingering spirits, so he immediately gave the order. This was the final battle of the 4-star scenario. Those below the rank of Red Spectre did not have the right to participate. If they were touched, they would be killed instantly. Hearing Chen Ge's words, many employees gathered around him. The one-eyed Chong Wenyu, the scarlet Xiao Biyu, Zhang Wenyu, and the red high heels voluntarily walked to the outside. The 4 top red specters made their move at the same time. The threads of blood and curses rose up like a tidal wave to protect Chen Ge and all the employees. Normally, even if 4 top red specters worked together, they would not be the demon god's match, but Zhang Wenyu and the red high heels had both mastered and inherited part of the demon god's talent. Combined with the fact that the demon god had to split his attention to guard the door at the bottom of the hospital, the two sides were stuck in a stalemate. No one was able to do anything to the other, but overall, the situation was not in Chen Ge's favor. Zhang Ya's talent was a mystery. She kept using the talents of various specters to make herself more flexible, but even so, she was almost at the end of her rope. The wounds on her body stopped healing. On the red dress that was dyed with blood, part of the black ghost faces started to disappear, and after these ghost faces disappeared, they never appeared again. Even though Zhang Ya's power was still climbing, she was about to reach her limit. For some reason, the 2 demon gods that surrounded her did not go for the kill initially. They thought that they would be able to capture Chen Ge and Zhang Ya alive without paying too much of a price. But now, be it Chen Ge or Zhang Ya, accidents had happened on 2 different battlefields. At that moment, they could not care less. They attacked at full force. Even if they had to pay the price of being heavily injured, they had to destroy Zhang Ya's soul. This demon god was too scary. If they did not destroy her body and soul, they would not have the chance to do anything to Chen Ge. The power of the Eat demon god was to consume. It would try its best to consume everything on its opponent, from their lingering spirit to their memory, it could take everything away. Therefore, in a fight with it, as long as it did not die, it would grow stronger. Initially, the hospital planned to have the Eat demon god consume Zhang Ya, but now that there were too many variables, they did not dare take the risk. The demon god with the surname, Kai, and Zhang Ya, who had completely lost their minds, fought fiercely. The director retreated. He pulled out a woman in a patient's garb from the sea of curses. The Zhang Ya in Xinhai City should have disappeared with the collapse of the city, but that was not the case. The Zhang Ya that was woven from Chen Ge's memory was unconscious inside the curse. Her beating heart was printed with many blood-red words. Most of them were cruel, filled with murder, pain, and despair. But wrapped inside the ghastly red words, at the deepest part of the heart, there were a few clear characters. I had a dream. I dreamed that I shared the same umbrella with him to go home. I dreamed that we were waiting for the bus at the bus stop. I also dreamed that I hugged him. The words that were the least stained with blood were hidden at the deepest part of her heart. It was because of the existence of these bloody words that the Zhang Ya in the patient's garb did not disappear together with Xinhai City. She was Zhang Ya's heart and most precious obsession. For the tragic dead, this memory was like a lamp in the middle of endless despair. It did not fit in with the blood world, it gave off a weak light. Normal curses will not work on you, but if you are cursed with the blood from your heart, then the result will be different. The hospital director in the white coat strangled Zhang Ya's neck. His hand that was covered in curses and human faces pressed on Zhang Ya's head. He wanted to suck out all the bloody words from Zhang Ya's heart. Zhang Ya, who was in a coma, felt intense pain. The demon god Zhang Ya, who was being held back by the demon god with the surname, Eat, was also affected. The hospital director's curse is very scary. Using the blood from the demon god's heart to cast a curse, perhaps it will be able to heavily injure Zhang Ya. Dr. Sun paid close attention to the hospital director. He knew that the scariest person at the hospital was the hospital director. There are 3 demon gods at the hospital. Zhang Ya is holding back 2 of them. The demon god at the bottom of the hospital appears to be unable to leave the door, so he can only use the black fog to attack us. Chen Ge thought about it and came to a decision. Tell Zhang Wenyu's group to attack the door with everything they have. No matter what is behind the door, we have to find a way to open the door. The lower they went, the closer they were to the demon god, the greater the resistance they faced, but Chen Ge's group had no other choice. Zhang Ya's situation was very dangerous, but it was impossible for the few top red specters to snatch her away from the demon god. Even if they could get close to the demon god, they would not be able to keep up with the demon god's speed. Now the only hope was the door at the bottom of the hospital. The door was standing where it was and could not be moved, so the demon god could only passively guard it. Every decision that Chen Ge made was made after careful consideration. He needed to find a chance of survival in this hopeless situation. Since the hospital is very concerned about that door, then I will go and destroy that door. Chen Ge did not let his anger get the better of him. His mind was very clear. To stabilize the situation, he had to know how to make full use of the power that he had. Turning from defense to offense, the monster at the bottom of the hospital did not expect Chen Ge to be so courageous. The hospital was collapsing layer by layer. Chen Ge's group was getting closer and closer to the battlefield of the demon god, but Chen Ge, who was using his doll power on himself, not only did not evade, he chose to actively approach. Looks like you have a lot of trust in this demon god. You think that she alone can hold us back. The curse in the hospital director's palm drilled into Zhang Ya's body. The black threads dug deep into Zhang Ya's heart like fish hooks. Zhang Ya, who was wearing the patient's garb, was like a sleeping beauty who was lost in a nightmare. The curse cut into her heart. Her brows creased slightly and her lips opened slightly like she was calling someone's name. The bloody words in the patient's garb were pulled out from Zhang Ya's heart. The curse that was filled with twisted human faces wrapped around her heart. Using Zhang Ya in the patient's garb, the hospital director started to curse Zhang Ya in the bloody clothes. Chen Ge saw all of this. Madness burned at the bottom of his eyes and his hands moved faster. This was the first time Chen Ge used his doll talent fully. A perfect doll needed the soul and flesh of a living person. The birth of a doll signified the loss of a human life. Life and death were equal. When he obtained the doll talent, he did not expect that the first time he would use this talent would be on himself. The organs that were entangled by the curse were replaced. Chen Ge's body and the child's body merged together in a unique way. Everything that was harmful to Chen Ge was expelled from his body, including the wound on the back of Chen Ge's hand that would not heal no matter what. The blood that the red high heels created using the blood from Gao Rushui's heart was also removed. However, during the removal process, something unexpected happened. The blood that had been restrained by the curse broke through its restraints. Someone seemed to have left a mark deep inside Gao Rushui's blood. The moment the wound was removed, a blinding red starlight burst through the black fog. In the last few seconds before the blood dissipated, everyone present heard a man's desperate scream. To be able to attract the attention of all the demon gods present, the owner of this voice was also a demon god. Such a familiar voice. The headmaster's movement paused for a moment. Chen Ge, who was using all his power to remove the curse from his body, also lifted his head to look at the spot where the blood had dissipated. Gao Rushui's heart blood had completely disappeared from the world of black fog, and the last trace of her in this world had been wiped away. The world of black fog shook because of this drop of blood, and the sea of fog in the distance kept churning. The organs kept being replaced, and Chen Ge's body finally showed signs of improvement. However, the thing that worried him was that after he used the child's body, there appeared to be an invisible connection between him and the world behind the door. It was a kind of protection and also a kind of restraint. These 7 blood jars contain enough power to control an entire city. They are very scary, but they are filled with the presence of death. It appears like only the dead can use them. The doll that Chen Ge had made from his own flesh had reached the last step. Now, he only needed to replace the heart, and he would be reborn. The demon god who was carrying the hospital also saw this. He appeared to have been waiting for this moment. When Chen Ge prepared to replace the heart, a monster that was pieced together from broken limbs and skulls leapt out from the already turbulent sea of fog. It was like a centipede that was bigger than the cursed hospital. Every part of its body was carved with endless wailing lingering spirits. The forgotten memories of the living were deposited in the world of black fog, turning into rotten broken limbs. The demon god digested these things and turned himself into a giant monster. The twisted body that looked like a centipede was the lower half of the demon god that was hidden in the black fog. This monster was twice the size of the giant whale that the ghost fetus had transformed into. The scariest thing was that part of its body was still hidden in the black fog, and even now, it had not revealed its full face. How was one going to win against an opponent like this? Compared to it, a top red specter was as small as an ant. Chen Ge made use of the time to replace the heart. The giant tail of the centipede that was pieced together from the broken limbs slammed heavily at Chen Ge's head. At the same time, several blood-red buildings appeared out of thin air. They formed the image of Liwan City in the middle of the black fog. Xiao Biyu tried his best, but the difference in power was too big. The bloody Liwan City was like a mirage. It was only delayed for a few seconds before it was shattered. However, it was these few precious seconds that gave all the red specters time to react. All the lingering spirits called Zhong Wenyu disappeared, and the presence of the real Zhong Wenyu became scarier and scarier. He raised both of his arms. Behind him, many shadows also raised their arms. They wanted to use their bodies to block the demon god's attack. Around Zhong Wenyu, countless cursed threads silently appeared and curled around the body of the centipede. The giant tail slowed down. When it was about to land on Chen Ge's head, a shrill and arrogant laugh echoed. The single eye was dripping with blood. Zhong Wenyu's body grew several times larger. The blood vessels on her body weaved to form the picture of a 3-headed demon. Her scarred arms pierced into the giant tail. This top red specter did not know the meaning of fear. She dared to face a demon god head-on. The giant tail was forcefully stopped. It stopped above Chen Ge's head. The demon god at the bottom of the hospital had a dark expression. Let's see how long you can last. Life and death hung on a thin line. At this crucial moment, the black fog in the distance started to boil. Everyone's eyes were attracted, and they all turned to look at the black fog. An indescribable pressure slowly appeared. The black sea of fog was pushed aside, and a snow-white cat slithered through the darkness, sprinting toward Chen Ge. Blood dripped from its multicolored eyes, and blood vessels radiating a unique presence crawled out from its back like a pair of blood wings. A cat. The three demon gods turned to the white cat at the same time, but in just half a second, the expressions of the three demon gods changed. The sound of chains clanking came from deep inside the black fog. A figure that was bound by countless chains slowly appeared in the black fog. His doctor's uniform was dyed black and red, and his hands gripped the chains tightly. Dr. Gao. The demon god's presence crashed into the fog, and this was just the beginning. The chains were pulled taut, and as the black fog slowly dissipated, a boundless blood city appeared behind Dr. Gao. He knew that he was no match for the hospital alone. To save his only blood relative, this cruel man dragged the blood city through the fog. The blood city descended, and the sea of fog was washed away. The indescribable pressure caused everyone's heart to skip a beat. Chains carved with despair curled deeply into Dr. Gao's body and melded with his flesh and blood. No one knew what had happened to him inside the blood city. The presence that he gave off was scarier than Zhangya. The red eyes slowly moved away from the blood vessels on the white cat's back. Dr. Gao turned his attention to the monster that was carrying the hospital on its back. He made the decision almost instantly. As long as he heavily injured this monster that was carrying the hospital, the cursed hospital would have a hard time moving through the sea of fog, and that would create a chance for the blood city to consume the hospital. I am the one who has committed all these crimes, but you have cursed my wife to death. I have been hiding everywhere, hoping that you would give me a chance, but you refused to let me go. You chased me from Xinhai to Zhujiang, from inside the door to outside the door. Quote, now I have nothing, no family, no past. The chains rattled loudly, endless black patterns curled around the chains. Dr. Gao knew that he was no match for so many demon gods at the hospital, so he did not plan to win from the very beginning. He would give it his all and use the safest method to perish together with the enemy. He did not need to win, he only needed to survive. Dr. Gao was the first variable. The endless blood city was getting closer and closer to the hospital. The school of the afterlife was next to the blood city, but due to its proximity, it was consumed by the blood city. The director's calm face finally changed. He recognized Dr. Gao. The cold gaze moved between Dr. Gao and Dr. Sun. The director's face paled. The two doctors that he had the highest hopes for in his life were now standing on the opposite side of him. They had become his mortal enemy. Man and God are pitted against each other. I want you to become a god without any weakness, but you want to perish together with me. You are just a ghost that can withstand more pain and despair. Do you think you deserve to be called a god? Dr. Gao's raised arm swung down heavily. He slammed a chain into the bottom floor of the hospital. The color of blood started to spread. The endless blood city was like a giant beast that had been awakened. It opened its mouth that was filled with fangs at the cursed hospital. The whole hospital started to shake. When the blood vessels reached the door at the bottom of the hospital, demon god who was carrying the hospital gave up on attacking Chen Ge and used his gigantic body to protect the door. He wanted to guard the door, but Dr. Gao was not Chen Ge. When the demon god of the hospital pulled back his body, Dr. Gao had already slammed a chain heavily on the door. You're too slow. Blood stains appeared on the black door. The door was originally blood red, but its surface was covered in countless curses. That was why it looked like a pure black door from afar. The new and old presidents of the Society of Strange Tales had the same judgment about the situation. They both used the door as a breakthrough point. The monster who was carrying the hospital had a scary presence, but Dr. Gao, who was backed by the Blood City, was the real demon god. He had already prepared himself for death. He did not care whether his body would be injured or not. He just wanted to destroy this place that had changed his life. The chains pierced through the bottom floor of the hospital. Dr. Gao did not engage the demon god directly. Other than attacking the door, he kept using the chains to connect the hospital and the blood city. Demon god had a bulky body, and with the interference of 4 special top red specters, he was unable to stop Dr. Gao alone. The number of chains connecting the blood city and the hospital increased. Blood energy flowed through the chains toward the hospital. Countless wandering souls used this chance to escape from the blood city. They could not stay inside the black fog for too long, so they all rushed toward the hospital. When they ran into the 4-star scenario, School of the Afterlife, they had only managed to delay the time of being consumed. The director knew how scary the blood city was. He immediately had stopped Dr. Gao while he dealt with Zhang Ya. The pressure on Zhang Ya, who was at the brink of death, decreased instantly. To prevent the director from completing the curse, she attacked with all her might. Her black hair blocked out the sun, and the blood sea roiled. The closer she got to the Blood City, the stronger Zhang Ya's power became. There seemed to be a strange connection between her and the Blood City. Eat! And the monster carrying the hospital attacked Dr. Gao at the same time, but Dr. Gao and Chen Ge kept their eyes on the cursed door. During the battle, more and more chains pierced through the bottom floor of the hospital. The boundless blood-colored tide came crashing down, and the Dean finally revealed his trump card. With his control, the curse that had accumulated inside the hospital for decades slowly rose up to envelop the whole hospital. The blood crashed into the hospital. The director knew that the cursed cage would not last for long, but he was confident that he could deal with all the enemies inside the hospital before the prison was broken. The blood-red coat turned dark black, and the cursed names appeared around him. Each word formed by black lines represented a human life, and Dr. Gao's wife was among them. You are the most perfect doctor I've ever met. I originally wanted you to be the next director, but unfortunately, you've made the wrong choice. The director's left hand gripped Zhang Ya's neck. The blood words in Zhang Ya's heart were being torn apart, and his right hand found the name of Dr. Gao's wife. Everyone who enters this hospital will be cursed. Do you think you can resist it just because you've become a demon god? His finger pierced through Dr. Gao's wife's name. At the same time, Dr. Gao's movement slowed like his heart was being stabbed. Blood trickled down the corner of his lips, and his body was covered in chains. The pain in his heart did not cause Dr. Gao any pain. If anything, it made him laugh madly. I thought I didn't love her that much anymore, but who would have thought that piercing her name would cause me so much pain? Looks like even though I've changed beyond recognition, even though I've become neither human nor ghost, I'm still me. Quote, the chains were cut off by the cursed cage, and the ghosts inside the Red City could not enter. Dr. Gao and Zhang Ya were both cursed. Chen Ge and the rest were at their most dangerous moment. The three demon gods who had been around the hospital for a very long time did not trust each other completely, but at the moment of life and death, they unleashed their true power. This is the last moment. Chen Ge looked at the chaos before him. He held the child's heart with both of his hands. At the most crucial moment of the heart exchange, under the condition that he could not be interrupted, he called out a name. Yan Danian. A hand reached out from his wounded back. Yan Danian tore off the skin on Chen Ge's back to reveal a painting that was hidden inside the flesh. 8 scary legs crawled out from behind Chen Ge. A red specter that looked like a spider crawled behind Chen Ge. From the presence, this red specter was slightly weaker than a top red specter, but to everyone's disbelief, there was a blood door embedded inside this red specter's body. To hide this trump card, when Chen Ge was on the way to the hospital, he had Zhang Yi erase his and most of the employees' memory of the tunnel woman's son. Chen Ge had entered the blood door too many times. He knew that the cursed hospital had the power to take away a person's memory, so before he entered the hospital, he had Zhang Yi hide his own memory. His mind was blank. Even if the other party wanted to take away his memory, that was something that only Zhang Yi could do. After preparing everything, Chen Ge had Yan Danian use a permanent page of the comic to draw a pattern to hide his presence on his back. To activate this trump card, there was only one condition, and that was to find Zhang Yi. He had forgotten about the existence of the tunnel woman's son, and the hospital had forgotten about this as well. They did not expect that Chen Ge would carry a blood door with him. Everything that happened was within Chen Ge's expectations. Now that the hospital was sealed by the cursed prison, and it was completely cut off from the outside world, Chen Ge pushed open the door inside the giant spider's body. The blood tide rushed into the hospital, and in the dancing blood vessels, a human shadow flashed. The blood shirt's arm was severed, and Bai Cholan walked out from the door holding a broken oil painting. Boss, I've found the person that you're looking for. Endless blood started to spread. The tunnel woman's son showed an expression of extreme pain. The blood door kept cracking, and an indescribably scary presence surged out. Moments later, a pale hand grabbed the door frame, and the painter who looked similar to Fan Yu walked out from it. His fingers were stained with blood, and he held a piece of human skin in his palm. His eyes that were as deep as the night sky turned to look at the director. Is this the person that you asked me to draw? When the painter saw the director, his bloody fingers started to move on the human skin. The presence that he radiated was many times scarier than when he was at the school of the afterlife. Other than that, Chen Ge noticed something else. The painter had once said that he could only draw humans, but now he was drawing for the director without hesitation. In just a few seconds, he had drawn the demon god's shadow on the human skin. Blood dripped, and the painter appeared to have turned into a demon god. The power that could change the situation had appeared. The painter was not as powerful as Dr. Gao or Zhang Ya, but he had a very scary talent. Even though the number of times he could use it was limited, the hospital's demon god was unable to react when he was caught off guard. When the director felt that his control over the curse was slipping, the painter was already halfway done. Another demon god, the dean, who had always been confident, realized that his strength was being stripped away. He roared, "Close that blood door. Destroy that painting." Quote, the demon god with the surname Kai and the demon god with the monster god also realized that something was wrong. They both attacked Chen Ge's blood door at the same time. On Chen Ge's side, he attacked the door at the bottom of the hospital with all his might. Starting from the door, and ending at the door, the focus of the battle revolved around the two blood doors. When the demon gods arrived, the son of the tunnel lady stood where he was. His 8 legs supported his body, and one after another, blood shadows walked out from behind the door. All the red specters from the school of the afterlife appeared. Other than them, the old headmaster had released the bad news from the Blood City. With the support from the school's consciousness, the red specters from the school protected the painter. With the last stroke, the painter's power broke through again, and he successfully stripped away the hospital director's power. For a demon god, this was unimaginable. The director's hand that held Zhang Ya in the patient's garb aged instantly. Many spots appeared on his skin, and the cursed names started to attack him like venomous insects. Seeing the weakened director, Zhang Ya, who had been on the defensive, exploded. Her black hair was like a boundless ocean, crazily spreading outwards. Her eyes were scarlet red as she stepped on a sea of blood. With a peerless ferocious might, she vowed to tear the dean to shreds. The counterattack had just begun, and the hospital itself was almost destroyed. Left unattended, Dr. Gao attacked the blood door at the bottom of the hospital madly. Lines of blood appeared on the door that was covered in countless curses. Dr. Gao seemed to sense something. His cold gaze seemed to pierce through the door. "I know what is hidden behind the door. After so many years, you still haven't given up." Hearing this, the monster carrying the hospital immediately realized that something was wrong. He wanted to stop it, but it was too late. Dr. Gao seized the gap in his opponent's defense and pulled out chains that were dyed red with blood from his body. Each chain was intertwined with sin and suffering. As the chains were pulled out, the rationality in Dr. Gao's eyes gradually dissipated. He removed the seal and attacked with all his might. No one expected Dr. Gao to be hiding his true power. The blood tide caused the door of the hospital to crack. The monster, demon god, and Eat wanted to stop him, but the many red specters around the painter and Chen Ge all stepped forward to help. They could only watch as Dr. Gao opened the door at the deepest part of the hospital. Bang! A loud bang that pierced through the soul shocked everyone. The door at the deepest part of the hospital that was filled with cracks was opened, and an extreme stench of blood leaked out from it. Dr. Gao stood alone at the door. The rationality in his eyes slowly returned. His eyes stared into the door, and his face was filled with murderous intent. "Hospital director, I knew you would be hiding here." Hospital director. Dr. Gao's words alarmed Chen Ge. There appeared to be another hospital director behind the door at the bottom of the hospital. "Gao Ming, you always leave when you shouldn't and appear when you shouldn't." An old voice came from the other side of the door. He sighed softly. The door at the bottom of the hospital slowly disappeared to reveal the hidden scene behind it. Mountain of corpses and sea of blood. It was a purgatory made from broken body parts. The most disgusting thing was, the word, heaven, was written on the door of this purgatory. Adults and children with smiles on their faces walked through the blood and curses. With exaggerated and strange smiles on their faces, they lived in a home that was pieced together from the severed limbs. Black blood dripped to the ground, and the broken bodies slid down. On the chair that was carved from human bones sat a man in a bloody shirt. He looked 80 to 90% similar to the hospital director outside the door, but he felt much younger. The man's lower body was connected to the mountain of corpses and sea of blood. He was heavily injured, and it appeared like he needed to absorb energy from heaven to survive. After the door at the bottom of the hospital was broken, Chen Ge's eyes turned to a certain direction. He seemed to have lost his mind, and his brain stopped thinking. He maintained this posture, looking at that direction silently. In the middle of the sea of blood, Chen Ge's parents' skin was pierced by countless blood vessels. They lay quietly on the sea of blood, Time lost its meaning. Chen Ge looked at the familiar faces, and all the beautiful memories flashed in his mind. He could not help but raise his hand, trying to touch them through the purgatory. "I've found you." These few simple words represented countless life and death battles for Chen Ge, and only he could understand the hardship that he had gone through. This was the most despairing path, but he saw hope at the end of this path. The hospital director inside the mountain of corpses and sea of blood appeared to be the hospital director's real body, and the hospital director who was wearing the white shirt outside was just a part of him. "I still need a little more time to recover. If only I could drag this on for a little longer." The sea of blood surged and drowned Chen Ge's parents. The hospital director glanced at Chen Ge. "Number one is indeed number one. I separated and sealed your body, tricked your consciousness to merge with the blood city, took everything from you, and kept you alive. I didn't expect you to grow to this stage. Say some last words, or you won't have the chance to in the future." Chen Ge had never had such a strong desire to kill someone before. This impulse even turned into a kind of extreme calmness. His brain had never worked so fast before, and in that moment, many ideas popped up. "Boss, he wants to eat your parents and then use your body and soul to influence and control the blood city step by step." Xiao Sun retreated behind Chen Ge. "His real goal is the blood city in the black fog. We have to kill him as soon as possible, or else he will know that he is doomed to fail, and he will definitely kill your parents." Hearing Xiao Sun's reminder, Chen Ge did not hesitate anymore. He used all his power to attack the hospital director. The situation was not in the cursed hospital's favor. The White Spectre Dean was forced to retreat by Zhongya. Every demon god was restrained, and the cursed prison that isolated the Blood City was on the verge of collapse. Sitting in the middle of the sea of corpses, the Blood Spectre Dean finally made his move. The dead bodies collided with each other, and countless black threads crawled out from the dead bodies. The Dean's first target was not Chen Ge's group but the White Spectre Dean. Before anyone could react, the threads that crawled out from the dead bodies had already curled around the White Spectre Dean's body. "You've done very well." Chen Ge had said the same thing to Xiao Sun before, but the White Spectre Dean's fate was completely different from Xiao Sun's. For the cursed hospital, useless people were trash. They could be abandoned at any time. The Blood Spectre Dean dragged the White Spectre Dean, who had his power taken away, into the sea of blood. Countless black threads tore him apart. Throughout the whole process, the White Spectre Dean did not resist too much. He seemed to know his ending. The two would eventually merge into one. After consuming the White Spectre Dean, the Blood Spectre Dean stood up from the throne of human bones. His flesh melted, and the sea of corpses under his feet changed according to his every movement. That kind of scary presence was not something that a single demon god could compare to. "Just a little bit more, my family. Now it's your turn to protect me." The Blood Spectre Dean waved his arms. The adults and children in heaven, who only knew how to smile, started to voluntarily walk toward the sea of blood. The non-smilers were the family that the Dean had created. There was a special blood connection between them and the Dean. This was a cursed blood that they could not escape. No matter how painful it was, they could only smile. Everything they did was because the Dean believed that heaven should be filled with smiles. Without any expression, everyone jumped into the sea of blood with a smile on their face. They used their lives to turn into blood vessels. These blood vessels represented the bond between family and kin. They swam in the sea of blood and then pierced into the bodies of Chen Ge's parents. The world is filled with pain and suffering, but only family can break through their hearts. The blood-cloaked Dean watched his family members die. There was no change in his eyes. "I really don't understand. What's the use of non-smilers' family?" As the blood vessels continued to pierce into the bodies of Chen Ge's parents, the Dean's aura continued to grow stronger. At the cost of his own family's lives, he injected the cursed blood into the bodies of Chen Ge's parents. The obsession with his family had become the only weakness of Chen Ge's parents. In order to address this weakness, the blood-cloaked Dean had continuously created one family member after another since 10 years ago. It could be said that the existence of the non-smiler was for this day. Seeing this, Chen Ge gritted his teeth. The countless red specters around him had already started to attack the headmaster. The director was Chen Ge's mortal enemy and the culprit who had destroyed Dr. Gao's family. The two presidents of the Society of Strange Tales had both killed each other. The giant sea of bodies was surrounded by red specters. Pieces of flesh were torn apart. Just as everyone was going crazy, Xiao Sun silently approached the sea of blood. He wore a bloodied white coat, and his eyes scanned the group of non-smilers. Finally, he spotted a child in the corner of the room that was made up of dead bodies. The child was wearing an old, dark blue raincoat. He was hiding in the shadows alone. His face was covered in tear stains, but his lips maintained a smile. Found him. Xiao Sun kicked away the broken limbs that blocked his way. He was about to go over when a strange man with a knife slit his lips down to his ears crawled out from the pile of bodies. Dr. Sun, don't forget the deal between us. Chen Ge had seen this non-smiler before. When he was in Liwan City, he had taken the same bus as Chen Ge. Don't worry, my boss remembers you. He often mentions how you worked together to kill the shadow in Liwan City. Xiao Sun picked up the child in the blue raincoat and waved at the people behind him. The hospital director can't care about you anymore. Try to save as many people as you can. The hospital director is not your family. Dying for him is not worth it. Deep inside the mountain of bodies, the non-smilers changed their direction. When one of them started to run, most of them followed suit. Xiao Sun did not stop. He hugged the child and ran away from the mountain of bodies. He ran to one of the rooms that was collapsing at the bottom of the hospital. Tearing down the door, an unfamiliar voice came out from inside the room. Dr. Sun, is that you? Quote, Chi, Huang Quan. Bring everyone here now. This place is going to be destroyed. Dr. Sun yelled at the dark room. Soon, about 10 living people ran out from the room. Among them were patients in patient garb and people with the surname, Kai, in hospital uniform. Even though they had appeared in the world behind the door, they were all living people. This group of people had been saved by Xiao Sun, and now they were following behind Xiao Sun. You've helped me before, so I will keep my promise. That's what my boss taught me. On Chen Ge's side, Dr. Sun was protecting the good people behind the door, but the hospital director wanted to kill all the family members behind the door. This was seen by many weak spirits and ghosts. No one was willing to die for nothing, and no specter was willing to be cursed. The number of blood vessels in the sea of blood slowly decreased. The red specters and red specters who were barely maintaining the building started to escape. They did not trust Chen Ge, and they were unwilling to help the director. While the director's attention was distracted, they silently retreated to the edge of the building. They were waiting to rush out when the cursed cage broke. A just cause enjoys support, and an unjust one finds little. The headmaster noticed that some of the non-smilers had escaped. He bent his fingers slightly, and the blood vessels snapped one by one. Every time he snapped a blood vessel, a non-smiler would fall to the ground. Their bodies would turn into monsters, and countless black curses would crawl out from their organs. Before the enemy, the director still did not want to let his family go. Most of the non-smilers stopped moving. The few who were the strongest appeared to have planned this with Xiao Sun. He had already changed the blood on his body. Even though he was cursed, he could still hold on. These are my family members. Even at the cost of their lives, they want to escape from the home that I've personally built. 7 human faces appeared on the director's shirt. They appeared to be his 7 children. The 7 faces kept screaming in pain. They were constantly cursing the dean. No one knew why the director had become like this. Even Xiao Sun had only heard some rumors. Due to some reason, the director had personally killed his entire family. The half-human half-ghost non-smilers at the hospital were mostly created by the director using his family's blood. His real family was inside his body, and they became the source of the curse. The forgotten memory is buried deep inside the nightmare, forming an endless black fog. People always think that pain can be forgotten, but the pain has always been hidden inside their heart. The director touched the faces of his family members and listened to their curses. His eyes slowly focused on Chen Ge. I share the same origin with the black fog, but I am the opposite of you. I hate everything that is good, and today, I will reawaken the pain that has been forgotten. Quote, despite the betrayal, the director's aura continued to grow stronger. The faces of his family members began to twist, and countless black threads spat out from their mouths. All the broken limbs and corpses that touched the threads all stood up. All the people who died in heaven are my family. Their souls cannot leave, and this is their only home. The director's shrill laughter was mixed with the screams of countless dead souls. Many human faces emerged from the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood. Their eyes were tearing, but their faces all had a creepy smile. The lowest floor of the hospital was like a large tomb that had buried countless people. The power of the curse began to skyrocket, and a black fog seeped out from the bottom of the building. The corpses that crawled out from the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood all crawled toward the director. They knelt at his feet, hugged his body, and climbed on top of him, gradually drowning him. The entire hospital prison was filled with the director's laughter. The black fog swept through, and countless corpses and curses intertwined. Bang! The sea of blood splashed more than 10 meters high, and a leg full of human faces reached out from the sea of blood. A giant monster that was completely made up of corpses and curses stood up. The strongest emotion of human beings is pain. Happiness and happiness are fleeting, but only pain is buried deep in the heart. Some people can't be cured even after spending their entire lives. Some people turn into beasts that they hate the most under the torture of pain. Some people accept the pain, control the pain, and enjoy the heart-wrenching pain. In the end, they become monsters that spread pain. A hysterical voice came from the monster's body. He was wrapped in curses and bad luck. Corpses kept falling from his body, but soon, more corpses crawled toward the monster. The pain will not end, and even death cannot eliminate it, just like this endless black fog. The arm that was full of black names and faces slammed into the sea of blood, and it grabbed Chen Ge's parents who were entangled by the blood vessels. The giant mouth that was made up of broken limbs slowly opened. When it was about to put Chen Ge's parents into its mouth, countless black hair wrapped around its body. The black hair was like the sea, and Zhangya was not attacking a single point at all. She, who had already gone mad, wanted to completely bury this monster. The black hair collided with the threads of the curse, regardless of the cost. The hospital director's movement slowed down. Naturally, Dr. Gao would not let go of this opportunity. He leapt into the air, his hands dragging the blood-red chains. Compared to a few years ago, you've become much weaker. Did number one's parents injure you? Or did you not recover from the injury you received when you tried to kill number one? Quote, the chains entered the hospital director's body. The other two demon gods from the cursed hospital wanted to rush over to help, but they were stopped by the painter and the group of red specters. Both sides fought until their eyes were red. As long as their souls weren't destroyed, as long as they could still move, they would charge forward. All the red specters fought with their lives to buy one more second. Now it was Zhangya and Dr. Gao fighting 2 against 1. This was the most advantageous situation for Chen Ge's group. Hold on, once the curse cage is broken, the blood city will crash into the hospital. The old headmaster screamed at the top of his lungs. The normally kind man's eyes reddened when he saw the mountain of bodies and sea of blood at the bottom of the hospital. From his perspective, he could not understand why someone would commit such a sin of murder. Every red specter had their own power, and every red specter had their own unspeakable pain that was buried in their heart. They were all ghosts, but they were once human. Since they had experienced extreme despair and pain, they could empathize with them, and it was because they could empathize with them that they were even angrier. Get lost. The demon god who carried the hospital had endured countless attacks from red specters. Too many special powers had been applied to him, and it had affected him as well. He wanted to save the hospital director, but other than the many red specters on Chen Ge's side, there were a few top red specters as well. They had completely given up on life and death. They were not even afraid of having their souls destroyed and never being able to reincarnate. Facing the many red specters from the haunted house, the demon god's heart was shaken. The words that Dr. Gao had said earlier were like a needle that pierced into his heart. The so-called demon god was just a specter that could endure more despair and pain. With a gap in his heart, the demon god who was carrying the hospital on his back started to have other thoughts in his mind. The moment those thoughts appeared, they started to control, go read then go read. The cursed hospital has turned me into a monster. I am a patient that was imprisoned here to atone for my sins. There is no need for me to die with this hospital. These thoughts were rooted in his mind, and he could not chase them away. The demon god sensed something and turned to look at Dr. Gao in the chaos. When his eyes that were hidden in the black fog turned to look at Dr. Gao was also staring at him. Affecting the demon god's heart. Is that his power? Quote, with just one look, the thoughts in the demon god's mind increased again. His desire to kill was not as strong as before. One side was prepared to die, and the other was holding back. Even though there was a difference in power between the two sides, the battle slowly reached a stalemate. On the other side of the hospital, the painter, who had regained the support from the school's consciousness, was eating with the veteran demon god. Now, the deciding factor was the battlefield at the center of the hospital. If Dr. Gao and Zhang Ya could work together to kill the hospital director, then all the tragedy would be resolved. The cruelest of the three battlefields was also the central battlefield. A sea of blood poured down like rain, and the curse that would kill a normal person formed a giant curtain that blocked out the sky. Surrounded by so many dead bodies, Zhang Ya and Dr. Gao's attacks could not cause any actual damage to the hospital director. However, the monster that was made up of dead bodies was originally several meters tall, but now it was only half of its original size. The hospital director's recovery speed was not as fast as Dr. Gao and Zhang Ya's attack. If this continued, success was only a matter of time. But at that moment, Dr. Gao suddenly stopped. He realized that the flesh that fell from the hospital director's body still had some kind of connection with the hospital director, but it did not return to the hospital director's body. "You've noticed it so soon. No wonder you are the doctor that I value." Quote, the hospital director did not hide it anymore. Just as he finished, the flesh that fell on the ground quickly dissolved into black blood. This black blood was not the hospital director's own blood but the blood of another person. To control this kind of blood, the hospital director had written the most vicious curse that he knew on every drop of blood. Even though they were far away, Zhang Ya and Dr. Gao could sense that the curse contained in the black blood was on a completely different level from the curse inside the hospital. To control the black blood, the hospital director appeared to have paid a huge price himself. The fact that it was seen as a trump card by a demon god was enough to prove how scary this black blood was. Being killed by the person that you want to protect, there is no other way to die more painful than that in this world. When the black blood appeared, Zhang Ya and Dr. Gao retreated at the same time. Chen Ge, who was having his heart replaced, suddenly felt an indescribable pain. He used his yin-yang vision to look, and the black blood that the hospital director had spilled on the ground appeared to be his blood. The black blood that was tainted by the curse instantly morphed into many children. They had no facial features, and each of them retained the appearance that they had when they died. Seeing these children, there was an indescribable pain in Chen Ge's heart. The child that was hiding in his mind was also screaming in despair. "Every time I kill him, I leave behind a drop of his blood. He is the scariest ghost that I have ever met. All the tragedies are caused by him." The hospital director was like a madman. "Since his parents could not bring themselves to kill him, then I will do it in their place. I appear deep inside the nightmare, and I have killed him again and again. I abandoned him inside the black fog, I buried him in the despair of the world. But I did not expect to see him again when I pushed open the door." Quote, the children who had died horribly surrounded Zhang Ya and Dr. Gao from all directions. They were not demon gods or red specters, but they were impossible to kill. It was as if they were born from despair, and as long as despair existed in the world, they would live forever. No one had seen this kind of monster before, and no one had encountered this kind of opponent before. Temporarily, the situation was in Zhang Ya and Dr. Gao's favor. Chen Ge saw this from afar. He did not plan to wait until the situation was turned before he made his move. Instead, he called out his own name wholeheartedly. "They call me Malevolent Spirit, but I feel like I am Chen Ge. You have your memories, and I have my past. I am not you, but I will not avoid your existence." Chen Ge's voice appeared in his mind. "I will go to the Blood City to find you, but now, you have to tell me how to face those who have died horribly." The black blood came from the same source as Chen Ge, but the presence that it gave off was many times scarier than Chen Ge's. If Chen Ge got too close to it, he would be crushed. Chen Ge was good at communicating with others, and he had a natural charisma that made others trust him. With his call, a child's voice appeared in Chen Ge's mind. "You are not Malevolent Spirit, you are Chen Ge, the Chen Ge that everyone cares about, but I am different, I am just a monster that once bore the name Chen Ge." As the voice appeared in his mind, Chen Ge felt the heart in his hand beat even more forcefully. "I give you my heart." When the boy spoke, Chen Ge completed the last step of the doll, the heart swap. The heart that was stabbed into the cursed blade was swapped. Life and death circulated inside Chen Ge's body at the same time. "Remember, you have to go to the Blood City and help me push open that door again." After the boy said that, Chen Ge slowly lost control of his body. "This should be the last time I can use this body." The heart beat inside his chest. Every heartbeat was like an ancient drum, resonating with something inside the Blood City. The blood tide crashed madly into the cursed hospital's prison. Pairs of eyes appeared inside the Blood City, and countless specters arrived at the edge of the city. The Blood City, which had been expanding aimlessly in the black fog, was like a giant beast that had been awakened. Waves of scary presence drove the Blood City to crash into the cursed hospital. I like the words that you used earlier. How do you face your past? Chen Ge lowered his head to look at his body. Several red specters were using blood vessels to mend his wounds. The red specters who were filled with resentment were strangely gentle beside Chen Ge. Standing up, Chen Ge's eyes glowed with a strange light. He walked across the cracked ground, stepped on the mountain of dead bodies, and looked at his past self. The faceless children had died a horrible death. Their bodies were covered in wounds, and they were now surrounded by curses. Every inch of their skin was carved with malicious words. The black blood possessed a unique quality. They could not be killed inside the world of the black fog. Even Zhang and Dr. Gao did not want to get tangled up with them, but now, Chen Ge had voluntarily walked toward them. The red specters who stayed beside Chen Ge were treading on thin ice. They had no idea what their boss wanted to do, but they still chose to trust Chen Ge and followed him closely. After this, I will go alone. Chen Ge turned back to look at the red specters beside him, and a kind and gentle smile appeared on his face. This was just a very natural expression on his face, as if the smile on his face was his real smile. Moving forward alone, Chen Ge was soon discovered by the black blood, but he did not stop moving. Memories appear because of humans, but humans have forgotten them, abandoning them in this world shrouded in black fog. If I am a memory, I also wish to be remembered. But if one is immersed in the past, one will never be able to move forward. Someone once asked me, if one day I am also forgotten here, what will I do? The answer I gave him was, Chen Ge turned to look at the blood-shirt headmaster, who was wrapped in dead bodies. I will draw many windows on the black ocean and push open many doors on the red city. I will let all the eyes that are used to darkness see light again. Hearing Chen Ge's voice, the headmaster twisted his large body. He used the tone of disbelief to scream, "Number one's kindness. Impossible. I saw you merge with the red city with my own eyes. Why are you here, evil spirit? You are the one behind this." Quote, "Kindness will not disappear. Even if there is only a sliver of it left, it will light up the night." Chen Ge opened his arms and allowed the child formed by the black blood to attack him. Strangely enough, whenever the children touched Chen Ge, a face would appear on their blank faces. The wounds on Chen Ge's body worsened, but the wounds on the children were healing quickly. The curses on their bodies could not reverse this process. Alone, Chen Ge attracted the attention of all the black blood. Dr. Gao attacked the headmaster again. Zhang Ya looked at Chen Ge's back and paused for a moment. The wounds on Chen Ge's body worsened. He had not fully recovered, and now he was on the verge of death. The red specter wanted to help him, but he stopped her. When all the children's wounds were healed, they turned back into black blood, but this time, they did not return to the headmaster's side but crawled into Chen Ge's body. Reconcile with your past self. Even if you are covered in wounds, you can start anew. Chen Ge's body changed again. The child in his mind embraced all the curses on the black blood. I really did not expect that one day, the greatest kindness will be redeemed by the greatest evil. His body was burned by the curse, but Chen Ge still had a gentle smile on his face. He looked at the red city and seemed to be talking to himself. In the future, you will live on my behalf. The child in Chen Ge's mind opened his arms at the same time as Chen Ge. At that moment, the person controlling Chen Ge's body was the child, and this was the last time he would use this body. In the future, you will live on my behalf, was the softest farewell for the child. The resentment from the repeated deaths and the curses from the director were all sucked away by the child. As his body faded, the black blood that symbolized Chen Ge's past slowly returned to normal, and it became the new source of power for Chen Ge's body. The child in his mind was disappearing. He seemed to sense Chen Ge's struggle, and at that moment, there was a peaceful smile on his face. Many people are waiting for you. Do not let them wait too long. Before the boy disappeared, he carefully took out a warm heart from his pocket. The owner of this heart is called Shu Yin. To help you leave the hospital safely, he gave up everything he had and only kept this heart. I do not understand why a ghost would trust a person so much. Perhaps that is why you are more suitable to exist than I am. Quote, the child placed Shu Yin's heart in Chen Ge's mind. Then he slowly turned around, and Chen Ge's body turned with him. He looked at the red specter beside him, and his eyes finally landed on his parents who were wrapped in blood vessels. His lips opened, and his voice became smaller and smaller. No one knew what he said in the end. The child in his mind disappeared along with the worst curse and the most painful past. It was like everything had never happened. Until now, other than Chen Ge himself, the only person who remembered him was the maddened director. Chen Ge had regained control over his body, and he was now 100% compatible with this body. Perhaps the child in his mind also knew that only after he disappeared would Chen Ge welcome a new life. Wiping away the tears on his face, the tears did not come from Chen Ge. No matter good or evil, it is still me. Why do I have to be so clear? Chen Ge had been trying to persuade the child in his mind to stay, but the child seemed to have made up his mind. He had been hiding inside the glass jar for so long, waiting for this day to come. The source of all disasters is the Dean. This is the first time I've wanted to destroy someone so badly. Chen Ge did not feel that his body had changed too much, but his innate abilities had received a terrifying boost. Other than the boundless vitality in his body, there was also a thick sense of death. However, the two had formed a delicate balance, ensuring that he could survive. The flow of time in the world behind the door was different from the real world. The trump card that the director had spent who knew how many years to create was destroyed by the child in Chen Ge's mind. For the first time since the blood-cloaked Dean had appeared, anger and uneasiness appeared on his face. He did not know that the child that represented Chen Ge's kindness had disappeared. He just kept chanting all kinds of evil curses. Chen Ge's expression didn't change at all. He had experienced too much, so he didn't need to think too much to make the judgment that was most beneficial to him. He did not move forward, nor did he attack. In fact, he did not even say a word. He just stood where he was quietly. He did not do anything, but the pressure that he brought to the Dean caused the latter to be distracted. Part of the injuries on the Dean should have been caused by kindness. I think I have a pretty good idea now. The Dean knew that the past me could not be killed, so he lured out my consciousness and tricked me into merging with the Blood City. However, he didn't expect that to not be affected by the negative emotions in the black fog and to bear the despair of the whole Blood City. The past me would strip away all the evil in my consciousness and leave only the kindness to fight against the Blood City. The evil spirit returned to the door and lived a normal life, and the kindness merged with the Blood City inside the door. The Dean stole my body and came up with a way to control the Blood City. The kindness also realized that the Dean had other plans, but due to various reasons, he was unable to leave the Blood City anymore. With regards to the kindness hidden in the body, it could be a backup plan that the past me left for myself, or it could be the birth of a new kindness in that body. Chen Ge connected the clues in his mind, and he started to speculate about what had happened in the past. The Bloodcloak Dean had no idea what Chen Ge was doing. He had a natural fear of Chen Ge's kindness, and he knew that the child could never be killed. From how he saw it, Chen Ge's kindness was a bigger threat than a demon god. While the Dean was distracted, Zhangya and Dr. Gao attacked together again. The black hair and the chains are more focused on control, binding, and sealing. Even though you are demon gods, your core talents are not enough to deal a fatal blow to me. The Bloodcloak Dean hid in the monster formed by the dead bodies. As long as he stood on the Blood Sea, he would be replenished by the broken limbs and dead bodies. Zhang Ya's black hair restricted the Bloodcloak Dean's movement, preventing him from harming Chen Ge's parents. Other than the black hair, she kept using different talents to attack the Dean. Compared to Zhang Ya's cruelty and violence, Dr. Gao was like the ocean before a storm. He kept using the chains to pierce through the Dean's body, and other than that, he did not expose any of his abilities. To kill the Dean, I have to separate him from the mountain of dead bodies. Chen Ge realized the crux of the problem. He glanced at Dr. Gao and realized that during the battle, Dr. Gao kept using the chains to pierce through the Dean's body and the ground. Narrowing his eyes, Chen Ge realized what Dr. Gao was planning to do. The battle between the three demon gods had reached its climax. By then, the inside of the cursed hospital was covered in black fog, and endless black fog seeped out from the bottom of the hospital. This black fog filled with pain and despair surged into the mountain of dead bodies and merged with the broken limbs. The presence that radiated from the Bloodcloak Dean became scarier and scarier. He managed to maintain his last bit of rationality and wanted to consume Chen Ge's parents, but Zhang Ya tried her best to stop him. Sooner or later, I will consume both of you as well. The black fog was filled with despair and pain. Even a red spectre was unwilling to absorb this kind of pure malice, but the blood-cloaked Dean swallowed it like a whale. A black flower that looked like a human head bloomed on his flesh. It carried the deepest curse of humanity, and it formed lines of pure black blood vessels. The Dean stopped waiting for death. He ignored the heavily injured Zhang Ya and attacked Dr. Gao with all his might. The chains snapped one after another. The wounds on Dr. Gao's body worsened, but he still did not use any of his talent. All he did was keep slamming the chains into the ground and into the blood-cloaked Dean's body. Any specter that could become a demon god had been through hundreds of battles. The blood-cloaked Dean also realized that something was wrong. He attacked Dr. Gao even more madly. Human heads bloomed, and blood rained. Attacks that were laced with malice landed on Dr. Gao's body. Chen Ge, who was far away, knew that he had to help Dr. Gao. Perhaps Dr. Gao had other trump cards, but Chen Ge did not dare take the risk. Zhang Ya, stall that old dog, buy us some time, quote. When Zhang Ya, who had almost lost her mind, heard Chen Ge's voice, especially when Chen Ge called out her name, there was a flash of clarity in her eyes. The blood under her feet surged into her body, and the black hair that blocked the sky instantly swallowed the blood-cloaked Dean. You always know what I'm thinking. Letting you join the Society of Strange Tales was the biggest gamble I made in my life. Dr. Gao glanced at Chen Ge as he pulled out the chains from his flesh. Not only did the chains lock his body, but they also penetrated deep into his internal organs. The scene of Dr. Gao pulling out the chains from his own body was enough to make anyone's scalp go numb. The chains that were soaked in demon god's blood were pulled out from Dr. Gao's body. He dropped the disguise and slammed the last few blood-stained chains into the ground. When the last chain pierced through the mountain of corpses, all the chains were pulled taut. As Dr. Gao's hand reached up, the monster that was the blood-cloaked Dean screamed. His large body and the flesh under his feet were dug out. The blood-cloaked Dean was separated from the mountain of corpses under his feet. Gao Ming, the hysterical voice escaped from the Dean's lips. After leaving the mountain of corpses, the Dean's terrifying regenerative ability could no longer be used. Sir, you are too stubborn and have too much faith in yourself. That is why I had the chance to escape several years ago. Dr. Gao walked on the blood-red chains, and the madness in his eyes could no longer be suppressed. This time, it is the same reason. My whole body is covered in sealing chains, but who told you that my power is related to the chains? Dr. Gao tore off the blood shirt that covered his body. He pulled out the last chain from his heart. Without all the restraints, his presence skyrocketed to a scary level. I have never lost because no matter when, no one has been able to see through my heart. After removing all the chains, Dr. Gao's rationality was completely consumed. Many powerful and scary red shadows struggled behind him. Listening to the screams and wails, Dr. Gao's eyes turned completely red. He aimed at the center of the chains and slammed his fist down. Blood prison. The chains tightened, and they cut into the monster's body like many blood dragons. They did not miss a single corner until they finally strangled the Dean who was hiding inside the monster's body. You have been looking for me for 10 years, and now I am before you. Countless black patterns appeared on Dr. Gao's arms. The patterns were not curses or the red specter's blood vessels. They burned Dr. Gao's skin. Using the demon god's flesh as nourishment, they radiated a chilling presence of despair. Stepping on the chains, Dr. Gao did not waste any time. The arm that contained 10 years of despair pierced through the Dean's neck. It was cruel to the extreme. He seemed to know that the Dean would not die that easily. With the will to die, Dr. Gao, who had lost his rationality, attacked the Dean madly. Every punch would pierce through the Dean's body. Bone-chilling hatred, blood vengeance, and all the pain that he had been carrying poured out at that moment. The whole cursed hospital was shaking. The sky and the ground had already become indistinguishable. Everywhere was covered in blood rain and curses. Every red shadow behind Dr. Gao is a red specter. Just how many red specters has this man consumed in the city? Seeing Dr. Gao in this state, Chen Ge narrowed his eyes. When he was fighting the shadow in Liwan City, Dr. Gao had been restrained by the chains. Even after the shadow was consumed, he did not remove the chains. Be it in the underground morgue or in Liwan City, Dr. Gao was very confident. He is a scary opponent. Initially, Chen Ge also thought that Dr. Gao's power was chains and seals, but he did not expect that the purpose of these chains was merely to prevent Dr. Gao from losing control. Chen Ge also understood what Dr. Gao had said in the underground morgue. At the time, Dr. Gao had the chance to win, but he had made a different choice. No wonder he is the former leader of the Society of Strange Tales. There are many things that I can learn from him. The dean's real body had been found, and he was being tortured by Dr. Gao. Chen Ge's heart that had been hanging in his throat slowly relaxed. However, just as he was about to sigh in relief, he suddenly realized that even though the dean's body was riddled with holes, the curse and black fog around the hospital did not show any sign of dissipating. If anything, it was getting thicker. With a bad feeling in his heart, Chen Ge was about to warn the man when a broken head flashed before his eyes. Shi Guo. Through the remaining half of the head, Chen Ge managed to recognize him. Even though this specter was not a red specter, he had a very unique power, returned to 9 seconds ago. Boss, tell everyone to stay away from that monster. No. 5. Number 5 is going to explode. His mouth cracked open, and Shi Guo used the last of his energy to shout that. No. 5. Explode. Chen Ge followed Shi Guang's gaze and saw the demon god who was carrying the hospital on his back. His brain reacted in less than a second. Everyone, come back immediately. Demon god, stay away from the hospital. Quote, Chen Ge was familiar with Shi Guo's power. When he saw Shi Guo's condition, he made the decision instantly. He trusted the specters, and the specters trusted his words unconditionally. Without asking for any reason, all the red specters quickly retreated. Almost at the same time, the dean's body that was about to be crushed by Dr. Gao started to expand. A low and cryptic voice came out from the dean's lips. Number 5, you are my own flesh and blood, and you are the first patient of this hospital. Now, it is time for you to repay my kindness. Every word from the dean was imbued with the power of the curse. After he finished, the movement of the demon god carrying the hospital started to slow down. Dean, his body expanded infinitely, and the lower half of the demon god's body that was covered in black fog and broken limbs was exposed. 3 corpses in patient's garb were biting tightly on his stomach. The patient's bodies had already melded with the demon god's skin, and only the numbers on their garb could be seen, 6, 7, 8. This monster carrying the hospital appeared to be patient number 5 of the cursed hospital, and at the same time, he was the blood relative of the dean. As the dean triggered the curse, the 3 corpses opened their mouths. With a strange smile on their faces, they kept repeating the same sentence. Let's die together. The skin that was connected to each other started to crack. The 3 corpses bit down on the demon god's heart at the same time. Countless curses were injected into the demon god. The demon god that was pieced together disintegrated with a burning hatred. The horrifying energy that was produced in that instant crushed the cursed prison above his head. The hospital cracked from the middle, and the buildings in the Red City that were close to the hospital were leveled to the ground. Everything happened too suddenly. If not for Shi Guo's 9 seconds warning, all of Chen Ge's employees that were close to number 5 would have been killed instantly. The painter and Zhang Ya who were closer to number 5 would have been heavily injured as well. The 9 seconds of buffering allowed most of the red specters to survive, but they only managed to keep their souls from disintegrating. Other than the red high heels, including the top red specters, all the specters were heavily injured by number 5's final curse. If they did not dispel it in time, it was only a matter of time before their souls dissipated. The disintegration of the demon god instantly turned the situation around. Both the painter and Zhang Ya were affected. Only Dr. Gao managed to drag the chains and place the dean before him the moment the explosion happened. This was the best solution at the time, and the dean expected that Dr. Gao would do this. Before he triggered the curse, he had been accumulating energy. When the energy from number 5's death rushed at him, he exploded with all his might and broke free from the chains. Patient number 5's black heart was chewed into pieces by the other patients. At the last moment before his soul dissipated, he was reminded of the memory that was sealed inside his heart. It was not my fault that I killed my wife, it was the monster's fault, and the monster was planted inside my body by the hospital director, so everything is the hospital director's fault. See chapter 1097 for more details. Isn't it ironic? My hands were stained with blood, and I had sinned so much. The first time I killed someone was to pretend to be a monster. At the time, I did not know that once something starts, it will be hard to stop. The reaction of the night doctor was within Dr. Gao's expectations. For the first time, I was sent into the deepest part of hell while I was fully conscious. Opening the dark iron door, I saw a monster that carried the whole hospital on its back. It was moving in the endless black fog. It had a face similar to a normal person's. I did not dare look at it. My body was shaking uncontrollably. The black fog awakened the monster inside my body, and it consumed me bit by bit. I knew I would never be able to go back. Demon God number 5 disintegrated. Everything that he had absorbed from the black fog exploded. The broken body parts that were filled with impurities, curses, and despair were not something that a normal specter could absorb, but there was one exception. His body was heavily injured, and the mountain of corpses and sea of blood under his feet was destroyed. The director finally made his decision. The first thing he did after he escaped was to start to crazily consume the black fog left behind by patient No. 5. There was a special connection between him and patient No. 5. He appeared to have planted his own child inside patient number 5's body a long time ago, and now he could easily take over everything that belonged to patient No. 5. Due to the heavy injury, the director could not leave the mountain of corpses and sea of blood. He could only use this method to have patient number 5 absorb the things inside the black fog in his place. Patient number 5 was an independent person, but in the director's eyes, patient number 5 was just one of his trump cards. His body merged with the black fog. There was nothing that was related to a human being on the director's body. He had turned into a monster through and through. Many specters and red specters were affected by the curse. 3 top red specters were heavily injured, and even Zhang Ya and the painter were affected. The situation was now even, but what made Chen Ge and the others feel helpless was that at this moment, they did not have the confidence to kill the Dean. The Dean, who had become one with the black fog, exuded a terrifying aura. It was as if he was the child of this sea of fog. Standing in front of him, he felt as if he was the enemy of the entire sea of fog. How can a person be assimilated by the black fog? Chen Ge could sense how difficult the headmaster was to deal with. His mind raced to come up with a way to kill the headmaster. Dr. Gao, Zhang Ya, and the painter stood together. The 3 demons glared at the director. We can't give up on attacking. If we defend, we'll become more and more passive. But how do we kill him? The demon god's weakness is also the heart, but the demon god can hide his heart. Dr. Gao's eyes flickered between red and black. After he said that, he turned to look at Zhang Ya and Chen Ge. I have a method that can find the director's heart. Initially, I did not want to use it, but now I have no other choice. What is it? I built the Society of Strange Tales from my own hands. Every member is handpicked, and their power is used to deal with the director. Dr. Gao spoke faster. Among them, the most important member is member number 1. He has a pair of twin red specters. Even though the twins are normal red specters, they have a very unique power. Hard link, see chapter 267 and 675 for more details. A demon god will hide their heart, and hard link is prepared for a demon god. As long as one forcibly connects their heart with the director's, they will be able to sense each other's location. Dr. Gao opened his arms. In other words, at that moment, the 2 demon gods with hard link have the power to destroy each other's soul. Didn't the members of the Society of Strange Tales die a long time ago? Chen Ge remembered clearly that the society only had 2 chairmen left. Your wife, Zhang Ya, has a talent that I have not seen before. She can steal the power of other specters and use it perfectly. When we were fighting the shadow in Liwan City, I realized that she has mastered the twin red specter's power, hard link, and she has connected your heart with hers. The reason she is able to protect you and wake up from her slumber to help you is because of this power. Dr. Gao admired Chen Ge. He did not want to become enemies with Chen Ge. Their relationship was that simple. But if Zhang Ya uses this power on the director, doesn't that mean that the director also knows the location of Zhang Ya's heart? Yes, this power used by a demon god is more powerful than the power used by a red specter. Both sides have control over each other's life, so it's a matter of who kills the other first. Everything that Dr. Gao said was heard by the painter and Zhang Ya. Don't even think about trying to harm Zhang Ya. Chen Ge rejected him decisively. The Blood City is approaching. If we drag this out, the situation might change. The director has merged with the black fog. Before he completes the merging, this is the only chance to kill him. If we wait any longer, he might merge his heart with the black fog. Dr. Gao only had 2 goals in his life, to revive his wife and kill the cursed hospital's director. Now that he was 1 step away from completing his 2 goals, he was not going to give up. You don't understand how dangerous the director is. He is different from a normal demon god. If you let him escape, you'll be in big trouble in the future. Dr. Gao pointed at himself. I am a good example. A curse is the most vicious oath in the world. Once you're targeted by him, you won't be able to escape for the rest of your life. Seeing how determined Chen Ge was, Dr. Gao turned to Zhang Ya and said, You've crossed swords with the director before, so you should know the difference between the two of you. When the director's injuries are healed, do you think you can protect the people around you? You've taken away the heart-linking talent, so it's time for you to make a choice. Quote, turning back to look at Chen Ge, Zhang Ya, who was at her limit, raised her hand. She stood before Chen Ge and placed her pale fingers lightly on Chen Ge's chest. Zhang Ya, there are other ways. Quote, the slender fingers moved slowly, and a red heartstring snapped between the two of them. At that moment, Chen Ge felt the distance between him and Zhang Ya being pulled apart. The latter was standing right before him, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not touch her. Pulling back her palm, Zhang Ya stared at the black fog that the director had morphed into. She tossed the heartstring into the fog. Almost at the same time, the director, who was merging with the black fog, turned to look at Chen Ge. The pair of eyes filled with curses carried a bone-chilling murderous intent. How come I can feel your beating heart? The director seemed to have understood something instantly. He did not even care about completing the merging. He controlled the endless black fog to press down on Chen Ge. He could feel the location of Zhang Ya's heart, and Zhang Ya probably knew where his heart was hidden. This was a demon god's biggest secret, and it could not be exposed no matter what. To prevent Zhang Ya from finding his heart, the only thing he could think of was to kill Zhang Ya as soon as possible. How is it? Have you found it? Dr. Gao and the painter stopped the director at the same time, but at that moment, it ran over. Zhang Ya's bloody dress fluttered. She stared at the black fog, but she still could not find the director's heart. At that moment, the director had made Chen Ge his target. She stood before Chen Ge to protect him, facing the black fog that filled the sky. The black fog was endless, and Zhang Ya could only sense its general direction. A shrill scream came from her lips, and her pale arm suddenly reached into Chen Ge's shadow. Zhang Ya, dragging her arm, Zhang Ya picked up a beating heart from deep inside Chen Ge's shadow. She had been hiding her heart in Chen Ge's shadow. This was her promise to Chen Ge that she would never leave his side. 5 fingers pierced into her heart, and the demon god's heart blood kept dripping. When Zhang Ya's heart was hurt, the director also screamed. The black fog rolled, and a thick stench of blood came from an inconspicuous corner of the hospital. Zhang Ya held her pierced heart, and her eyes were red. Found it. The director's heart was not on him. After receiving Zhang Ya's hint, Dr. Gao did not hesitate and charged toward the location with all his might. He had never been so close to completing his wish before. The murderous intent that radiated from his body almost materialized. The director, who was about to merge with the black fog, really panicked this time. If his heart was consumed, then his soul would really disperse. The burning arm broke through the black fog, and Dr. Gao saw the place where the director's heart was hiding. It was an inconspicuous corner at the lowest level of the hospital. There was an old wooden altar there, and inside the altar was a white coat and a patient's garb. The thick stench of blood came from the altar. This is the director's heart. Dr. Gao made his decision in the blink of an eye. He used all his strength to smash at the altar. Whether he found the right person or not, he would destroy it first. Before Dr. Gao got close, the maddened director suppressed the whole sea of fog. The monsters hidden in the fog were crushed, and the deepest despair morphed into chains that curled around Dr. Gao's body. Gao Ming, I will not give you a second chance. After the director said that, the altar at the lowest level of the hospital was swallowed by the black fog. As the director merged with the black fog, his heart also slowly disappeared. Be it red specter or demon god, they all had their own hearts, and at this critical moment, the director could not care less. He wanted to merge his heart with the black fog, just like how Chen Ge's kindness had completely merged with the Red City. He had given up the right to be a human a long time ago, and now he could not even be a ghost anymore. Since I cannot control the city deep inside the nightmare, then let me become the nightmare that spreads curse and despair in this sea of fog. I will use my own method to correct this sick world. The altar crumbled, and the speed at which the director merged with the black fog increased. At that moment, the painter was being held back by eating. Zhang Ya forcefully activated her heart connection talent and even dealt a heavy blow to her own heart. Of the 3 demon gods, the only one who could move was Dr. Gao, but the director used the whole sea of fog to suppress him, making it difficult for him to even move. All the demon gods are being held back, but there is still a chance. Chen Ge did not give up. He summoned the only one who could move freely in the curse, the red high heels. The man and the ghost quickly approached the altar. The director thought that it was time for the kindness to take over Chen Ge's body. He was extremely wary, and he tried his best to split out more black fog to stop Chen Ge. But just as he focused all his attention on Chen Ge, the whole bottom level of the cursed hospital suddenly collapsed. At the deepest part of the sea of blood, a drop of blood that did not look any different morphed into a man wearing a red coat. He held a red key in his hand, and he pierced through the black fog as fast as he could. When they saw the man, the director and Chen Ge both showed extreme shock, and they spoke at the same time. No, Dad, there was no pause. The man in the red coat appeared to have been waiting for this moment inside the sea of blood for a very, very long time. He had hidden his weapon for 10 years just for this one chance. The red key in his hand reached into the altar. When it touched the white coat and patient inside the altar, countless souls wailed. Many cursed faces and specters crawled out from the altar. The blood vessels intertwined with the curse. Then the key seemed to unlock the lock of the soul. The patient's garb and white coat inside the altar were all torn to shreds. The altar exploded, and the deeply buried memory fragments of the director were released. You are a child born in a mental hospital. Your mother is crazy, and your father has abandoned you. You are the seed of the curse. No one will like you. What is the point of studying so well? You can't even protect the flower that you are raising. Quote, why is he always so dirty? The teacher hates children who lie the most. Quote, he is the one who beat up my son. Tell his parents to come to school. Oh, so he is an orphan without parents. Quote, why do you want to study medicine? Studying medicine won't save you, and no one is willing to consult a madman. Quote, I heard you like her. I'm sorry, but she is my girlfriend now. Quote, why do you always like to ask why? There are not so many whys in the world. Be more mature. Quote, we have looked at your resume. Even though your results are among the best, you have a good character and study. Morality should be placed before education. Please go back. You do not have the right to be a doctor. Treat your own illness first, monster. The world was filled with all sorts of emotions. Memory images shattered in the air. The people in his memory turned from a naive child to an adult. He aged step by step, and the seed of the curse took root in his heart. He became more and more abnormal, and more people around him called him a monster. Finally, one day, his heart was completely pierced by the roots of the curse, and at that moment, he really became a monster. He hid all his thoughts and used all kinds of methods. He became a complete monster, but he was no longer out of place. The people around him slowly stopped calling him a monster. At that moment, he understood one thing. This was a world of monsters, and everyone was sick. He started to work harder and behaved more like a normal person. He obtained a job, trust, love, and family. He had everything, but he lost his normal self. The disasters continued to happen, but no one suspected that he was related to the bad luck. He knew the truth of the world until his first child was born. The appearance of the child caused the director to become conflicted and divided. He was always looking into questions related to death but rarely thought about the meaning of life. No matter where a person went, they were walking toward death. Therefore, the director believed that by measuring the length of death, he would be able to understand the meaning of life. The special environment that he grew up in had turned him into a monster. The curse had seeped into every single one of his nerves and blood vessels. Even so, when he faced his own child, his ugly heart that was riddled with scars still beat violently. Whenever he saw his child, there would be two voices in his mind. One voice told him that the child was a gift from death. The other voice told him that the child was the continuation of life. The director could not convince himself. The argument in his mind grew louder and louder. It seriously affected his disguise. After tasting the sweetness of being a human, the director did not want to be treated as a monster anymore. He tried his best to hide his illness, but the result was that he became more divided. He could not reconcile, not just with his child. No matter what he thought, opposing thoughts would appear in his mind. For example, when it came to the question of how to treat himself, one voice told him that he should accept treatment, that he was a patient, a monster in other people's eyes. The other voice urged him to kill his own child to solve the problem from the root. The director's behavior became more and more strange. During the day, he wore a white coat to treat people in pain and despair, but at night, he would change into a patient's garb, lock himself in his room, and talk to the mirror. Slowly, his wife noticed the abnormality, and that was when the most contradictory point appeared. The voice in his mind that represented humanity told him that the best solution was to come clean with his family, admit that he was sick and actively seek treatment. However, the potential cost of doing so was the destruction of his current home. He knew his wife very well. He knew that his wife liked the doctor who was elegant and famous in the medical field and had a bright future. Once he admitted that he was sick, his career and family would be ruined. The other voice in the director's mind kept tempting him, telling him to ignore the monster's opinions. This was a sick world, he only needed to hide himself like before. If humanity made him feel pain and confusion, then he would destroy the last shred of humanity. If he wanted to be human, he might lose everything he had. If he continued to be a monster, he would have more happiness. The headmaster did not make a choice. His soul became more and more opposed, until one day, the seed of the curse sprouted, and a black flower bloomed in his heart. That night, he had a dream. He dreamed that he was lying on the bed in a hospital gown, and there was a reflection of himself in a white coat standing in front of the mirror in the bedroom. It was the same face, but one was a patient, and the other was a doctor. The hospital director in the hospital gown represented the only remaining humanity and rationality, while the hospital director standing in front of the mirror was completely consumed by curses and malice. Good and evil had nothing to do with the strong and the weak. In the dream, the patient who represented humanity was being treated by a malevolent and cursed doctor. The most tragic thing was that as his humanity was cured, bit by bit, malice would completely take over the dean's body. The dean had the same dream over and over again. The mental fragmentation became more and more severe. Slowly, his soul was torn into two. The director could not tell the difference between dream and reality. He did not know whether he was lying on the bed in reality or the bed in his dream. In any case, he could always see the version of himself in the white coat that was filled with malice. Gradually, he began to wonder if there was another version of himself in reality. From his mind and consciousness to his soul and body, the director realized he had been split into two different people. Both of them were him, but they were complete opposites. One was evil, the other was good. One had committed a heinous crime, the other was filled with guilt and kept punishing himself. The other was filled with despair and thought he was the god of this sick world. The other longed for happiness and wanted to be a normal person. The hospital director who represented the curse imprisoned the hospital director who represented humanity in the hospital gown in a nightmare. He did not destroy his own humanity, but he stripped it away completely. The hospital director who was left with only negative emotions and malice had completely turned into a monster in human skin. The evil in his body was no longer restrained. The flower of curses bloomed in his heart and released a black fog. The hospital director had no idea what the black fog represented. This was the first time he had seen the black fog that was filled with despair and death in the human world. Without the restraint of humanity, the hospital director's usual behavior was flawless. He was a demon in disguise of a human. He was obviously made from malice and curses, but he had forged himself into the embodiment of humanity and rationality. The patients who did not know the truth thought he was a kind doctor, his colleagues thought he was a good leader, his wife thought he was the perfect husband. The hospital director would only remove his disguise before his newborn child. The appearance of life was the root cause of the hospital director's split. The hospital director who was completely made up of curses was also filled with curiosity about his child. He started to treat and experiment on his own child. His biological son became his first real patient. After endless experiments, the hospital director discovered the existence of the black fog. This black fog was born in the depths of nightmares. It drifted through the human heart. Its essence was the memory that people were most unwilling to face. It was made up of forgotten pain and despair. The discovery of the black fog made the hospital director ecstatic. He felt like he had touched the real world. He originally thought this was the unique ability of the cursed seed. Only he could see the black fog and become a bridge to the black fog. However, in the subsequent experiments, he placed his own child into the black fog. The innocent child's life became distorted under the invasion of the black fog. The newborn heart was also planted with the seed of curse, and it began to emit the black fog continuously. It was then that the hospital director slowly realized the existence of the black fog in everyone's heart. With the right method, everyone could become a bridge to the black fog. The hospital director started to collect the black fog in the dark. He enjoyed the process of spreading misfortune and despair. He experienced the joy of being treated as a savior. He was the one who caused the pain, he was the one who eased the pain, and he was the one who sent the patients to their deaths. This life lasted for a long time until his child slowly grew up and became a deformed monster. The child, who did not know how to hide, almost exposed the hospital director's secret. To continue hiding in the dark, the hospital director killed his own child. But before he killed the child, he sent his son's consciousness into the black fog in his heart. He had always been curious about the source of the black fog. Using the monster that he had cultivated, the hospital director saw a sea of black fog deep inside his nightmare. All the despair in the world gathered together. They were forgotten by people, but they would never disappear. The sea of fog was filled with monsters that would only appear in nightmares. Other than that, there were many lost people. The director became more and more interested in this world. He felt like he was born here, and he was filled with despair. He was no longer satisfied with using the child's consciousness to enter the sea of fog. He started to use different patients to enter the sea of fog through the bridge in their hearts. About 1 year later, he met a patient from Zhejiang. This young man by the name of Chen Ge was hit by a car because he was trying to save someone, and he was in a severe coma. The man that Chen Ge saved had the surname Luo, and his family was in business. To save Chen Ge, he spent a lot of money to hire many doctors, and one of the doctors was the hospital director. The hospital director wanted to enter the black fog through Chen Ge's heart, but after he succeeded, he realized with a shock that the patient was standing at the edge of the world of the black fog. On one side of him was the thick black fog of despair, and on the other side was a city that was built from flesh and blood. If the black fog was pure despair and pain, then the blood city was the only hope in the world of the black fog, a hope that could not be called hope. When a despairing memory was forgotten, the despair and pain dissolved into the black fog, and the remaining hope and struggle would be absorbed into the blood city. The black fog was filled with scary monsters, and the blood city was filled with wounded people. The hospital director felt that this patient was very special, and there had to be some kind of secret hidden in him. He found Chen Ge, and after many attempts, he realized that only his consciousness could leave successfully, but he could not take Chen Ge with him. After giving it some thought, the hospital director believed that the reason was probably because of the hospital director. He was the first person to split his consciousness. The hospital director had entered the edge of the blood city, but the hospital director was imprisoned somewhere else. There was a constant connection between the two. The white-robed director told Chen Ge his treatment plan. In order to split the opposing consciousness, Chen Ge had endured unimaginable torture in the blood city and the black fog. In the end, the young patient's consciousness separated, and the side that retained his humanity was named Chen Ge. The side that was bound by the blood city and filled with negative emotions was named Chen Ge. The moment their consciousness separated, the white-robed dean brought Chen Ge away from blood city, leaving the uncontrollable, cruel, and tyrannical Chen Ge behind. After returning to the real world, the hospital director was very interested in Chen Ge. He was curious why Chen Ge's heart was connected to the edge of the blood city. He observed and recorded everything in the dark, and no one knew that he was a demon in human skin. A few years later, Chen Ge's child was born. The child had a pair of blood-red eyes. It was as if he could see through people's hearts and see things that adults could not. Other children loved to cry, but he was always smiling, as if there was nothing in the world that could make him sad. Chen Ge knew why his child was so different. To escape from the blood city, he had paid a heavy price, and that included being attacked by countless negative emotions and experiencing unimaginable despair. Looking at the newborn in his arms and the innocent smile on his face, Chen Ge gave his child a name with a special meaning, Chen Ge. The world kisses me with pain, but I return it with song. As he grew older, Chen Ge showed more and more abnormalities. He would enter the world of the black fog in his sleep and return to the real world when he woke up. He saw all kinds of people and ghosts of all shapes and sizes. Perhaps it was because of his bloodline or because of his father. Even though Chen Ge's consciousness was not separated, he could freely travel through the black fog, the blood city, and the real world. The hospital director saw all of this. The hospital director had a special medical record. He listed Chen Ge as patient 1, Chen Shao in the Blood City as Patient 2, and Chen Shao in the real world as Patient 3. After hiding in human skin for decades without being discovered, the Dean's ambition grew. He wanted to cure this sick world from the root. He started to interact with Chen Ge's parents behind Chen Ge's back. He wanted to use Chen Ge's ability to bring the forgotten despair and pain back to the human world. As the seed of the curse, he believed that the world of the black fog was the real world, and the real world was just a disguise for the sickness. The hospital director approached Chen Ge carefully. He used decades of experience to help Chen Ge push open a door in the Blood City. The door connected the Blood City to the real world. Even though it only existed for a short time, it gave the hospital director hope. He kept coming into contact with Chen Ge in the Blood City and the world of the black fog, and it eventually alerted Chen Shao. However, to complete his plan, the hospital director did not care about that. He had a crazy idea. He wanted to split Chen Ge's consciousness into good and evil. He wanted to leave the good for Chen Shao, and he wanted to take away the evil. To create the opposing consciousness, he tortured Chen Ge in the world of the black fog, but he failed. In the end, he was chased by Chen Shao. Seeing that he had been exposed, he personally brought the monster that he had cultivated to Zhujiang to kidnap Chen Ge. The hospital director did everything he could. He lured out Chen Ge's consciousness and tried to kill Chen Ge again and again, but even so, he failed. No matter what he did to Chen Ge's consciousness, he could not tear it apart or kill Chen Ge's consciousness. When the sun rose, Chen Ge's consciousness would return. Chen Ge's consciousness could not be separated, so the hospital director had to come up with another plan. He was a top expert in manipulating people's minds, and he had spent decades exploring the black fog. He knew that place better than anyone else. After careful planning, the hospital director lured the black fog to create a scary black tide. To save the wounded and forgotten memories in the Blood City, Chen Ge chose to merge with the Blood City. He tried to influence the Blood City. After the black tide passed, the forgotten memories did not disappear, but Chen Ge's consciousness could no longer leave the Blood City. The hospital director stole part of Chen Ge's flesh and organs, and the rest was taken away by Chen Shao. Inside the cursed hospital, the memories that filled the sky shattered at that moment, and the hospital director's past started to disappear. The crimson-clothed man with the blood-red key in his hand stared at the dean in the black fog with a frightening killing intent. He stabbed the key into the altar, and black blood that reeked of foul odor leaked out from the altar. Chen Shao's cold gaze pierced through the black fog. He stared at the monster that was merging with the sea of fog, and black patterns appeared all over his body. The patterns formed many hands on Chen Shao's body. Chen Shao's power appeared to originate from the soul that was tortured by the hospital director. Countless arms gripped the key. With unforgettable hatred, they stabbed the key into the deepest part of the altar. Blood cracks appeared in the sea of fog, and then a rain of blood that reeked of foul odor started to fall from the sky. The hospital director manipulated the sea of fog, and it dragged the black sky behind it as it charged at Chen Shao. Dr. Gao, Zhang Ya, and the painter stopped him at the same time. As for Yi, he silently left the hospital when Chen Shao appeared. The four demon gods attacked the altar at the same time, shredding all of the hospital director's memories. When the last trace of malicious memory was crushed, the old altar exploded to reveal a heavily damaged black and white picture. The picture was of a woman wearing a patient's garb, and behind her stood a doctor in a large white coat. They appeared to be the hospital director's parents. The attacks of the four demon gods landed on the picture. Black blood flowed on the old picture, and it morphed into a heart that was riddled with holes. The hospital director had placed his heart on this picture, and it was his biggest secret. The key, the black hair, and the chains pierced through the ugly heart. The merging of the hospital director with the black fog stopped, and his body slowly appeared in the black fog. The blood rain continued to pour. The hospital director's body was slowly disappearing. The disappearance was irreversible. No matter how many negative emotions and curses he absorbed, he would not be able to recover. Screams and wails echoed in the air above the cursed hospital. The hospital director lowered his head to look at his chest. There was a large hole there, and flesh kept falling off. Surrounded by four demon gods, the hospital director did not expect this day to come. He tried his best to repair his body, but it was to no avail. Be it curses or despair, none of the negative emotions could fill the hole in his heart. Looking around, the sea of blood and the mountain of corpses had been shattered. Patient number 5's body parts were everywhere, and Yi had already escaped. The cursed hospital no longer had any patients in the hospital. In the end, only the hospital director was left. Those who spread despair would eventually experience despair as well. There were no last words or final exchanges. The few demon gods did not even want to give the dean a chance to breathe. The four of them attacked the dean from four directions as if they had discussed it beforehand. Having lost his heart, his body was dissipating, and his power was gradually weakening. The countless curses that made up the dean's body began to backfire. All the souls imprisoned by his curse, all the obsessions he had hurt, at this moment, they all bared their fangs and bit at him with all their might. The director's blood-red coat was torn, revealing a patient's gown covered in scabs. He used all his strength to resist, but with his heart broken, his fate was already sealed. The four fiends didn't waste any words with him. This was a life-and-death battle. They wanted to make his soul scatter and scatter. His body became illusory, and the color of blood faded away. The cursed blood flower on the dean's body began to wither. Looks like I have lost. However, as long as there is despair and pain in this world, the sea of fog will not disappear, and the curse will continue in another form. While he could still control his body, the dean took one last look at Chen Ge. Why do you have everything? We are both evil spirits, but you have everything. The dean's remaining body started to expand. I should have killed you 20 years ago. With the last of his malice and curse, the dean's consciousness dissipated, and he detonated his body. The evil spirits and curses that were imprisoned in his body were all released. They fled in a fixed direction, completely losing their sanity. No one knew how many evil spirits the dean had imprisoned inside and outside the door. After the dean's consciousness dissipated, the evil spirits inside his body spread out like a swarm of insects. Stop the evil spirits and curses. He wants to trigger the black tide. Chen Shao had seen this scene 20 years ago. The other three demon gods acted immediately. Chen Shao walked to the altar that contained the dean's heart. He looked at the broken altar and tried to put his heart into it to suppress all the evil spirits. Perhaps because he was an evil spirit himself, the effect was not that obvious. The evil spirits combined with the power left by the dean was extremely difficult to deal with. The dean's heart represents chaos, misfortune, and curses. Only a heart that is the complete opposite of his will be able to suppress all the evil spirits. Chen Shao's eyes scanned the people and specters around him. Each one was bloodier and crueler than the last, and none of them fit his requirements. Let me do this. Chen Ge walked to Chen Shao's side. One of my family members. He has a heart of protection. Family. Chen Shao stared at Chen Ge for a long time before nodding. Standing before the altar, Chen Ge closed his eyes. He communicated with the heart that Shu Yin had left in his mind and placed Shu Yin's heart inside the altar. Shu Yin's heart appeared because of protection. This was very rare for a red specter. In fact, one could say that it was the complete opposite of a red specter. When Shu Yin's heart appeared inside the altar, all the evil spirits fell into chaos. Dr. Gao, Zhang Ya, and the painter used this chance to gather the evil spirits back around the altar. These evil spirits contained curses and a large amount of negative emotions, but at the same time, they contained the dean's scary power. Being surrounded by so many evil spirits was a very painful thing, but Shu Yin's heart was not affected. He had gotten used to pain. With the help of the four demon gods, Shu Yin's heart started to race. While he suppressed the evil spirits, he kept absorbing the remaining power of the dean. As the blood vessels extended outward, a young man with a handsome face appeared inside the altar. It was as if he had finally swam out from the depths of a blood sea. When he opened his eyes again, he saw Chen Ge standing before him. The depression in his eyes disappeared. He grabbed Chen Ge's hand that was reaching toward him. Wearing the bloody shirt that was carved with endless evil spirits, he stood up from inside the broken altar. The old god was dead, and the one who was reborn inside the altar was Shu Yin. All the evil spirits and curses were suppressed, and the bloody city expanded to where the cursed hospital was. The broken hospital was entangled by the blood vessels and slowly dragged into the bloody city. Slowly, it became a part of the bloody city. Just like that, the last trace of the dean was removed. The conflict that spanned life and death, the two cities, and the decades had come to an end. Bloody chased away the black fog, and the bloody city consumed the cursed hospital. Chen Ge and the rest were now within the range of the bloody city. It's over. Standing on the ruins, the red specters walked to Chen Ge's side. When Chen Ge was willing to sacrifice himself to help them recover their memories, they had already decided to follow behind Chen Ge forever. Because they had died once, the lingering spirits and ghosts sometimes knew how to cherish them more than the living. Zhang Ya, Shu Yin, and the painter also walked to Chen Ge's side. Blood reflected the sky behind the door. Dr. Gao stared at the altar that had been destroyed silently. It was hard to tell what was on his mind. Chen Xiao, on the other hand, kept his eyes on Chen Ge. His sharp, cold gaze slowly turned gentle. How did you do all this? Kindness has taken everything away. You are just a normal person. Quote, I have never considered how to do it, and I have never thought about winning or losing. I just know that I have to move forward, and that is how I got to where I am now. After knowing the whole truth, the fragmented memories in Chen Ge's mind were pieced together. Everyone kept evil inside the door, but Chen Ge was the only exception. Stepping on the ruins of the cursed hospital, Chen Ge looked deeper into the Red City, and he was reminded of the promise he had made to Kind Spirit. Now I do not understand. Did I save him, or did he help me? Many specters and red specters guarded Chen Ge. Zhang Ya's black hair slowly moved as she placed the fainted Chen Ge's parents in the middle of the group of people. After the hospital director's soul was destroyed, the blood vessels on Chen Ge's parents disappeared as well, but they had not woken up yet. Don't worry, they are much more powerful than you think. Now, it is only their souls that are heavily injured. With time, they will recover. Chen Xiao did not even look at Chen Xiao and Chen Ge's mother on the ground. His eyes were glued to Chen Ge. Don't you worry that their souls are heavily injured. Chen Ge, who had never been afraid of anyone other than Zhang Ya, did not dare look Chen Xiao in the eye. He had no idea why. Perhaps it was because he was not used to his father, who was dressed in a bloody outfit and radiated a frightening aura. If you are really worried, you can bring them deeper into the Red City. There is someone there who has the power to heal souls. Okay, but before we move, I need to look for some things. Chen Ge had the red high heels dispel the curse on his employees and do everything she could to save them. Then he arranged for the employees who were in better condition to start searching the cursed hospital. The cursed hospital originally had 7 floors above ground and 18 floors below ground, but now it had been reduced to a pile of rubble. When the employees were searching the cursed hospital for the last time, Chen Ge took out the black phone that he kept close to his body. The phone with the cracked screen could not be turned on anymore. Chen Ge had no idea what the hospital director had done to the phone when he lost consciousness. But from the result, the hospital director did not manage to get any useful information from the phone. In other words, it appeared like only Chen Ge could use this phone. No one else could. I still can't open it. Chen Ge frowned. Seeing Chen Ge's reaction, Chen Xiao walked over. He glanced at the black phone in Chen Ge's palm, and there was some surprise on his face. This should be Chen Xiao's phone. Have you been keeping it? Yes, when he disappeared, he left this phone with me. That guy is really irresponsible. Chen Xiao stopped in front of Chen Ge. At this moment, the ferocious god of Blood City, who exuded a murderous aura, had a benevolent expression on his face, and a trace of gratification flashed in his eyes. Do you know anything about this phone? Chen Ge shook the broken phone screen. He tried several times, but it did not work. This phone is just an ordinary phone, but there's a special number stored in it. Chen Xiao explained patiently. When you were young, you could see the world of the black fog. You could see the evil and desire in people's hearts. You could even travel through dreams. Sometimes, you would go to bed in the middle of the night, but the next day, you would wake up near the crime scene. After this happened a few times, Chen Xiao bought you a second-hand old phone from the market so that you could contact your family more easily. He also saved your number in his own phone. Whenever you disappeared, he would call this number madly until one day, the number could no longer be reached. Quote, just because of a number. Instead of calling it a number, it's more like an obsession to treat your family well. Chen Xiao took in a light breath. If you have any questions, perhaps the person in Blood City will be able to give you an answer. It seemed like he had not spoken so much for a long time. His red eyes were slowly covered by blood. I can't believe that the ignorant child has come this far. You've really grown up. The shadow faded away. Chen Xiao did not seem to want to meet Chen Xiao that much. After telling Chen Ge the way to enter Blood City, he disappeared at the corner of the street. There is no such thing as good and evil in this world. Good will be led to fall, and evil can choose salvation and hope. The key is how you choose. Chen Ge did not know what had happened between his father's good and evil, but he had a feeling that the key to the conflict was him. However, following the death of the headmaster, Chen Ge felt like his father had let go of the evil. Everything was over, and there was a new beginning. Half an hour later, a big white cat ran around the ruins with a backpack in its mouth like it was asking for praise. The props inside the backpack scattered all over the ground, and the few employees followed behind it helplessly. "You've done a great job this time." Chen Ge picked up the backpack and started to inspect its contents. After being praised by Chen Ge, the white cat did not seem to be satisfied. It sidled up to Zhang Ya and rubbed against Zhang Ya to test the waters. After the headmaster's death, Zhang Ya had found the bloody words on the diary. She did not lose her memory, and she remembered clearly what had happened after Chen Ge fainted. The white cat had indeed done something big this time. Zhang Ya's black hair caressed the cat's head lightly. It was just a simple action, but it caused the white cat to expand rapidly. It followed behind Zhang Ya like a fox riding a tiger's coattails. Before this, it would avoid red specters, but now, it would actively provoke them. When it passed Meng Nan, it even wagged its tail like it was showing off its status. "Tisk, do you think I would argue with a cat?" Meng Nan pouted. After a moment's hesitation, he mimicked the white cat and ran to Zhang Ya's side. However, before he could put on a pitiful expression, he was flung away by the black hair. Climbing up from the ground rather awkwardly, Meng Nan patted the dust off his shirt. He was about to say something to lighten the mood when he suddenly saw the red high heels before him. A certain unpleasant memory surfaced in his mind. Perhaps afraid that Meng Nan would cry, Lao Zhou found a random excuse to drag him away. "Boss, I'll return the ring to you." Xiao Sun, who was wearing the white coat, walked to Chen Ge's side. He stole a glance at Zhang Ya and silently returned the ring to Chen Ge. "Xiao Sun, if not for you, I wouldn't have been able to leave this hospital. You single-handedly changed the situation." Chen Ge put the ring away and looked at Xiao Sun silently. The scars on Xiao Sun's face and neck were carved into his soul. They were hard to remove. Just from that, it was clear how much suffering Xiao Sun had suffered behind the door of the cursed hospital. "I didn't do much, it was mainly the kindness inside the glass jar that guided me. There's no need to be humble. You've done something that many people can't." Chen Ge put the ring away. He looked at Xiao Sun, who seemed to have something to say. He patted the man's shoulder lightly. "Just say what you want to say." "Boss, actually, when I first entered the hospital, I already knew that the hospital director was a cursed seed." Xiao Sun looked at the mountain of corpses and the broken limbs that littered the ground. "I am also a cursed seed. The hospital director wanted me to be the next hospital director, but I was afraid of becoming someone like him. The cursed seed is not a reason that can completely negate a person. Many people say that I am the most evil of all evils, but in reality, I have helped many people in Zhujiang and saved many lost spirits and baleful specters." Chen Ge took out Dr. Skullcracker's hammer from his backpack and waved it around casually. He could still feel it. How a person changes is related to their personality and the environment they are in. "But I am a cursed seed, just like the hospital director. Perhaps other people think that you are a cursed seed, but you have saved me and all the employees of the haunted house, so in our eyes, you are a hero." Chen Ge looked at Sun Xiaojun, who was wearing the white coat. "In the future, you will save more people. Perhaps you will become a real doctor who can bring light to the world." Perhaps the impact of the hospital director on Sun Xiaojun was too great. A strong self-doubt started to form in his heart. "Don't overthink it. Whether you are the seed of hope or the seed of curse, it is a fact that you have saved everyone." Chen Ge pointed into the distance. A woman in a red raincoat and a child in a blue raincoat were standing together. After a long separation, everyone had a tacit understanding to not disturb them. "Without you, the woman in the red raincoat would never have been able to see her child again. You have brought so much happiness to everyone, and that is enough." Chen Ge kept consoling Xiao Sun. "I think I understand now." Sun Xiaojun nodded. "Boss, can I ask you a favor? Just tell me, I will not return to the haunted house. I wish to build a hospital that can truly cure pain and despair on this ruin." A smile appeared on Xiao Sun's face. "I am the seed of curse, and I will bring misfortune and tragedy. This is something that cannot be avoided, but I will use my own method to prove that the seed of curse will not only bring happiness to myself but also help others regain their lives. Then I'm afraid I will have to call you Hospital Director Sun in the future." During this period at the hospital, Xiao Sun had grown very fast, and Chen Ge had more confidence in him. After handing the ruins of the cursed hospital to Xiao Sun, Chen Ge picked up his backpack and wandered around the place. The Red High Heels, who had saved most of the employees, was standing at a corner, spacing out. Following her gaze, there was a heavily damaged surgery table. Chen Ge remembered that there was a Bloody Heart mission related to the Red High Heels in the black phone. The mission required Chen Ge to go to the surgery room at the cursed hospital. But now the phone could not be turned on, and the surgery room was buried under the ruins. What are you looking at? Chen Ge carried the backpack and walked to the Red High Heels. The Red High Heels shook her head. There was confusion in her blood-red eyes. After the hospital director's soul was destroyed, Shu Yin had obtained most of the hospital director's remaining power. The strange curses at the cursed hospital had all been taken over by the Red High Heels. Once she digested those curses, she would definitely become a new cursed demon god. There are many ugly things in the world, but there are also many beautiful things. In the future, you should stay at the haunted house, and we can enjoy the beauty of the world together. Chen Ge had found out the Red High Heels' real name in his nightmare, so he did not need to complete the Bloody Heart mission anymore. The real name was the only weakness of a specter who specialized in curses. Since the Red High Heels was willing to let Chen Ge know her name, it meant that Chen Ge was the only person she could trust. There were not many people in the world who could be completely trusted, and for ghosts who had suffered all kinds of torture and despair, it was even more difficult to find someone who could be completely trusted. After a moment of hesitation, the Red High Heels nodded. She waved her arm, and countless cursed threads surged into the ruins. She found a patient's record under the operating table. The medical record was pasted with her old photos and her past stories. The cursed threads tore the patient's record into pieces, and the Red High Heels finally said goodbye to all the hatred and pain in the past. After dealing with the cursed hospital, Chen Ge and the other employees brought his unconscious parents deeper into the Red City. Before Chen Xiao left, he had pointed out the path for Chen Ge. With several demon gods around them, the group did not run into any danger. Walking through one red street after another, past many buildings that were stained with blood, in the thick blood fog, they arrived at the center of the Red City. Looking at the buildings that were built at the center of the Red City, everyone stopped moving. Near the center of the Red City, there were blood buildings that were 20 to 30 stories tall. Every floor was crawling with blood vessels, and they were occupied by ghastly specters. There was an abandoned red hospital that was as big as the cursed hospital, and it was filled with moving flesh and blood. There was also a black cathedral that was pieced together from broken limbs. It gave off a thick ominous presence, and there was even a half-dead demon god pinned to the roof of the building. Every building at the center of the Red City radiated with a scary presence, but the building at the center of the city did not have anything special about it. It looked more normal than anything. Touching the familiar fence, Chen Ge's gaze was complicated. At the center of the Red City, an old haunted house was built. This haunted house was similar to the one at Zhujiang New Century Park. I am surprised that this is the building at the deepest part of the Red City. Chen Ge pulled back the fence and pulled back the thick curtain. Everything here was very familiar to him. In fact, he had a feeling that he had returned to reality. Is anyone there? Accompanied by several demon gods, Chen Ge entered the haunted house. He walked down the corridor and pushed open the doors, but he did not see anyone. It appeared to be an empty house. When the good spirit disappeared, it said that someone was waiting for me at the deepest part of the Red City, and Chen Xiao told me to go deeper into the city to find someone. Now that I'm here, why is this place empty? After some thought, Chen Ge was suddenly reminded of something. He entered the first-floor bathroom and saw the blood door that had the picture of a demon drawn on it. There were many blood doors, but not many doors with the picture of a demon on them. At that moment, many thoughts crossed Chen Ge's mind. I have been waiting for you for a long time. A child's voice came from the mirror in the bathroom. Chen Ge whipped his head around, and his eyes were glued to the mirror. His body moved closer involuntarily, and his hands gripped the edge of the sink. Chen Ge stood before the mirror like he did during his first nightmare mission. You are my good spirit. The child in the mirror had a warm smile on his face. He shook his head lightly. Before this, I was your good spirit, but now I represent the will of this blood city. I saw in the cursed hospital's director's memory that to save the lingering spirits and baleful specters from the black tide, you chose to merge with the blood city. In terms of origin, you are still my good spirit. For some reason, Chen Ge did not want to back down on this issue. The child in the mirror did not argue with Chen Ge. He kept a sincere smile on his face. Is there no way for you to come out from the mirror? I wish to see what pure kindness looks like. In the future, I also wish to develop in that direction. At least on the surface, I want people to think that I am very kind. Holding the hammer with one hand, Chen Ge said what was on his mind. People always misunderstand me because I'm too straightforward. He looked at the child in the mirror, and it felt like he was conversing with his other self. There was no need to hide any secrets. I do not have a physical body. I am just a consciousness. I can only appear when I am attached to an object in the Blood City, and I can never leave the Blood City. The child lived at the deepest part of the Blood City, but his voice was exceptionally gentle. It was comfortable to talk to him. After paying such a big price, you should have obtained an unimaginable power. Chen Ge blinked, and the child in the mirror understood what Chen Ge meant. As the consciousness of the Blood City, I can control all the doors here and allow the Blood City to expand endlessly. I can even slowly merge the Blood City with the real world. Merge with the real world? Chen Ge was surprised. If that was the case, then the importance of the Blood City's consciousness was self-evident. If the director's plan was successful, he could control the Blood City through his good spirit, and that would be a disaster. You should have seen a door that went out of control before, right? When something happens to the door pusher, and I fail to close the door in time, the negative emotions that have accumulated in the Blood City will seep out through the door and slowly change the real world. The child looked into Chen Ge's eyes and said softly, "Since the appearance of the door will cause the real world to collapse, why do you still push open the doors? You've connected the real world to the Blood City, so the negative emotions that have accumulated here might surge back into the real world." Chen Ge was confused. Kindness had a kind heart, so he should not have done something so risky. Then who do you think created the despair that has accumulated in the Blood City and the Black Sea? The child in the mirror asked. Someone from the real world? Yes, actually, everyone has a well that is connected to the Black Sea of Fog. Despair, pain, negative emotions, and unbearable memories all flow into the Black Sea through this well. No one knows where the Black Sea of Fog is. Perhaps it is somewhere that we cannot see, perhaps it is hidden in the deepest part of the nightmare, or perhaps it is hidden in everyone's heart. But no matter where it is, there is one thing that we cannot deny: the Black Sea of Fog is expanding with every moment. The child's tone turned serious. If one day, the Black Sea of Fog reaches its limit, and it can no longer contain human despair, what do you think will happen? Reverse. Despair will continue to pour out from the well in everyone's heart. Quote, yes, perhaps the Black Sea of Fog is still far from its limit, but if it is not controlled, that day will come sooner or later. All the despair and forgotten memories will flow into the Black Sea of Fog, and that is why the Black Sea of Fog appears. Then what is the deal with the Blood City? Initially, Chen Ge thought that the Blood City was the scariest, but in the end, he realized that there was a sea of black fog outside the Blood City. Humans are humans because even in the deepest despair, they will retain a sliver of hope. The black fog was pure despair and pain, representing death and oblivion. The Bloody City was the last shred of hope left in the bloody human nature. The heart that longed for redemption formed the Bloody City, isolating it from the Sea of Fog. As the Sea of Fog continues to expand, so will the Blood City. However, normally speaking, the speed of the Blood City's expansion is not as fast as the black fog's, so the purpose of my existence is revealed. The child in the mirror explained patiently to Chen Ge. You want to use the Blood City to destroy the Black Sea of Fog. As long as there is despair in people's hearts, the Sea of Fog will not be destroyed. What I want to do is guide the most despairing souls into the Blood City to strengthen the Blood City and prevent them from merging with the black fog. The child in the mirror looked out the window. Every door in the Blood City represents the most despairing soul, and it is because of these souls that the Blood City has been able to expand so many times over the years. The existence of the doors was to guide the most despairing souls into the city. After understanding that, many more questions appeared in Chen Ge's mind. Taking out the black phone from his pocket, Chen Ge placed the phone with the cracked screen before the mirror. It's because of you that Dad's phone has become like this, right? It's you who has been guiding me step by step. Quote, the child in the mirror did not deny it. Do you still remember the first nightmare mission? This is where the mission began. When you closed your eyes, I stood in the mirror and looked at you. We were separated by the mirror, just like now. We could see each other, but we could never touch each other. Quote, In other words, you're the one who gave every mission and message. Yes, most of them are. I see. That's why every mission has the word trial before it, like the 2-star trial mission, Muyong High School, the 3-star trial mission, the 3rd Sick Hall, and so on. Chen Ge's brain turned quickly. But I still have a question. How did you unlock the props and scenarios at my haunted house? That's what I'm going to tell you next. As the Blood City continues to expand, the city becomes more and more unstable. Despair permeates the air, and the specters kill each other. There is no salvation for them here. To truly erase the hatred and despair in their hearts, they will have to return to reality. The child in the mirror used the softest expression to say the craziest thing. I want this Blood City to become the intersection point between the fog sea and the real world. Have you lost your mind? If so many red specters and red specters are released into the real world, the area around Zhejiang will become a ghost town. Quote, so, I've been trying very carefully. I only unlock one scenario at a time, from weak to strong. You've done everything perfectly. So far, there have been no accidents. Your existence is a kind of proof to my plan. The child in the mirror glanced at the black phone. Black and red blood vessels appeared in the haunted house's bathroom, and they all crawled into the phone. This phone contains my only lingering spirit. I've used the power of the Blood City to give it part of the power of the Blood City. The scenarios under your haunted house are the projections of the world behind the door. They will take root in reality and become the hub that connects the Blood City to the real world. The broken screen was repaired by the black and red threads inside the Blood City. The threads gave off a presence that rivaled that of a demon god. The child in the mirror appeared to be using the flesh and blood of a demon god to repair the phone. The negative emotions of the living will be consumed by the specters, and the despair, lingering spirit, and regret of the specters will be fulfilled in the real world. That way, the stability of the Blood City can be maintained to the maximum. Stabilizing the Blood City is only the first step. My real goal is still the fog sea of despair. I cannot make the fog sea disappear completely, but I will control the Blood City to suppress it and try my best to save more despairing souls. The child in the mirror returned the black phone that had been repaired to Chen Ge. Before this, I was always in a very dangerous situation. The director of the cursed hospital stole my past body and imprisoned our parents. He was constantly using these things to disturb me. He wanted to take over the control of the Blood City, but now, I have nothing to worry about anymore. The child in the mirror was unable to leave the Blood City, and the cursed hospital kept moving in the black fog sea. If not for Chen Ge, after the director completely consumed Chen Ge's parents, the ending would have been an unknown. Holding the black phone that had been repaired, Chen Ge was reminded of the first time he found the black phone. That day felt like it was only yesterday. Do you have any other questions? Actually, there is something that has been bothering me for a very long time, and I wish to ask you in person today. Chen Ge pressed the power button again. There is a wheel inside this black phone. By putting in the screams of the visitors, the number of spins will be increased. I've spun it many times, but I've never gotten anything good. I just want to know if the rewards written next to the wheel are real or not. Like spirit fruits that can increase one's lifespan, medicine that can improve one's physique. Quote, those are just lies to motivate you. The wheel only contains specters, items related to specters, and items left behind by the dead in the Blood City, the child in the mirror said honestly. You're so shameless, but you can still be a kind spirit. This has given me a new understanding of myself. Chen Ge looked at the phone that was slowly lighting up and shook his head lightly. The child in the mirror saw the calm expression on Chen Ge's face and asked curiously, aren't you angry that you found out the Wheel of Fortune is a scam? Initially, I was angry. I thought I was unlucky, but then I realized that all the luck in my life had been used up when I met her. Chen Ge nudged closer to Zhang Ya. She is the most beautiful person I've ever met and the luckiest thing that has ever happened to me, so no matter what, I will thank you. Zhang Ya seemed to be spacing out. Seeing Chen Ge move closer to her, she pulled back her black hair and moved closer to Chen Ge. They stood together in front of the mirror, but it did not reflect their faces. If that's the case, you should thank me. The child in the mirror felt like Chen Ge was purposely showing off. Before Zhang Ya became a red specter, she was chased by a red specter and accidentally wandered deep into the Blood City. I saw how rare her power was, so I guided her in the dark. At the time, I had to split my attention to resist the headmaster's curse, so it was difficult to protect a specter who was not even a red specter in the chaotic Blood City. Therefore, I separated a part of the Blood City's consciousness and placed it on her. Then, I had her hide inside the Blood City's haunted house. Quote, the child in the mirror looked at the current demon god Zhang Ya, and a helpless smile appeared on his face. But who knew that part of the Blood City's consciousness would merge with her, and even I could not pull it out. Thus, Zhang Ya became the most unique existence in the Blood City. If one day, I disappeared due to some accident, she would replace me as the new consciousness of the Blood City. That was one of my backup plans to deal with the headmaster. Quote, so, to avoid being caught, you sent Zhang Ya out of the Blood City and had her hide in the real world. Other than me, only a few people knew that Zhang Ya had entered the Blood City before. The child in the mirror studied Zhang Ya from head to toe. He still had a surreal feeling. I know she is very special, but the fact that she could become a demon god so quickly is still beyond my expectation. In terms of talent, the speed at which Dr. Gao became a demon god is no slower than Zhang Ya. Chen Ge glanced to the side. Dr. Gao had not left. He followed Chen Ge into the haunted house. Chen Ge was quite wary of the former president of the Society of Strange Tales. It could not be helped. Not only was Dr. Gao terrifyingly powerful, but his intelligence was also enough to crush most people. In order to become a demon god, Dr. Gao spent 20 years planning. From when he was alive to when he died, he paid a price that none of you can imagine. The child in the mirror looked at Dr. Gao. Raising his head, Dr. Gao's lips moved. This was the first time he had spoken since the director's death. I've completed the task you gave me. From now on, we don't owe each other anything. You've met each other before. Chen Ge realized that Dr. Gao seemed to have made some kind of deal with the kind spirit in the mirror. Drive Gao once entered this place through the door of your haunted house. He was lost at the deepest part of the Blood City, and it was me who saved him. It was because he found out the truth that he chose to commit suicide at the underground morgue and entrusted his daughter to you. The child in the mirror pointed at the cubicle door. The picture of Nightmare on the door was left behind by him. The picture of Nightmare. This three-headed devil is the shapeshifter. Quote, some people call it Nightmare, others call it Heart Demon. It is a monster that lives deep inside the black fog. It feeds on nightmares and negative emotions. It can trigger the evil in a person's heart and destroy the blood door. It has the complete opposite of the power of the Blood City. Once the child in the mirror said that, Chen Ge understood it instantly. Before Dr. Gao died, he had entered the door of his haunted house. He had carved the picture of Nightmare on the door to leave a way out for himself. After all, at the time, Dr. Gao also believed that only the person who pushed the door could control the door. If he was trapped behind the door and unable to leave, then he would destroy the blood door and escape. When Chong Wenyu wanted to destroy the door of the School of the Afterlife, she had carved the picture of Nightmare on the door for the same reason. In real life, the blood door represented the Blood City, and the nightmare represented the black fog. Many questions from the past had been answered. After asking a few more questions, Chen Ge placed his parents before the mirror. I found them inside the Blood Sea at the cursed hospital. Now that the director's soul has dissipated, they still haven't woken up. Wounds on the soul are hard to heal, but I will try my best. Bring them to the prop room. There is a blood pool there. Put them inside the pool and leave the rest to me. The child in the mirror turned to leave. Chen Ge led the few demon gods out of the bathroom and entered the prop room. Compared to the first time he was here, the place had not changed much. However, in just a few seconds, an external force tore open a bloody hole in the corner of the prop room. Chen Ge was familiar with that corner. Whenever he drew something from the black phone, the item would appear in the corner of the haunted house's prop room. Black blood vessels crawled out and dragged Chen Ge's parents into the blood pool in the corner. The pool appeared to be connected to the underground of the Blood City. Soaking in the black blood, various curses and black words appeared under the skin of Chen Ge's parents. Then, the lingering curses were washed away by the blood. The faces of Chen Ge's parents slowly regained color, and they looked more alive. The whole process lasted for 1 whole hour. When Chen Ge's parents were sent out from the blood pool, they looked much better than before. After we leave the world behind the door, they will wake up. A child's shadow appeared in the prop mirror inside the prop room. The kind spirit did not seem to want his parents to see him in his current state, so he did not wake them up directly. Thank you. The one who should be thanking is me. I thought I would never see them again. The child in the mirror looked at the churning blood pool and said meaningfully, the power that the Blood City has accumulated over the years should be enough to fully repair a broken soul and help her welcome a new life. What does that mean? If Zhang Ya enters the blood pool, she will have the chance to become a human. Chen Ge grabbed Zhang Ya's hand and became excited. My soul will be repaired, and with my dollmaker talent, there is a chance, but for a demon god, the success rate is only 1 in 10,000. In fact, the weaker the soul, the higher the success rate. Are you sure you want to let Zhang Ya enter the blood pool? The child in the mirror controlled the black blood vessels. The prop room was cut open, and the surging blood sea was revealed. Reincarnating as a human meant that one could make up for all the regrets of the past and have the chance to embrace the beauty of the future. Even if the success rate was only 1 in 10,000, it was a very precious chance. Holding Zhang Ya's hand, Chen Ge asked Zhang Ya for her opinion. Standing beside him, Zhang Ya's eyes were no longer red, and there was a trace of desire in them. But after a while, she shook her head lightly. A pale finger pulled out a blood vessel from her heart. Zhang Ya took out her demon god's heart and placed it back into Chen Ge's shadow. She did not say anything, but she had made her choice. If you miss this chance, you might not be able to become a human anymore. Chen Ge grabbed Zhang Ya's hand and pulled her to the corridor. About half an hour later, Chen Ge and Zhang Ya returned to the prop room. They had made their decision. Are you sure you want to let Zhang Ya use this chance? If we use all the power of the Blood City, we might be able to increase the success rate. The child in the mirror was ready to give it his all. This was his compensation to Chen Ge. There's no need. We will give this chance to Dr. Gao. Just as Chen Ge said that, the sound of chains falling came from behind them. Dr. Gao did not expect this to be the ending. Chen Ge, the Blood City has only given us this one chance after so many years of accumulation. Are you really going to give it to me? Dr. Gao's heart was beating rapidly. He had not felt this way for a long time. The success rate of a demon god or a red specter is too low, and your wife is just a normal person. This is such a precious chance, we cannot waste it. Chen Ge was not joking. He had asked for Zhang Ya's opinion before he made this decision. The sin that you have committed, you will have to bear it yourself, but your wife is innocent. By the way, I need to tell you something. Gao Rushui is very safe, and she asked me to deliver a message for her. She said that she really wants to see you. Quote, when they were at the underground morgue, Dr. Gao had the chance to kill Chen Ge and Zhang Ya, but he did not do that. No matter what reason Dr. Gao had, that was an undeniable fact. Thank you. This was the first time that Dr. Gao had shown such an expression. He pulled off the chains around his chest, used his fingers to cut open his heart, and took out his wife's broken soul. Her body has been destroyed by the monsters in the black fog in the city, but my flesh and blood are still intact. Use my flesh and blood to make a doll for her. Dr. Gao held his wife's broken soul in his hands. After the hospital director's death, the curse on his wife's soul had dissipated. No problem. After getting the confirmation from Chen Ge, Dr. Gao placed his wife's broken soul into the blood pool. The pool contained the purest energy that was extracted from the souls of the dead and negative emotions. As the blood continued to wash, Dr. Gao's wife's broken soul slowly became complete. My flesh is hidden inside one of the buildings in the city. Give me a moment, I'll go and retrieve it now. Dr. Gao had kept his own flesh. He had probably been waiting for this day. Not long after that, Dr. Gao returned to the haunted house with a special red specter. When he saw the special red specter, Chen Ge was quite surprised because it was the well ghost from Coffin Village. She is the red specter who has lived in Zhujiang for the longest time. To find a way to revive my wife, I went to seek her help. Dr. Gao had the well ghost put down her flesh. It is very difficult to maintain the liveliness of the flesh behind the door. I can't afford to be distracted, so I can only ask her to look after my flesh for me. Dr. Gao spoke calmly, and the well ghost did not react strangely. If not for the fact that Chen Ge had been to Coffin Village and knew that the village behind the door had been leveled, he might have believed Dr. Gao's words. With the help of the few demon gods, Chen Ge soon used Dr. Gao's flesh to create a living doll. The broken soul of Dr. Gao's wife was repaired inside the blood pool. When the soul was placed inside the doll, the whole city suddenly shook. The boundary between life and death was broken, and Dr. Gao's wife's heart started to beat again. Looking at that familiar face, Dr. Gao's gaze became so gentle for the first time. He helped his wife fix her hair. Just as everyone thought that Dr. Gao was going to wake his wife up, he whispered to Chen Ge, I want to ask you for one last favor. After you complete this, I will help you guard the city for the rest of my life and atone for all the sins that I have committed. What is it? After you bring my wife away from the blood door, help me change the memory of Gao Rushui, my wife, and the people around them. Dr. Gao's eyes were filled with reluctance. He stood up slowly. Change it to me. The person who died in the car accident 10 years ago was me. After spending 20 years to kill Headmaster Shui Chou and resurrect his wife, Dr. Gao's last wish was for his wife and daughter to forget about him. Chen Ge did not expect that to be Dr. Gao's last wish. He did not agree to it directly. I think it's better for you to meet them in person. Over the years, I've killed many people and consumed many ghosts. The sins that I have committed cannot be washed away even by the blood sea. Dr. Gao looked at his wife, and his eyes never left her. I do not want them to see me like this. Seeing that his wife was about to wake up, Dr. Gao silently retreated out of the room. I will help you guard the city. Perhaps after I atone for all the sins that I have committed, I will go find them. Dr. Gao left. He did not turn back. The cursed hospital has caused so many people. If only everything could be redone. Chen Ge looked at Dr. Gao's back and sighed. It is difficult to change the past. What we need to do is to prevent the same tragedy from happening again. The black fog continues to nurture the cursed seed. Perhaps there will be a new headmaster in the future. I am unable to leave the city, so I will have to trouble you then, the child in the mirror told Chen Ge. Even if it is a cursed seed, it will bloom differently. Chen Ge looked at the child in the mirror. I know what to do. I've said everything that I need to say. Push open the cubicle door, and you can return to reality. The child's figure in the mirror was slowly fading. Pressing on the door of the toilet cubicle, Chen Ge suddenly turned to ask the child, if I push open this blood door from the other side of reality at midnight, will I be able to find out the whole truth directly? Before the headmaster's soul was destroyed, I was mostly muddle-headed. He had been using my flesh and my obsession toward home to influence me. When Dr. Gao entered the door, I happened to be conscious. Quote, if Dr. Gao entered the blood door when you were unconscious, what would have happened? Chen Ge wanted to know the answer to that question. A trace of guilt flashed across the child's eyes. He did not explain but simply said, your shadow once sneaked into the door. At the time, I was unconscious. The headmaster sensed it through the curse and tricked it into a room with a very slow flow of time. He tortured it for a very, very long time. Chen Ge did not expect the shadow's escape to be related to the hospital director. He suspected that the shadow had been tricked by the hospital director into thinking that the person who tortured him was Chen Ge. To get here, I've risked my life so many times. I can't believe that when I return, I only need to push open a door. Chen Ge had a very surreal feeling. I'll leave the real world to you. Pay attention to the safety of the visitors. They can bring some life to this place, and they can make the specters feel the joy that they have not felt for a long time. It was unclear whether the child in the mirror was thinking for the sake of the visitors or the specters. His kindness, to a certain extent, was equal to everything. Leaving the real world to me is not a problem, but the key is that you have to make sure that the ghosts in the city will not affect the real world. Other than that, there is a demon god called Kai, who has escaped from the cursed hospital. He has many family members with the surname Kai. If we do not kill him, those people with the surname Kai will continue to live in curses and anxiety. The fog sea is very big, and it will be very difficult to find a demon god, but you have a top red specter who specializes in curses with you. After she becomes a demon god, perhaps she will be able to deduce the general location of Kai through the curses among the people with the surname Kai. The child in the mirror saw Chen Ge standing at the cubicle door, refusing to enter, and a helpless smile appeared on his face. Is there anything else? I saw a blood door at the deepest part of the cursed hospital. If you are the one who pushed open all the doors, and all the doors lead to the blood city, then how do you explain the door at the lowest level of the cursed hospital? Chen Ge thought about it. That blood door can block all presence. Before we entered the cursed hospital, we had no idea that the hospital director's evil spirit was hiding behind that door. Before we split into good and evil spirits, the hospital director once came to Zhujiang to find us. At the time, he had been exploring the black fog and the blood city for a long time, and he had tried many experiments. Actually, he was the one who came up with the idea for the door. If you've looked through his memory, you'll know that the director wanted to use the Blood City and the Fog Sea to destroy reality. He planned to connect the two worlds and release all the ghosts in the Fog Sea and the city back into reality, turning reality into a nightmare. The child in the mirror recalled that horrible memory. After the director found out about my power, he used me as an experiment. His original intention was to benefit himself, but without realizing it, I also gained the experience that he had accumulated over 10 years. I still don't get what you mean. The door at the bottom of the hospital was the first test. I tried to push the door again and again in the Fog Sea. The door was unable to connect the Fog Sea to the real world, but it could block the detection and perception of the outside world. The child in the mirror did not expect Chen Ge to ask so many questions. He lowered his voice and said, "I need to keep the Blood City running. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way." Wait, I have one last question. This is really the last question. Quote, "Ask away." The child in the mirror looked at Chen Ge. He was a little helpless, but he still had a gentle smile on his face. "Is there really no way for you to leave the Blood City again? I think Mom and Dad would like to see you. If there's a chance, I hope that all of us can be happy." Chen Ge voiced his thoughts. That doesn't sound like something that a malevolent spirit would say. The child in the mirror shook his head. There is a wheel inside the black phone, and there is a ghost inside it that you haven't drawn. Chen Ge's current title was Red Spectre's favored. He only needed to draw another baleful spectre to level up his title. Why are you telling me that now? The last ghost will be me. After you extract all the pain, despair, and anxiety from the wheel, I will be the last ghost to leave the Blood City. The child in the mirror then slowly disappeared. Chen Ge understood what he meant. When all the souls in the Blood City were saved, kindness would be reborn. Such a kind person. Chen Ge looked at the mirror dumbly. The fact that you have the power to travel between the Blood City and the real world is probably not a coincidence. Instead of saying that you have merged with the Blood City, it is more accurate to say that the many despairing souls chose you. Quote, after the boy in the mirror left, Chen Ge did not push the door open to return to reality but found the old headmaster of the School of the Afterlife. After expressing his gratitude, he personally sent the Red Spectres back to the School of the Afterlife with Demon God. Chen Ge thought that the painter would return with the old headmaster, but the painter seemed to have other things to do. He took the broken oil painting with him, hoping that Chen Ge could take care of Fan Yu in real life. Then, he led the few Red Spectres who had left the School of the Afterlife with him into the black fog. Based on what the painter said, he seemed to want to rebuild a real heaven inside the black fog. After sending the painter and the old headmaster away, Chen Ge returned to the cursed hospital. Xiao Sun had become the new headmaster. He was discussing the rebuilding of the cursed hospital with the Kai people and some specters who were willing to stay. As for the living people who wanted to leave the door, they were taken away by Chen Ge. With the help of Demon God and Blood City, Chen Ge used his dollmaker's talent to repair most of the wounds on the living people, like Zuo Han's eyes. After dealing with everything behind the door, Chen Ge led the living people back to the center of the Red City. The kind spirit in the mirror had already left. This haunted house at the center of the Red City was empty, no different from how it was in real life. It's time to go. His palm pressed on the door of the toilet cubicle. As Chen Ge slowly exerted his strength, blood vessels swam on the wooden board. This was the first time he had pushed open the door of his own haunted house, but he did not expect it to be from the inside. The sun shone on his body through the glass. The blood melted, and Chen Ge took a step forward and returned to the real world. The light smell of air freshener drifted past his nose. The curtain fluttered in the wind, and a girl hugging a doll appeared before Chen Ge. She was the guardian spirit of Zhujiang New Century Park, Luo Ruyu. She was unable to leave the haunted house, but she knew that something very dangerous had happened the previous night. She seemed to have been guarding outside the door of the toilet cubicle, waiting for Chen Ge to return. Touching Luo Ruoyu's head lightly, Chen Ge felt like she was his own little sister. I've brought Mom and Dad back. Everything is fine now. Chen Ge had his employees and Luo Ruyu send his parents to the staff break room. He put down the white cat and backpack. He turned back to look at the living people who were coming out from the toilet cubicle and summoned Zhang Yi. After erasing the memory of the living people, Chen Ge very skillfully used the cart to send them out of the haunted house. Actually, Chen Ge did not need to do it himself. He had formed a kind of tacit understanding with his employees. They only needed to look at each other to know what to do. The workers at the haunted house started to get busy. Some were altering their memories, some were absorbing curses, and some started to set up the scenario to prepare for the day's business. These living people that were brought out from the cursed hospital will be a big problem. Be it calling the police or sending them to the hospital, if it's not dealt with properly, we might be targeted by the police. Chen Ge thought about it and personally came up with the plot to weave new memories for them. Of all the living people, there were only two exceptions. One was the haunted house worker, Zhang Jingju, and the other was Zuo Han. Before the threat of death, Zhang Jingju chose to remind Chen Ge without hesitation. This was a friendship that had been forged through life and death. Zuo Han had also helped Chen Ge a lot at the cursed hospital. He cooperated with Chen Ge and obtained important information. Chen Ge did not make things difficult for these two. He allowed them to make their own decisions. In the end, both Zuo Han and Zhang Jingju chose to retain their memories, and Zuo Han even expressed his wish to join the haunted house. Practice was the best interview. Zuo Han was definitely a rare genius, but because he was a genius, Chen Ge did not want to waste his talent. The two agreed that Zuo Han would be considered a part-time worker at the haunted house, and his main job would be as a forensic doctor. Defending the rights of the living, this unique experience would make Zuo Han the best forensic doctor. Chen Ge had Zhang Jingju and Zuo Han organize the other living people. He went to borrow the bus that New Century Park used to transport the visitors and planned to send all of them back to Shanghai. People who had been missing for many years had returned to the world. It was unknown whether their families were still there or whether their old lives could continue. However, that was not something that Chen Ge needed to worry about. He had saved those people from hell, and that was already very impressive. When the living people were transported to the bus, Chen Ge took out the black phone from his pocket. Ever since he returned to real life, the phone that had been repaired had been vibrating non-stop. Swiping the screen, Chen Ge looked at the unread messages on the black phone. This is so familiar. After knowing the truth, Chen Ge had a different mindset when he looked at the information again. He reached out and tapped on the screen. Lucky red specters favored. Congratulations on completing the 4-star trial mission, the cursed hospital. Quote, you've successfully survived until dawn. A new 4-star scenario has been unlocked, the cursed hospital. Mission completion rate reached 95%. Obtained hidden mission reward, the cursed hospital's basement 19th floor. The 19th underground floor of the cursed hospital, special building, curses, specters, and nightmares. The further you go down, the more dangerous it becomes. When you turn back, you will realize that you are no longer able to return. When he saw the first reward, Chen Ge took a deep breath and said, does this hospital lead to the deepest part of the Blood City? But there shouldn't be anyone who can walk all 19 floors, right? Quote, you have successfully found your parents. Optional quest completed. You will receive a chance to heal your soul used. You have successfully saved patient number 1. Optional quest completed. You will receive a complete body and soul used. You have successfully killed the hospital director. Optional quest completed. You will receive the scenario of the cursed hospital behind the door used. Lucky red specters favored. Congratulations on owning 3 4-star scenarios at the same time. After the expansion of the cursed hospital is completed, the haunted house will officially be upgraded to a city of nightmares. City of Nightmares. This is a city built at the edge of nightmares. It connects the human heart and reality, hiding despair and redemption. After reading the mission reward, Chen Ge did not close the black phone but continued to scroll through it. The list of employees at the haunted house had added many names of specters. After experiencing the cursed hospital, most of the specters had treated the haunted house as their home. Other than that, Chen Ge also glanced at the mission tab. All the low-level missions had been cleared, and there was only one red mission left in the tab. He reached out to touch it, and without any warning, the black phone screen turned completely red. The last 5-star mission, City of Nightmares, has been forcibly triggered. This mission has no time limit, and you will receive continuous rewards. The mission will only end when the black fog disappears. His eyes scanned the screen, and Chen Ge realized that the last mission that he had triggered did not have the word trial as its prefix. This mission was the real purpose of the good spirit. Chen Ge did not care about these missions anymore. He looked through the phone and finally found what he was looking for in the contact list. The black phone's contact list had not been accessible before, but after the good spirit had fixed it, there was an additional number in the contact list. This should be the most unique number for the good spirit. You have saved so many despairing souls in the city. I am not as great as you, so I can only save you. Chen Ge memorized the number. I will remember your obsession with home. As long as I am alive, your obsession will not disappear. Putting the phone away, Chen Ge went to visit his parents. They still had not woken up, but they were in a much better condition. After having Luo Ruiyu temporarily take care of his parents, Chen Ge gave his employees some instructions before grabbing his backpack and hopping onto the bus. On the surface, it was Zhang Jingju who was driving, but in reality, it was Tang Jun, who had a lot of driving experience. Carrying a bus full of missing people, they were unable to get on the highway. When Chen Ge's group arrived at Xinhai, it was already afternoon. He summoned Zhang Yi again to change part of the passengers' memory and then had his employees escort them as they left. I will help as much as I can. That is the best I can do. Chen Ge patted Zhang Jingju on his shoulder. Jingju, you've suffered a lot this time. From now on, you will be the manager of Xinhai's haunted house. You have the final say here. Chen Ge drove the bus directly to Nightmare Academy. After leaving a few ghosts behind as Zhang Jingzhou's helpers, he hurried to Xinhai's police station. He gave the police some clues about the cursed hospital and at the same time, asked them about the progress of the case. After knowing that the direction of the police's investigation had nothing to do with him, Chen Ge still wanted to help the Xinhai police, but when he returned to the police station to charge his phone that had been switched off, he realized that he had received multiple messages while he was away. Among them were from Director Luo, Li Zheng, and the haunted house employees like Xu Wan. After clicking open the messages, Chen Ge's heart skipped a beat. When Xu Wan and the rest arrived at the haunted house that morning, they saw Chen Ge's parents, who had fainted inside the staff break room. The employees immediately contacted Director Luo, and they directly sent Chen Ge's parents to the best hospital in Zhujiang. After learning that the people who had been missing for so long had suddenly returned, even Li Sanbao, who was responsible for the missing person case, and Captain Yan from the police station were shocked. A few police cars stopped at the entrance of the theme park early in the morning, and that gave the visitors quite a fright. Actually, this was not a big deal, but the key was that the couple was Chen Ge's parents. When the police in Zhujiang were reminded that Chen Ge had opened up 2 murder case files to search for his parents, they instantly panicked. Subconsciously, they thought that something big was about to happen. This kind of stress reaction was called the Chen Ge effect by a criminal psychologist at the police station. The police cars led the way, and the police officers watched over them. Those who did not know might have thought that the person lying inside the ambulance was some kind of A-class wanted criminal. From the morning to the night, Chen Ge's parents finally woke up from their coma. Everyone was calling Chen Ge, but Chen Ge's own phone had already been switched off because it ran out of battery, and he only found out about this now. After notifying the police station at Xinhai, Chen Ge rushed back to Zhujiang that night. He had the taxi driver drive him directly to the hospital. It was already 10 p.m., but the second floor of Zhujiang People's Hospital was filled with people. Some of them were the police, and the rest were the employees from the theme park and the haunted house. Both parties stood on the sides of the corridor, and they were all in uniform. The boss is here, boss, here, quote, Chen Ge, why are you so late? Quote, walking through the crowd, Chen Ge stopped at the door. He gripped the door handle, but he did not dare push the door open. When he fought against the red specters behind the door, he did not hesitate like this. Taking a deep breath, Chen Ge slowly pushed the door open. His eyes focused on the bed. When Chen Ge saw the couple in the patient's garb, his eyes reddened instantly, and an indescribable joy and sadness surged in his heart. His lips moved, but no words came out. It felt like if he opened his mouth, his tears would fall. Chen Ge, what is going on? I haven't seen you for one night, and you've already made such a big fuss. Chen Xiao sat up from the bed. He walked to Chen Ge's side like how he usually did. He hooked his arm around Chen Ge's neck and used his other arm to close the door. One night, Chen Ge looked at his father. Don't you remember? We only remember that we had an argument yesterday because of the haunted house. You said you did not want to take over the haunted house and wanted to move to a big city like Xinhai to work. Chen Xiao said it casually. He tried his best to act like he did not care, but his red eyes had already exposed many things. Chen Ge's mother also walked over. She did not say anything but hugged Chen Ge, unwilling to let go. They were just pretending to have lost their memory. The pain that they had endured for the past year was unimaginable, but they did not want to add more pressure to their child, and they did not want their child to share their pain. They had not done anything wrong, but when they looked at Chen Ge, their eyes were filled with pain and guilt. They, who knew the truth, knew very well how much despair and pain Chen Ge had gone through to save them. For a normal person to save someone from the cursed hospital that had multiple demon gods, that was almost impossible, but Chen Ge had done it. Chen Xiao could still speak normally, but Chen Ge's mother could not control her emotions. The painful days are over. By the way, you haven't visited the current haunted house, right? When you were asleep, I renovated the haunted house. Now our haunted house is the top haunted house in the country, and I have even opened a branch in Shanghai. Chen Ge changed the topic. He had a gentle smile on his face, and he was showing off like a child. Our haunted house can still become the top haunted house in the country. Chen Xiao was enjoying the happiness of reunion. He did not care what Chen Ge had said. Yes, let's go home now. When we enter the haunted house, you will be shocked. The doctor had done a checkup. Chen Ge's parents were in good health, so they left the hospital that night. After thanking everyone who had come to help, the family of three got into the taxi. They chatted a lot along the way, and Chen Ge finally understood the reason behind his parents' disappearance. Other than using the flesh of the good spirit to influence the Blood City, the director had started to use the connection between the shadow and Chen Ge to secretly place a curse on Chen Ge. At the time, the situation was already very dangerous. Be it the Blood City or Chen Ge in real life, they were all affected. If this continued, Chen Ge's good spirit and evil spirit would have a big problem. They were forced into a corner, and that was why they had joined forces with Chen Xiao in the Blood City to fight back. When they returned to the haunted house, it was already 11 p.m. There was no one at the theme park. It was dark, and it was very quiet. Seeing that the haunted house had not changed that much, Chen Ge's father lowered his expectations, but he did not say it out loud. However, who was Chen Ge? He might not have learned much from Dr. Gao, but he had learned many tricks to read people's minds. He could guess Chen Xiao's thoughts just from micro-expressions. Dad, the haunted house has changed a lot internally. Chen Ge pulled back the fence and pulled back the curtain. Hearing Chen Ge's words, Chen Ge's mother pinched Chen Ge's father from behind and glared at him. Chen Ge's father was innocent, and he followed Chen Ge into the haunted house. Most of the haunted house's employees and new scenarios are underground. Chen Ge removed the chain from the wailing door and pulled open the door that led underground. A cold wind rushed out from underground, and the temperature in the haunted house dropped. Underground, the three walked down the stairs, and once they appeared, they heard a uniform voice. "Good morning, boss." At a glance, the large underground building was filled with various lingering spirits, baleful specters, and red specters. There were too many of them. Chen Ge's parents, who were used to such situations, froze on the stairs. Are they outside the door? There were students, doctors, teachers, gamblers, cartoonists, and even directors among the baleful specters before them. "Good morning, uncle, auntie." Before Chen Ge's parents could react, the employees greeted them again. Chang Ji-yu stood beside them, controlling the lights and giving orders. Picking up the headless woman's head that had dropped due to excitement, Chen Ge very naturally placed the head back into the headless woman's hand. He was satisfied with his employee's performance. He had done a good job in managing his company. The scene before them was too shocking. When Chen Ge's parents were still digesting the information, Chen Ge walked over. "Dad, Mom, actually, there's something else I need to tell you. I've met a very nice girl. Perhaps we can go out for dinner tomorrow." With a gentle smile on his face, Chen Ge turned to look at his shadow. "She's a very nice girl, but before you meet her, you'd better be mentally prepared. We've already seen something like this, what else can surprise us?" Chen Xiao and Chen Ji's mother, Xu Meng, had been standing on the stairs, hesitating whether to go down or not. Then, "I'll call her out," Chen Ge called softly at his shadow. "Zhang Ya, come and meet my parents." The dark shadow rippled, and then the whole New Century Park started to shake. A scary presence that could not be hidden silently appeared. The red dress was like blood, and it was embroidered with black godly patterns. Resentment and despair that had solidified morphed into decorations. Zhang Ya stepped on the wailing souls and walked out from Chen Ji's shadow. The fear that surpassed the fear of a red specter shocked everyone. It turned out that beauty could be so soul-stirring. Chen Xiao and Xu Meng stood blankly on the steps. The two of them were already dumbfounded. Demon god, the girl you mentioned is a demon god. Quote, due to his agitated emotions, Chen Ge's father's mouth was stuttering. He could guess that Chen Ge would hire a baleful specter to work for him, and he could guess that the haunted house was doing well, but he did not expect his son to bring a demon god to see him. Yes, her name is Zhang Ya. Chen Ge very naturally held Zhang Ya's hand. Xu Meng and Chen Xiao's eyelids twitched. They were worried that Zhang Ya might kill Chen Ge out of anger. The old couple had just woken up from their coma, and when they returned to the haunted house, they were shocked. They even started to suspect that they had fallen into an illusion set up by the headmaster. But thinking about it, even the cursed hospital would not dare set up such an illusion. Other than his good personality, does he have any other good points? Xu Meng subconsciously asked Zhang Ya. She had watched her son grow up. She knew that her son was good, but that was only when compared to others. Facing the question from Chen Ge's mother, Zhang Ya was as silent as usual. She even moved to stand behind Chen Ge. Anyone with eyes could see that this demon god was very reliant on Chen Ge. We have been through too many things. How about we visit the haunted house first and then find some time to talk? We can visit the haunted house anytime, but let's talk about Zhang Ya first. Chen Xiao and Xu Meng said at the same time. Their son was about to start a relationship with a demon god, so why would they visit a haunted house? Aren't you tired? It's almost midnight. Chen Ge had a bitter smile on his face. He did not expect his parents to react so strongly. After sleeping for a whole year, we are very energetic now. Alright, I'll go find a restaurant and have a good gathering. Chen Ge called up all of his employees and switched on his phone. He chose a high-class hotel in Zhujiang that even had a banquet hall. Haunted house had so many employees that Yan Danian's comic could not fit in all of them. Many lingering spirits and baleful specters had to disguise themselves as Chen Ge's shadows. Carrying his backpack, Chen Ge stood in the middle of the road. The whole street seemed eerie and creepy. The phrase, 100 ghosts walking at night, was not enough to describe the eeriness and horror. Without taking a taxi, Chen Ge had Tang Jun drive the bus on Route 104. With countless employees following behind them, they arrived at the hotel that he had been lucky enough to choose. It was already midnight, and the hotel was already closed. Chen Ge first got Zhang Yi to alter the security guard's memory. Then, he got Chiume and Tong Tong to enter the surveillance center to temporarily disable all the surveillance. After doing all that, he flipped through the comic, and the employees walked out one by one. The employees who were good at cooking volunteered to go into the kitchen, and the students were very excited. They loved going on field trips. Chen Xiao and Xu Meng found it unbelievable when they saw the employees working together and busying themselves in the hotel. Baleful specters existed because of their lingering spirits and were entangled by resentment and hatred. They did not expect that baleful specters could get along with Chen Ge like this. We'll book the whole place tonight. When we leave in the morning, I'll pay. Chen Ge showed them the balance on his phone. I'm not interested in money. These numbers are just free gifts for the expansion of the haunted house. Before Chen Ge could finish, Father Chen knocked him on the head. You can give it to me if you're not interested. I haven't seen so much money since I got married. The family of three joked as they entered the hotel. They went to a private room on the top floor, where they could see the entire night view of Zhujiang. The employees started to serve the dishes, and Chen Ge summoned Zhang Ya. At first, Father Chen and Madam Chen were still worried about Chen Ge and Zhang Ya, and kept asking them about their plans for the future, wanting to know how they were going to live in the future. But when Chen Ge told them about Zhang Ya's past experiences and all the things that had happened between them, Father Chen and Madam Chen's attitudes changed drastically. Xu Meng, in particular, sat directly next to Zhang Ya, as if Zhang Ya was her own daughter. She grabbed Zhang Ya's hand with heartache and said something to Zhang Ya. Xu Meng and Chen Xiao were both very good people. They had taken in Luo Ruoyu's soul a long time ago, and at that time, Chen Ge had felt that they treated Luo Ruoyu better than they had treated themselves. This scene seemed to be happening again. Xu Meng stopped asking about Zhang Ya's past, and instead started to ask Chen Ge about it. She hoped that Chen Ge would understand that dating was different from being together for the rest of his life. She wanted Chen Ge to think clearly and be truly prepared. She didn't want to see either of them get hurt. The banquet went on for a long time. The employees couldn't drink, but they all seemed a little drunk. They talked and laughed freely, and a simple sense of beauty was planted in their hearts. In the past, they had been tortured and imprisoned by their past memories, but because they had met Chen Ge, they could now talk about the future freely. The night would eventually pass, and when dawn was about to break, the employees would return to normal. Chen Ge compared the things that he had used. He withdrew money from the bank and placed it on the counter. He also left behind a note. Of course, the words were written by his employees. Walking out of the restaurant, Chen Ge's parents grabbed their backpacks and left early. They wanted to give Zhang Ya and Chen Ge some time. The elderly couple were experienced people. They knew that after meeting their parents, Chen Ge and Zhang Ya might have something to say, so they did not disturb them. Their black hair fluttered in the night wind. Chen Ge and Zhang Ya walked down the empty road. This scene felt familiar, like they had experienced it in their dreams. The memories of the past rushed into their hearts. The two leaned against each other and walked through the night to welcome the morning. Tomorrow, we'll go to the civil hall to ask. It's time to let go of the past and start a new life. The sun rose as usual, and the sunlight chased away the night. New Century Park opened at 9 a.m., and there was a long queue before the haunted house. Senior, you're still injured. How about we skip the tour today? Heshan was trying to think of a way to escape, but Zuo Han had his eyes on him. Today is the opening of the new scenario. Even if we don't visit it, we should at least enjoy the show. Zuo Han glanced at the group behind him and frowned. Where's Gao Rushui? Is she still not here? Quote, yes, Senior said that she's not feeling well. We'll go visit her together someday. Zuo Han wanted to say something else, but the crowd suddenly became noisy. F***CK, the new scenario is open. It's a 4-star scenario. Quote, the cursed hospital, the 19th layer of hell. Quote, quick, who has Brother Gang as a friend? Hurry up and challenge him. Quote, Brother Gang is still in the hospital. Please do not consume the deceased streamer. When the sign at the entrance of the haunted house changed, the visitors were instantly excited, but no one dared to challenge the haunted house. A bunch of cowards. Moments later, a balding man walked out from the crowd. He walked directly to stand beside Shu Shu. Are the tickets for the 4-star scenario different from the tickets for other scenarios? Yes, the tickets for the 4-star scenario are black and red. Shu Shu was about the same age as the balding man. But I don't recommend you visit the 4-star scenario. That's fine, just give me a ticket to the cursed hospital. The balding man was determined, and the surrounding visitors all turned to look at him. Are you sure? Shu Shu double-checked. After he felt that the balding man was not mentally ill, he gave him a ticket. After getting the ticket to the cursed hospital, the balding man took out his phone and stood at the entrance of the haunted house. He took a selfie with the ticket and then posted it on his WeChat moments. Spring is the best time of the year, and it's the perfect time to go out and play. I strongly recommend Haunted House to promote the 4-star scenario. After my visit today, I was covered in cold sweat. After taking the selfie, he looked at the comments on his WeChat moments with a smile and walked away. Has this uncle been here before? He looks familiar to me. I remember now. When the haunted house was first opened, he came to take a picture. The visitors did not dare enter the cursed hospital, but many of them bought the ticket and posted it on their WeChat moments. Now that Chen Ge's haunted house was famous, the number of warriors who dared challenge the new scenario had decreased. No one was stupid. After all, other haunted houses usually had a souvenir shop, but of the 2 huts at the entrance of the haunted house, one was equipped with a full set of medical equipment and a doctor on call 24 hours a day, the other hut sold underwear. According to rumors, due to the high demand, the park had no choice but to open a small underwear shop next to the haunted house. With that kind of setup, who would dare explore a new scenario? After waiting for a long time, there were still no visitors who wanted to challenge the new scenario. In the end, Chen Ge left the haunted house. Accompanying him was a middle-aged woman. She was Gao Rushui's mother. Chen Ge personally sent the woman to Gao Rushui's home. He did not choose to lie or hide the truth but told Gao Rushui the truth. Seeing the mother and daughter reunited, he silently walked out of the room. It was drizzling outside, but Chen Ge did not mind it. He ran to Zhujiang's children's home to complete the adoption procedures for Fan Yu and Ying Tong. Initially, he wanted to adopt the other children as well, but the procedure did not allow him to do so. The reason he was able to adopt Fan Yu and Ying Tong was because the children's home had considered the 2 children's unique circumstances. Bringing Fan Yu and Ying Tong back to the haunted house was something that Chen Ge had planned for a long time. In the future, Chen Ge wanted them to inherit his haunted house and become the new owners of the City of Nightmares. After dealing with all that, Chen Ge took some documents and ran to the civil hall. The rain outside was getting heavier. When Chen Ge arrived, there was only one worker in the room. The worker said that she could not help Chen Ge, but she did not reject him completely. Instead, she decided to help Chen Ge think of a solution. After knowing the result, Chen Ge was quite disappointed, even though he had already expected this. Humans and ghosts were separated by life and death. It was very difficult for them to touch each other. At 6 p.m., the theme park closed for the day. Chen Ge locked himself in the staff break room. He was writing down his future plans. After who knew how long, a big white cat carrying a doll jumped onto the table. There was a knock on the door. Chen Ge's parents stood at the door. Chen Ge, the workers have prepared something for you. Come out and take a look. The workers prepared something for me. Chen Ge put down the pen that he was holding and walked out from the break room. The haunted house was unusually quiet that day, like there was not a single ghost in sight. Is it outside? Pulling back the thick curtain, colorful lights weaved together like a dream, lighting up the night sky. New Century Park, which was normally quiet at night, was ablaze with lights that day. The workers had found many things to turn this place into a fairytale world. What are they doing? Before Chen Ge finished, Lao Zhou walked over. He handed Chen Ge an exquisite box. Everyone pooled their money to buy this. This is as far as we can help you. Exiting the haunted house, Chen Ge was led to the Ferris wheel by the workers. This was the center of the theme park. Holding the beautiful box, Chen Ge did not know what to do. He looked around. His parents and the workers were all looking at him with anticipation and encouragement. The Ferris wheel behind him turned slowly, and the light chased away the darkness and chill. Chen Ge took a deep breath. He picked up the box with one hand and said softly, "Zhang Ya." The beautiful shadow appeared behind Chen Ge. Just like normal, she stayed by Chen Ge's side. Turning around, Chen Ge looked at Zhang Ya. With everyone watching, he opened the box. For the rest of our lives, we will be inseparable. This is my promise to you. Putting the ring on Zhang Ya's finger, Chen Ge used the softest voice to ask, "Will you marry me?" Zhang Ya did not expect Chen Ge to say something like that. The blood in her eyes disappeared, and the murderous heart beat heavily. After a long time, Zhang Ya leaned against Chen Ge. She looked into Chen Ge's eyes, and her lips moved. "I will." Raising his arms, Chen Ge hugged Zhang Ya lightly. "In the future, I will always be by your side. I will not let you be lonely or sad anymore." Inside the brightly lit theme park, under the slowly turning Ferris wheel, Chen Ge and Zhang Ya hugged each other. It was as if they were embracing all the beauty in the world. The employees, who did not even dare breathe, saw this and erupted in cheers. They were overjoyed from the bottom of their hearts. That night, New Century Park was brightly lit. The employees were partying through the night. Many residents who lived near the park and the cars that passed by saw this scene. From that day onward, another very scary ghost story started to spread in Zhujiang. After midnight, at a theme park in western Zhujiang, the various entertainment equipment would move on their own, and the cheers of many visitors could be heard. According to insiders, the cause of this ghost story might be related to a haunted house at the theme park. Some said it was heaven on earth, others said it was the 19th level of hell, and some said it was the connection between nightmare and reality. It symbolized the deepest despair but also the eternal salvation. End of the book. I keep feeling like there's someone else in my room, and his eyes are hiding in the gap between the dresser and the bed. The girl was young, and she looked innocent. She seemed to like the color white. Her shirt, pants, shoes, and even her handbag were all white. Have you told your parents? Sitting across from the girl was a boy about 18. He was handsome and gave off a sense of cleanliness. They're out of town, and they'll probably be back in a week. The girl picked up the drink in her hands and looked at the impurities that had settled at the bottom of the glass. When I returned home last night, the voice-activated lights in the corridor were broken, and I could hear footsteps coming from behind me. He was following me in the dark. Someone's following you. Western Zhujiang hasn't been very safe recently. Let me send you home today, okay? I'm worried about you going back alone. The boy's voice was very gentle. The girl hesitated for a long time. She looked at the boy's almost perfect face, and something scary suddenly occurred to her. She stood up in a hurry. It's okay, I'll go back on my own. The sun slowly set outside the window. After the girl and the boy parted at the restaurant, she walked on the road alone. Could it be him? With that thought in her mind, the girl almost knocked into a billboard. She lifted her head to look and saw the notice on the billboard. Recently, many young women have gone missing in our city. Attention all citizens. If you find them, please contact the local police station immediately. Quote, there was a missing person notice next to the notice. The missing people were all female, between the ages of 15 to 25. The notice detailed what they were wearing when they went missing, like pure white shoes and black dresses. Looking at the pictures, the girl felt a chill on the back of her neck, and she whipped her head around to look behind her. The street was crowded, but she did not see anyone strange. Why do I feel like there's someone watching me? The girl picked up her pace and hurried home. The night fell, and the streetlights flickered. The girl heard footsteps behind her, and the person was getting closer. She did not dare turn back. Gripping her bag, she ran into the building and rushed into the corridor. The footsteps behind her did not disappear, but they followed her into the corridor. The person stopped hiding and moved faster and faster. The voice-activated lights seemed to have been broken beforehand. No matter how loud they were, the corridor was still dark. The girl ran in the dark. The familiar staircase now seemed like an endless maze. Ling Lan, a familiar and gentle voice suddenly sounded behind her, and the girl's movements gradually slowed down. This was that boy's voice. She remembered it very clearly. It was because of that charming voice that she couldn't help but fall in love with him. Ling Lan, don't be afraid. I'm just worried about you. That's why I wanted to escort you back. A figure slowly approached from the darkness and gently grabbed the girl's hand. You've been following me. The girl's voice changed. She looked at the familiar figure in the dark and flung his hand away. Ling Lan, listen to me. For the past few nights, my heart has been aching for some reason. There is a voice warning me. The man wanted to say something else, but the girl ran up the stairs. Stop following me. The door was slammed shut, and the girl entered one of the rooms on the top floor. Not long after she entered, the room was filled with loud music, as if someone had turned the volume of the TV to the maximum. Ling Lan, you've misunderstood. The boy knocked on the door, but there was no response. Several minutes later, just as the boy was about to leave, the closed door suddenly opened. The girl's face appeared through the gap. Her dark eyes lit up when she saw the boy. Ling Lan, I'm really just worried about you. Seeing the girl finally open the door, the boy hurried forward to explain, but when he said the name Ling Lan, the girl's expression darkened. The color in her eyes slowly faded, and she stared at the boy. Why are you looking for my big sister? Big sister. The boy stopped at the door. My name is Ying Su, I'm Ling Lan's little sister. Ying Su's hunchback slowly straightened, and the boy saw that she was wearing a black dress. Can you call your big sister? I have something that I want to tell her. Quote, she's taking a shower. It's not convenient for her to come out now. Ying Su kept staring at the boy, and the gaze was rather scary. The sound of running water could be heard above the loud music. The boy pursed his lips. Then I won't disturb you anymore. Can you help me pass a message to her? Tell her that I'll be waiting for her at the restaurant at Western Street tomorrow morning. Got it, Ying Su replied faintly and closed the door. The corridor became dark again. The boy stood alone at the door of Ling Lan's home. He looked at the bag in his hand, which contained the present that he had prepared. Why does my heart hurt more the closer I get to this place? The memories between him and Ling Lan flashed across his mind. The boy gripped the railing and slowly walked down the stairs. Ling Lan was 1 year older than the boy, and there was a special attraction about her, like she represented all the unknowns in the world. The boy's love for Ling Lan was pure and passionate, without any impurities. She was the first person that he had fallen in love with, and Ling Lan was also the first person to tell him what love was. That kind of love was like fire, lighting up everything, lighting up the soul. There was no turning back, and there was no room for negotiation. When the boy returned home, he hummed a song that he had composed and lay in bed. Drowsiness washed over him like a wave. Just as the boy was about to fall asleep, he heard a voice. They're the murderers. Don't drink that drink, don't drink that drink. The next morning, the boy took the gift that he had not given out and hurried to the restaurant on Western Street early. He chose a table next to the window. It was not until noon that the girl in the white coat finally showed up. She looked very tired and did not speak much. She was even quieter than usual. After lunch, The boy suggested going to the movies, and the girl did not reject him. Like usual, they did everything they wanted to do. The girl's face revealed a smile that she had not seen in a long time. Her mood improved a lot. When the sky was almost dark, the two reached the junction. This time, the boy did not say that he would take the girl home, but when the boy was about to leave, the girl reached out to grab the boy's hand. Last night, I felt that gaze again. He was hiding inside my room like he was trying to kill me. The girl raised her head. Can you accompany me to inspect the room? Feeling the coldness in his palm, the boy gripped the girl's hand tightly. Okay. Crossing the street, the two leaned against each other as they entered the old residential area. The dark building was like the open mouth of a monster, swallowing the two in one gulp. The door closed. The boy stood inside the girl's home, and he appeared rather reserved. There's a drink on the coffee table. Why don't you take a seat on the sofa and rest? I'll go change. This dress is too uncomfortable. The girl entered the bedroom, and the boy carefully sat down on the sofa. His body was as straight as a pencil. This was the first time he had been to the girl's home, and his bashfulness was very cute. He looked around. The girl's home was very normal, and there was nothing special about it. The boy slowly relaxed. He picked up the drink on the coffee table. When the glass touched his lips, he was suddenly reminded of something that he had heard the night before. Don't drink that drink. The voice had appeared in his half-awake state. It was familiar yet strange. It was just a few short sentences, but they appeared to have color and shape, like they represented a specific memory. Slowly putting down the drink, the boy turned to look at the wall, and he accidentally saw a picture frame. Inside the wooden frame was a picture of a family of 4. Between the husband and wife stood 2 girls who looked almost the same. One of them was wearing a white t-shirt, and the other was wearing a black dress. What are you looking at? The girl in white pajamas walked to the boy's side. Ling Lan, don't you have a twin sister? When I came yesterday, she was the one who opened the door for me. Quote, do you want to see her? The girl's eyes scanned the drink on the coffee table. The glass had been moved, but the drink inside was still there. I'm just curious, before the boy could finish, he suddenly felt a bone-piercing chill come from his heart. He slowly lowered his head and saw that a sharp knife had been stabbed into his chest. Warm blood slid across her fair skin and dyed the girl's pure white pajamas red. A hysterical expression gradually appeared on her delicate face. I'm Ying Su. You love Lily of the Valley so much. Why can't you tell me apart from her? Before she finished, Ling Lan walked out from the bedroom. Her bare feet stepped on the boy's blood. The sharp knife kept stabbing into the boy's body. This was definitely not the first time they had done this. Every knife avoided the bones and stabbed into the boy's heart. The gift box in his hand fell to the ground, and a tape fell into the pool of blood. The boy's consciousness started to fade. Before the bone-piercing pain hit him, he saw a man standing behind the 2 girls. The man tried his best to stop the girls, but his arms passed through the girls' bodies again and again. The man did not seem to belong to this world. He wanted to stop everything in this world, but he could not touch anything in this world. I seem to remember his voice. Opening his eyes, Chen Ge's fingers curled into fists and slammed them on the bed. His body appeared to be extremely weak, and his face was pale. Boss, you've tried more than 100 times already. Just give up. The reason Shu Yin is able to become a demon god is because he has extreme love and extreme hatred. No one can save him from the cage of these 2 emotions. Xiao Sun, who was wearing a white coat, stood next to Chen Ge. No, it's the wrong direction. I originally thought that as long as I killed the 2 girls or changed one of the parts in his memory, I would be able to stop the tragedy, but that was not the case. Even if he did not drink the drink, Shu Yin would still be killed. Chen Ge stood up. I want to try again. Hearing what Chen Ge said, a bitter smile appeared on Xiao Sun's face. Boss, I know you want to use the cursed hospital's brain maze to save Shu Yin, but he is a demon god. The brain maze that we created based on his memory is like an independent world. He is too powerful. The brain maze that we created is completely different from the other specters, brain mazes. Quote, Xiao Sun looked at Shu Yin, who was lying at the deepest part of the cursed hospital. Countless names that symbolized curses were pressed under his body. This was a sleeping god. Earlier, you tried everything you could to kill the 2 girls, but you all failed. Shu Yin's past memory is carved into the deepest part of his spirit. We cannot even touch the memory there, much less change it. Xiao Sung waved his hands to dismiss the doctors around him. Spirit is the foundation of a specter's existence. If you want to save Shu Yin, then you need to change the spirit of a demon god, and that is almost impossible. I've thought about it. In Shu Yin's brain maze, I cannot touch anyone, but I can touch myself. Chen Ge sat back down on the bed. Let's stop wasting time. Call all the doctors over. We will give it another try. Boss, why don't you take a rest? You've entered the demon god's brain maze more than 100 times. If this continues, your consciousness will collapse, and if your consciousness collapses, you will not be able to return. I'll be fine. Blood vessels crawled into Chen Ge's body, connecting him to the sleeping Shu Yin. With the cooperation of all the doctors, Chen Ge was once again pulled into Shu Yin's brain maze. Rubbing his dizzy head, Chen Ge opened his eyes. He was standing at the door of one of the hospitals. This was the place where Shu Yin and Ling Lan first met. Shu Yin, who was accompanying his mother, ran into Ling Lan, who was bandaging her wounds at the hospital. Chen Ge had experienced this scenario more than 100 times. He knew every detail like the back of his hand. Shu Yin's mother had passed away that night, and the wounds on Ling Lan's body had been inflicted by the victim during the murder. Chen Ge did not know whether Ling Lan really liked Shu Yin or not. He only knew that Ling Lan had used Shu Yin's pain to inhabit his heart when Shu Yin was at his most helpless. Inside Shu Yin's brain maze, Chen Ge could not change anything. He could not open the door, he could not pick up anything from this world, and he could not harm the people in this world. He was like the only ghost in this world. No one could see him, no one knew of his existence because he did not belong to this memory that represented the past. Calculating the time in his heart, Chen Ge waited for the moment Shu Yin appeared and immediately followed behind Shu Yin. After more than 100 attempts, Chen Ge had a deeper understanding of Shu Yin. This boy was kind and sunny. His heart was as clean as a lake on a plateau. But this kind of person had met Ling Lan. For the initial Shu Yin, Ling Lan might have been a ray of light that shone into his life. Ling Lan took care of Shu Yin like an older sister. She was meticulous, gentle, and considerate. It was hard to imagine that this woman was actually a murderer whose hands were stained with blood. She specialized in targeting beautiful young women in the middle of the night. Silently following Shu Yin's footsteps, Chen Ge watched as Shu Yin and Ling Lan's relationship slowly grew closer. This time, he did not interfere. Everything developed according to Shu Yin's memories. On the 30th day of Shu Yin and Ling Lan's relationship, Ying Su appeared. Both sisters fell in love with Shu Yin at the same time. More accurately, two madmen with bloody hands fell in love with the same person at the same time. They quarreled and hurt each other. In the end, they decided to split Shu Yin in their own way. That night, the older sister, Ling Lan, confessed to Shu Yin and invited Shu Yin to her home the next day. Chen Ge stood by the side. He saw with his own eyes how happy Shu Yin was. That was probably the happiest day in his memory. But on the other side, the two sisters were sharpening knives and mixing drinks in the middle of the night. The next day, Shu Yin changed into new clothes and walked out of his room with the song he had recorded with all his heart. That day was sunny. Chen Ge silently followed the big boy. Even though he had experienced this hundreds of times, he still could not help but feel uncomfortable. Humming, Shu Yin arrived at Ling Lan's house. When he opened the door, Chen Ge walked in with him. Chen Ge had seen what happened next many times. He did not hysterically stop the other party. He did not even say a word. It was not until Shu Yin chose his sister, Ling Lan, that Chen Ge took a deep breath as he slowly raised the cup of specially made drink. The brain maze is woven from your memory. I can't walk into your past, I can't change the things that have hurt you. I've come here again and again just to tell you that there is still someone waiting for you to smile. Quote, Chen Ge could not touch anything in this world, so this time, he raised his hand and placed it on his chest. His fingertips pressed against the gap between his ribs and slowly pierced into his heart. Protecting is another of your obsessions. Perhaps I can use this method to let you hear the voice in my heart. Blood dripped through the gap between his fingers. The finger completely sank into his chest. Veins popped on Chen Ge's face, but he did not seem to feel the pain. Don't drink that drink anymore. Don't repeat this nightmare. The pain is over. You should walk out from the shackles of the past. Shu Yin, can you hear my voice? Quote, his bones broke, and Chen Ge's face paled. His body became transparent, and his consciousness started to blur. In the middle of the room, Shu Yin, who was holding the drink, suddenly stopped moving. He slowly bent down and held his chest. So painful. What's wrong? Ling Lan and Ying Su walked over. Shu Yin's eyes slowly turned red. He suddenly raised his head to look at the empty room. The pain from his heart made him lose control of his body. He gripped the edge of the sofa tightly. Familiar yet strange memories appeared. As the pain in his heart intensified, the voice in his ears became clearer. I told you that I will save every single one of you. Shu Yin, come home with me. The voice was so gentle that Shu Yin almost unconsciously raised his head. Who are you? The heart-gouging pain blurred the world. The moment Shu Yin raised his head, he saw a young man standing in the living room. He had stabbed his hand into his heart. He was covered in blood, but there was a gentle smile on his face. I am Chen Ge. The bloodied body toppled backward. At the same time, Shu Yin's world started to change. Forcing his eyes open, Chen Ge did not even have the strength to sit up on the bed. His head felt like it was being torn apart, and pain kept coming from it. This is a miracle. Shu Yin's brain maze is changing. He seems to be actively trying to break free from the cage weaved by extreme love and hatred. Xiao Sung was obviously excited. He looked at the cursed hospital that kept shaking. He was not worried that the place would collapse at all. Boss, how did you do this? Looks like it is working. Chen Ge grabbed Xiao Sung's white coat. Send me into Shu Yin's brain maze now, and I will know how to save him. Now, Xiao Sung shook his head decisively. Definitely not. Your body is too weak. It feels like you have reached your limit. I will try one last time. Chen Ge's eyes were filled with determination. This is a chance that I cannot miss. You are willing to risk your life for a ghost. I really do not understand you. Xiao Sun had all the doctors gather beside the bed again. They used many blood vessels to connect Chen Ge and Shu Yin together. Curse, fear, pain, and many other negative emotions connected the human and ghost's bodies. Enduring the pain that was tearing his body apart, Chen Ge once again appeared inside Shu Yin's brain maze. His body was wavering like it was about to dissipate. My will is indeed reaching its limit. Chen Ge gritted his teeth. He estimated the time and was about to walk into the hospital when he noticed that something was wrong. The streets were crowded with people and carriages, but there was no sound. The whole city was eerily quiet. What is going on? Chen Ge walked through the silent crowd and entered the hospital. He walked past the sick rooms and finally saw the helpless Shu Yin at the corner of the corridor. Ling Lan was standing next to Shu Yin. She kept saying something, but Shu Yin did not seem to hear her. Why is he different from how I remember him? With confusion, Chen Ge walked to stand before Shu Yin. He looked at the boy who was squatting in the corner, and the memories kept surging in his mind. At the same time, he possessed extreme hatred and extreme love. Every time Shu Yin attacked, it was like he was trying to destroy himself. He was in so much pain that Chen Ge had not seen a smile on his face before. The memories flashed. Chen Ge slowly squatted down before Shu Yin. He said softly, Shu Yin, I have come to take you home. Chen Ge's voice was not loud, but the whole city was silent. Only Chen Ge's voice could be heard. Slowly lifting his head, the irresolvable sadness and pain in Shu Yin's eyes dissipated. The silent cage of the city started to crumble. He gripped Chen Ge's hand tightly. The world is so silent because I have been waiting for your voice. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.